Good morning. I'll make myself big. Hello, beautiful humans, and welcome to Defense Tires. I'm your host, Bob Mata, and this is our continuing coverage of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed, day 10. Day 10. So, y'all ready for it? What will today bring? Another day of the Commonwealth's case in chief. I am well rested, got a great night's sleep. It's got it a game. I finished about 7:45. We went out to eat, came home. I passed out. So I got like a really good night's sleep. So Allison's convinced that we are at Jazz Fest for the last 15 years, and the sleeping is not good. Let me just put it that way. Like typically. So I think that there is a real body clock issue in terms of I think there's a memory of like certain times a year. Because typically we're up like all night and we don't go to sleep until like 7, 8, 9 in the morning. And then we sleep all day for the most part. I mean, we'll get up and go to the fairgrounds for like the afternoon, but it's like you get very little sleep during that time period. So both of us have just like really been trying to catch up on sleep. So I feel great. I feel great today. I feel great today. So I've got it up over here. Nothing's going on. We don't have OnlyFans. We've got green screen. Oh, wait. Hold on 1 minute. What the hell's that? Okay. Here we go. Oh, yeah. It's some weird. Yeah, that's it. That's it. So I don't know if y'all saw, I started a goal. We're going to do a t-shirt giveaway today on the wheel. So I don't know if y'all have ever checked our bonfire store, but I wanna let me see. I gotta log in here if I can remember. Okay, there's the login. Okay, so I mean we've got some pretty good shirts. The one thing that's still missing, Mandy made it an amazing graphic for I Heart Due Process. Sadly, I've not made that shirt yet. So, hey, what sweatshirt? The zip up? I don't know what it is. I'm not sure where it is. All right, so let me see. Okay. All right. I'm going to pull this up just so you guys can get an idea because it's your choice. Whoever ends up winning, I'm going to put, if you send a super in, that's going to be your entry. And let me pull this up so y'all can get an idea what you have to choose from. Got some pretty good stuff in there. All right. So I call the Defense Diaries Shop of Curiosities. Isn't that kitschy and cute? All right. All right. So got just kind of the straight up logos. We got tanks of those with the summer coming. These are our straight up logos. And if you've ever wondered why I call it a true pod or a true crime podcast, it's because I mean we're lawyers. We're not wiki page podcast just reading facts from somewhere. We try to give you a little more in terms of how the system operates. So we call that one the essence of it all. We've got proper English. This happens to be probably my favorite, and that says my podcast advised me to tell you to come back when you have a warrant. You can see on the back we got the logo in the back there. Let's see if I could switch this, figure it out. Oh, here. So we got the logo up there in the back. I love that shirt. It's a good shirt. This is one of our taglines from the traditional podcast. It's your favorite time. It's my favorite time. And then, I teach you something about the law. This one did not catch fire like I thought it would. I think it's kind of a bold shirt. It's kind of a bold shirt. It says objection, you suck, and then sustained. I love it. I think it's funny. So again, you get the back there, the DD logo. And these t-shirts are all really nice. Like they're soft and they're comfortable. This is the Keep It Simple Smarty. It's just got straight up defense diaries in the box there. And then kind of in a weird digital thing there. And I think it's got the logo on the back too. I say this a lot in the podcast, the intelligent way to say I need shut the fuck up. And that's, but I digress. So we like that one. That one. There's a guy in a powdered wig there. You know, it's old timey. Let's see what else. So yeah, we're missing definitely the I Heart Due Process, which is coming. Here's Team Alley. Team Alley has your back. Love that one. That one sold a lot. Now, as much as I love y'all, I'm not getting you a pullover hoodie. I'm not getting it. No, I got Dom's mom. I felt bad because I think I put in the wrong address because her address is a little confusing, and I think I put it in wrong, and it never made it. So I was feeling bad, and I checked in, and so I ended up upgrading her to. I didn't give her a pullover hoodie, but I got her a hoodie.
Hello.
Oh, what's up, beautiful? Good morning. I was telling everybody we got good sleeps last night.
Yes, we did.
All right, so this is the straight dope. This is a classic. I mean, this is our logo. This is our brand. Just facts. Clean, simple.
Does it also say defense diaries somewhere on it?
It does on the back.
Okay.
Back. That one's got a bigger thing on the back. It's got there's Team Alley, babe.
Team Alley.
Woot, woot. The question is, I mean, bonfires made in the USA. I'm not sure if the prices haven't gone up, like in terms of bonfire, what they charge. Because what this company does by demand. So I don't have a stock of them. Eventually, when I'm gonna open a Shopify store,
Once
and
we have 100,000 followers.
well, we have 100,000 on the actual podcast.
Nope, I mean here on the YouTubes.
Oh, on the tubes. So yeah, the Just Facts has a pretty big logo on the back. It's got that guy.
Huh.
That guy. It looks kind of weird on that t-shirt, but it actually looks pretty good in real life.
I was going to say I'm not loving that.
Yeah, like usually we have that was my original come back when you have a warrant shirt. And then we got a mug. So all right, you guys get the point. All right. So yeah, we're gonna do a wheel today, and the winner gets to pick, and then you'll just send us an email telling us what shirt you want, what size you need, what color you want, and where to send it. That's it.
I forgot the rules because
Hold on, babe. I gotta go grab. I think the thing that Spitfire sent us is downstairs. Hold on, I'm gonna go grab it.
Okay. Well, why are they watching OnlyFan though? I'm gonna pull up OnlyFan over here. Just to be sure we're not missing anything. All right, I know that some of you want to tell me it's fine, bounce as much as I want, but truly, if you're seeing me bouncing too much, just tell me and I'll yell at anyone in the chat who yells at you for letting me know. All right, I see. No, that's 16 hours ago. Okay. Now I see it live. I see OnlyFan. spinning and in person. But yeah, I mean, some people have like, you know, visual stuff and it's super distracting if they see me bouncing. So, but I actually am using my core a lot on this chair. So I'm not ready to get off it unless I have to. Trying to hang on until at least after the wedding. Cause I do try to like every so often sit real tall and tighten my core and um yeah, I like it. I like it. And this was a birthday gift from many of you lovely people in the chat. Oh, Bob did share OnlyFan. How how how'd that happen? Alright. I don't know, I'm spacing, I guess. I thought when he left, I was still looking at oh, there he is.
Yo, I stuck it up. Yeah, I'm like, you're a bit of a habitual pauser, so yeah, I'm taking control.
He's gonna take
So
it.
Ariel, you get on the
Ooh,
wheel. I set a goal, and I don't know if you just got in, but we just showed a bunch of the shirts that we have. So,
but this is the thing. I thought we decided before that one entry, like, per person because somebody gives a $20 sticker and then somebody gives 4 $4 stickers. I don't like it.
that's a good point.
I
Uh,
mean, so donate what you want on the first, go around or give more, but you get your names getting in once. That's what I think is fair.
wow, wow.
And I thought we decided that last time we did this. And I was like, well, that's not fair because, for example, you got Chelsea here. Chelsea wants to be on the wheel.
Chelsea is on the wheel.
I know, but she gave $9.99. Kenny, Pammy, Kasha, all super generous, gave $4.99. So if Kasha comes back with another $4.99, she can't get on twice unless then you're giving Chelsea 2 for the price of, 2 names for her thing. So the rule is 1 name, even if you donate multiple times, and when you donate multiple times, you know what you get? Multiple thanks.
Wow. Amanda
Get our
loves it.
undying
I'm not trying to say
no.
Allie's not ever going to get paused. I'm just saying timing's everything with the pausing. Timing is everything. Like, I think we're really good at our timing on the pausing.
I don't know. I think that he's taking to heart too many people in the chat thing. You guys paused him.
No. I don't. But I think there is such a thing as a flow. No, I don't like that concept of you bouncing, like you getting rid of the bouncy chair. Fuck that.
No,
You
that I
can't-
actually agree with. People have visual, like
Yeah, that's true. That's
right.
true.
So,
But I mean, when
but I
you
was
sit
just
in a
telling them like
chair
I'm using my
for 8
muscle.
hours a day, you can't just sit in a regular chair.
You get
That was the
atrophy,
impetus of getting, yeah, we have to be active. I can't, like, I'm not going to turn into,
a
you know,
blob.
Jabba the Hutt over here, just sitting in a chair all day. So I had to do something. And the something was, we decided to get these fantastic yoga chairs. I
Every
love
so
it.
often, I honestly do turn it off and just try to get all my energy out. I like literally bounce. Like I like
My
really.
back pain and neck pain went away as soon as I got the bouncy chair. All right, let's open this up. We got a little
Bum, bum,
gift.
bum.
Aw. It's some super high end tailors of Harrogate since 1886. Black and raspberry fruit flavored infusion tea. Oh,
Ooh.
that's from
Ooh,
Spitfire.
I'd like to come up and make some right now, so I'll be right
I
up
think
there.
you should. Hold on, let me read you the note. There's a
Okay.
nice little note. It said, Bob, this tea is for keeping Allie cozy in the basement and soothing your throats after reading us super long court documents. Hope you enjoy it. It has a delightful fresh apple note from Megan, Spitfire Dragon. Aw, you're so sweet. Thank you so
That's
much, Megan.
very thoughtful. Thank you very, very
Megan's
much.
always sweet. She sent us care packages on a few
I
occasions.
found
Always
this old
wonderful.
weird flannel jacket thingy that Bob used to wear.
Wow. You can't find the zip up hoodie?
I wasn't going into the bedroom because you were live. It can't be that old. It's got one of our old pens
Listen,
from
bro,
when our office, the first office we had here in Illinois.
it's pretty old. It's pretty old. I mean, it's over 15 years old, at least. That's from like Fat Bob. That was like
Oh,
that thing. You
stop.
must be swimming in that thing.
Stop. You were always sexy, Bob.
Oh, you're so sweet.
Hi, Dad. All right, I'm coming up to get tea.
Okay. All right. Make me. I want a cup too. Yeah. All right. Cool. Oh, you guys are killing the wheel. Love it. All right. Oh, did you hear Hank? Oh, I'm married.
All right, so I was told council wanted to see me.
Sidebar. Sidebar. Everybody loves a sidebar. Are you guys? Is it too early in the morning for you guys to crack those bottles and get to drinking? I don't think so. Get to drinking, kids. Get to drinking. Our first round of sidebar shots. Sidebar shots. So let's see here. Yeah, I need that tea. I've got a little bit of a tickle. Not so Jen. You're on the wheel. Thank you so much. Kasha, one of our beautiful mods, need a new shirt for CrimeCon. Well, I wish you the best of luck, girl. Thank you so much.
Your dad got a group text about his birthday.
No.
But he's fine with it.
Okay.
It's going.
Wow. I knew it wasn't. It was Gino. It wasn't a group text.
Well, I meant he was.
My dad's like cousin, because his 80th birthday is coming, and we're trying to throw him a little bit of a surprise party. Just got ruined yesterday because he was included on a group text with all the cousins.
But it was only going to be a surprise because he would have got.
Oh, he was pouting. He was pouting.
So it's kind of good that.
I'm sensitive about my birthday. Because Allie, we had this whole thing. Because Mother's Day happens to fall my father's birthday. It's May 11th. So, Allie's like, oh, well, we're gonna celebrate Mother's Day on Saturday the 10th because, our older kids have significant others, and there's multiple moms to celebrate. So he's like, oh, and so she's like, we'll be home on your birthday. He's like, what? So at any rate, so that all got blown up. Pammy, well, hell, put me on there. Good morning, Bob and Allie. Aw, love you, Pammy, so much. So much. Pammy, I hope you're going to be in Boston for the True Crime Podcast Festival. That is the only podcast festival we are doing. The True Crime Podcast Festival. It's our favorite. We love it. We love the people. We love the people that show up to that. And so if you want to see us live and in person, it's the only place it's going to happen. Thank you so much for that, Pammy. Kenny Powers, invoke the fifth and ask for a lawyer. Do not consent to searches and shut your mouth. I mean, thank you. Thank you. Thank you 2 times for what you said and for getting on the wheel. Chelsea, add me to the wheel. Will do. Thank you very much. Contrary Mary, I want a t-shirt. I wish you the best of luck. Thank you so much. Olivia, good to see you in here. One of our homies from beautiful Louisville. Hey, Bob and Allie, I need some of that merch. And let's all plan on Jazz Fest next year. I am so down. Bounce on Allie. Yeah, it's time. It's time. I don't think you were over after the show, Olivia, but I was, we had a little crew over there. I'm like, y'all, you're sleeping on the Jazz Fest thing. Y'all love music too much down here, never to have been to Jazz Fest. So yeah, let's make that happen. And thank you. Shannon L. Oh, I love this. Don't forget to hit that like button and share. P.S. Bounce all you want, Allie. Team Bouncing Allie. Love it. Love it. Thank you, Shannon. You were on the wheel. Lipstick for the win. Kenny Powers comes back. I love when Kenny comes in hot. And just so y'all know, Kenny is actually Dan, contrarian Dan, who takes a lot of shit, but I happen to love him. Yeah, but because I'm always up for the debate, and he always asks fair questions, you know, and I'm all about that. So it's, like I said, we're not running an echo chamber, even though I must admit our Karen Reed coverage is pretty echo chambery in the chat. But I think if you look at the statistics, for whatever reason, whatever the reason may be, I happen to think it's the lack of evidence, scientific evidence proving that she hit him. I like this thing swings like 80-20 from what I've seen in various polls, not in our polls, but like in various polls on like Law and Crime, Court TV. It's 80-20, not guilty. And not guilty can mean two things: factually innocent, or they don't have the evidence to prove it, which aren't necessarily always the same thing. I happen to believe she's factually innocent because of the fact the science does, in my estimation, does not prove it. And I hear her clips. But on a morning like that, I just give very little weight to what people will be running around saying, like a chicken with their head cut off. I just do. Like, I would hate to see anybody get convicted on some shit that he said, like on a morning like that, running around, just kind of thinking out loud about all the possibilities of what might have happened. And then they're trying to convict you on those words. So, not my thing. Could be your thing. But I hope that doesn't happen to somebody in your family someday, because you wouldn't like it then. You'd be like, what? Jim, I don't rep. Yeah. Lieutenant Paul Gallagher, quote, I don't write reports. I supervise and enter DD raffles. Love it, Jim. Love it. Thank you. You were in, my brother. Ariel, family hug. Oh, family hug. Ariel, I hope you were there yesterday when you became a member. We threw you a family hug then too. We love it. Welcome to the fam. Deja, beautiful mod. She wants a tea. You were on the wheel. Thank you for all that you do and your generosity. Malo, you're on the wheel. Thank you. Melissa Filson, love the merch and love y'all. Pick me. The wheel is random. Like I can't, there's no way I fudge with it. It's one of those things where it is what it is. Whatever pops up, whoever's name, during the show, I'll be typing the names in on the wheel. And then before we end, and if you have to dip in and out, just make sure you come back and check to see if you won. So you don't necessarily have to be here when the wheel spin goes off, but you do have to come back and replay crew to see if you won, because otherwise I won't have your information.
Take the bag out in 4 minutes.
In 4 minutes. Oh, thank you. It's exciting. My tea is steeping right now. So thank you for that, Melissa. Appreciate it. Jen, family hugs. Oh, family hugs. Love morning hugs. You were on the wheel, Jen. Weird Debbie. Cool giveaway. I'm easily distracted, so it doesn't matter. Bounce on, Allie. Thank you, Weird Debbie. Emma Louise Critchlow. You keep on bouncing, Allie. That is delicious. 2 pounds British. Love it. Thank you, Emma. Gen X Girl Lawyer coming in hot. $10 holla. $10 holla. You're on the wheel. Gen X. Pam, need me a tea. Oh, a tea or a tea? I know what you meant. Have you posted the link to the bouncy chairs yet? Oh, no. I'll have to look and see. We got them on Amazon, and I don't. I'll check and see what brand it is. I can tell you the brand is GAIAM. So Gaiam, maybe. I don't know. So I'll type the name in. I'm interested. Need no more back pain. It really does, because what it forces you to do is sit with good posture. Because a lot of us Americans have very, very bad posture. We just kind of walk around with our shoulders slumped. Ooh, like turtles. You gotta put your shoulders back. It's important. Posture is very important, especially as you get older. Thanks for all you do. Thank you, Pam. And you were entered onto the wheel. Mandy, ha 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 ha. Tell Allie that Olivia is actually in chat this time. I love you. I just read her super, Mandy. So I will. She'll be down there imminently. Let's see. Curious. Oh, cool story though. So Mandy was like, when we used the Bad Boys song from Cops, and I was like, oh, we're gonna definitely get a copyright strike for that. And it's not a strike. It's like they just don't let you monetize the stream. So like Mandy was all upset and somehow she fixed it. That's how amazing Mandy Joe is. Just so y'all know. Like she's like, oh, I bet like you and Allie were cursing the day I was born. I was like, no, I was like driving to the softball game. Didn't give it a second thought. So
Person who was born?
Huh?
Whose day were we cursing? Their born, their birth.
Well, I'm going to use the line from The Big Lebowski or like a
walk
child.
into a movie. Blah blah blah.
Yeah. No, because Mandy thought that we were cursing her name when because we got they demonetized yesterday's stream because we played the Bad Boys song from Cops.
Well, she could just cut it out.
I don't know how she fixed it, but she fixed it.
Oh, there you go.
Excuse me. So she's amazing.
Jesus, they're fucking on it, assholes.
Their bots for music never miss. Like that, never miss. Ever. And like there is no rhyme or reason. I've heard that, if you play less than 3 seconds, like
no,
I've had that sound clip for when the shit goes down. You better be ready from my boys.
Yeah, they don't know that shit.
Oh, they definitely know that shit.
What they do?
What?
Oh, it gets. But I thought you said it worked.
You don't think that they're aware of Cypress Hill? Okay.
Well, I thought
you
were saying it was working, that you weren't having a problem.
No, I've never played it because I know that I'll get a copyright on it immediately. And it's so good too.
I think you're up. You don't want your tea to get like bad. Take your tea bag out.
Curious Liz, you're on the wheel. Good morning, everyone. Here for another day in Crazy Town, aka Norfolk Superior Court. You're on the wheel, girl. Tracy, thanks, Bob and Allie. You're on the wheel. Thank you.
Take your tea bag out.
Family hug. I don't think you can oversteep, babe.
Yes, you can.
Hell in a handbasket. Wi-Fi is out of signal. It's spotty. I need merch.
Something only an American would say.
Yeah. Chauncey Myers, keep on bouncing. Wheel time. Boris, in your experience, if the jury pays more attention to the cross, is the jury typically leaning towards not guilty or Voldemort? I don't think you can tell from that, to be honest with you. Like, I think that just by its nature,
theory, that should work.
No, I agree. But I think that cross is just more interesting in general because it's more combative.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? Just like overall for both sides. So it might
mean nothing except they're more entertained.
Right. Binging crime.
Oh,
love it. My B-day is May 11th. Oh, your birthday twins with Bob Sr. Happy almost birthday, which is often Mother's Day. So I get screwed, LOL. So maybe I'll get a shirt this year. Love you both. I'm rooting for you. I like knowing that it's your birthday. I'm rooting for you, Binging. Thank you so much. Tiff Knox, mod extraordinaire, wonderful human being. You're on the wheel. Meg P on the wheel. Put Mandy Joe on the wheel. Oh,
she donated Mandy's name on the wheel.
Yeah, if anybody deserves some DD merch, it's Mandy Joe. That ain't no lie. Emma, merch time. You're on the wheel. Distracted therapist. You're on the wheel. Thank you, thank you, thank you, both of you, so much. Itch, how do I get on the wheel? You just did it. You just did it. You just got yourself on the wheel. With that
Better
$10
be
holla.
putting all these names in.
I'm working on it. Colette, am I the only one that cares about the rules? I love it when somebody quotes the Big Lebowski. You always get brownie points from me for that. Thank you, Colette, and you're on the wheel. Meg, True Crime Podcast Fest in my hometown, Boston. Boop. Be there. It's a great one. I'll be putting up the link.
Yes, we're always at True Crime Podcast Fest. We will not miss it ever.
Yep.
That's in the books. That's where all our people are. We love
It's
it.
our favorite. It's the best. It's the best. And you really get to hang with podcasters there. It's different. It hits different.
Hear ye.
Nina, Team Alley, thanks for everything you both do. You're on the wheel,
Beverly
Nina.
Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court.
Hey, I'm here twice.
Within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near.
That's on you. I think you pulled it up.
This court is in session. Please be seated.
Mystery solved.
Nina B, you're on the wheel.
Counsel.
Matt, you're on the wheel.
This tea is really good.
Oh, all right.
Take your bag out. You can't
Okay.
oversleep. I promise.
All right.
Make everything go a little more smooth. So we appreciate your patience.
People in the chat, tell Bob if you can oversleep.
I'm taking out.
No.
Oh, I got to hold on. I got to crank it up to 2 times.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively.
There you go.
Are you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any
Cheers.
independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see,
delightful.
hear, or read anything
What?
about this case since we left yesterday?
Huh?
No, everyone said no. Thank you. Can we have Lieutenant Gallagher again, please?
Oh, it's piping hot and delicious. Thank you, Megan. That is delightful tea. Wow, this is like real tea. It's really got flavor. Samantha, love you both. Thanks for another great Garcia episode yesterday too. Woo!
Sir, I'll remind you, you're
I
still
see you guys working hard. We love you, Samantha.
Don't forget
You're on the
to
wheel.
Shannon on the wheel.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Your Honor. Thank you.
Hey, we'll continue after the.
Mr. Gallagher, good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for joining us again. I want to ask you a quick question about what we talked about yesterday concerning your search at the scene. If we could go back to that, when you engaged the leaf blower. During the time that you were removing materials in and around the area of the flagpole going out to the,
Did you
I
find
think you called
any
it berm,
tail light
BRM, the
material
berm, the
there?
curb.
Yes, that was at the street. There was a 6-inch Cape Cod berm. Yes.
Okay, and that led straight to the asphalt of the street, correct?
It's basically a curbing. It's
Okay.
where the property line, the grass, the lawn meets the street.
And you were searching the area where you believed Mr. O'Keefe's body to have been found, all the way out toward that curb or berm area, correct?
Yeah, we did not go out to the berm. We did about approximately 6x6, 7x7, about 50 square feet.
50
area.
square feet. Okay, fair enough. But
Approximately.
you did say at some point, I think on direct examination, you said that you exposed the berm
Yes.
just to give you some orientation as to where the curb was, where the street was.
And if it was possible, he may have tripped and fallen. Yes.
Okay. You did not recover or see a hat, a man's hat,
No, sir.
black in color, baseball style hat.
No hat. No, sir.
You did not see or recover a man's shoe.
No, sir.
And you said you searched for the area in that 50 square foot area by removing materials, moving the snow, getting down to all the way down to the lawn.
Yes.
Okay. You did not see a single piece of bright red plastic taillight material either, did you?
No, sir. Not in that area.
As a matter of fact, you didn't
Not
see
any area.
46 pieces of taillight material, either clear or bright red plastic, in any part of the area that you searched.
No, the only thing we discovered was the blood sampling in the glass. That is correct.
Speaking of the glass, that's a good segue. You found that piece of broken drinking glass that you brought in and showed the jurors yesterday, correct?
That's correct.
Did you search the house at all to determine whether or not there was any matching glass in the home?
No, I did not.
You testified yesterday that you looked around when you were in the house. This is the second time you're at the location. So you went back with Sergeant Lank. I want to orient you to that time That's when you actually entered the home for the first time of Brian Albert. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And you indicated that you did look around the family room, the kitchen, and you didn't see any signs of a struggle or anything like that.
No, sir.
I asked you that exact question about a year ago at another proceeding. Do you recall that colloquy between the two of us?
Yes.
And at that time, I asked you, did you look around the house for any sign of a struggle or a fight? And your answer was no. Do you remember that?
Yes, I think that's out of context. I understood that question was, did I wander the house to look for any sign of a struggle? I believe you asked me if I went to asked me about a bulkhead and things of that nature.
Okay.
As I stood there, I have observations I can see.
Right.
You can see?
So I think it's just a miscommunication
MFer
on
can
what
see.
type of search.
Fair
or what
enough.
type
Got
of
eyes.
observation.
Fair enough. Let's clear that up.
I
right
got
now
eyes.
then. Ms. Gallagher,
I could
With
see.
regard to
Obstinate
No, no,
asshole.
no, Hey, no one
with regard to your the time that you were inside the residence, you did not seek to or ask permission to look around any place other than where you happen to be standing, which is right inside that front door of the family room, sort of adjacent to the kitchen area, correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
You didn't walk into any adjacent rooms.
No, sir.
No.
No, sir.
Okay. You didn't walk into any. You didn't search the kitchen area.
I did not. No, sir.
You didn't look
Stupid
at the
face. I
cabinets or
hate
anything
his
like that?
stupid face.
Absolutely not. No.
You didn't look at the glassware.
Absolutely not. No.
You didn't go
Purse
down to the
lips.
basement. We talked about that previously.
Correct.
And-
No. Absolutely not.
Okay. You didn't go out to the garage.
No, sir.
You
No.
didn't look around the garage.
No.
Okay, I find his and I'm sure
So annoying.
Brennan told him own whatever deficiencies there were in your investigation, but this it's not hitting right. No, absolutely not. No, we didn't talk to the people in the house. No, it's hitting weird for me. I get it. Like he's not shying away from all the shit that they didn't do that they should have done.
Yeah, but when he
Is it
says
hitting
like-
right for you?
No, but I think what he's trying to make it sound like is absolutely not. Why would I
No.
ever do that?
I don't
think
think
so.
No.
When he says it like that, absolutely not. It's not like there's no place for the absolute.
Well, then it's really whiffing.
Right. That's what I think.
Not
but, you
Ian.
know.
Hey.
Ba-dum-bum-bum.
All right, let's keep going.
Wait.
What?
Because I'm
Other
just
than-
not going to be able to control myself about how much I hate. There it is. It's right there. I hate his stupid face. I just can't, I've just got to get it out while you're paused because it's so annoying. Look at him. And I mean, wow. All right. go ahead.
Babe, I live to serve
He
you.
infuriates
Walking
me.
in and basically where you just described standing
Bite your
while
lip, buddy.
Sergeant Lank was engaged with Miss McCabe, you didn't do anything to search the interior of that house for anything.
No, I wasn't there to search at all.
Okay.
Okay.
You also didn't, subsequent to that, you didn't seek or receive a search warrant.
No, I did not.
Okay. You didn't believe that it was necessary in your mind, it was
Extra
necessary to
blanket.
seek a search warrant to search the interior of that house.
That's absolutely correct.
You were aware at the time that you did go into the house that Sergeant Lank had earlier reported at least the possibility that John O'Keefe may have gotten into a fight, correct?
I don't recall that. We went over options on how he could have come to where he was, and an altercation certainly was one of them.
Okay, so that's fair enough. So an altercation meeting was one of the, when you say altercation, that means a physical fight, correct?
Sure.
So that was a possibility in your mind.
Everything was a possibility at that time.
And at that time, you had the information that you found, or Mr. O'Keefe's body was found on the lawn of a residence where there was alcohol, drinking, a party of some sort, or a gathering of some sort, just hours earlier, correct?
That's correct, but the house had nothing to do with the incident.
At least.
How do you know?
That's correct, based on the evidence.
How
at that
do
time.
you know
And the evidence
that?
at that time was simply
There's
your
nothing.
communications with some, but not all, the occupants of the house, including Jennifer McCabe, correct?
That
You
is
should
correct,
lose
yes, sir.
all credibility with the jury right there. The jury should be saying, how would you know that without investigating it? Pimp.
You didn't separate any of the witnesses that were, or any of the occupants that you saw inside the house or you came across inside the house, for instance, by taking them to the station, putting them in separate rooms so that they couldn't coordinate testimony, things of that nature?
At that time,
At that time.
so Detective Sergeant Lank was there to speak with Jennifer McCabe only.
Okay. But there were others in the house.
There were others in the house, yes.
I'm just trying to
Others
figure
in
out
the
whether
room.
or not you took the added step of separating those witnesses, asking those witnesses potentially to join you down at the station, putting them in separate rooms, separating those witnesses. You did not do that.
Not at that time, no.
Okay. At any time, did you?
No, we shortly thereafter, we were removed from the investigation. We removed ourselves from the investigation.
And before you were removed from the investigation, you just left the house after the conversation that Sergeant Lake had with Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Yes, after he took Jennifer McCabe's statement, we left the house, yes.
Is the reason that you didn't seek a search warrant or separate the witnesses or ask any of the potential witnesses to join you down at the station, did that have anything to do with your knowledge the homeowner was a police officer?
Absolutely none. I've actually executed warrants on police officers' houses in the past, including police officers I personally worked with and had to charge some of their children. So that absolutely would not factor into a reason.
And it didn't factor in this case.
Absolutely.
It's the male equivalent of his lip thing and his absolutely.
All right, there is no way we're not getting a copyright. It's like I understand
That's
the words.
Emily.
I know who it
It's
is.
a different person singing, and the words are
get it.
different.
I understand it. It's the tune that
What?
the bot looks for.
Well, good luck.
Just a prediction.
Good
I
luck
hope not, because I love it. It's
that
great.
together. We don't
And
need
Emily-
it anymore, though. But I just thought with this guy, with
I
that
love it.
face,
I love it. I think we should use it all the time. We'll see. We'll find out today.
The police officer.
we've used it
Absolutely not.
before.
He didn't get any special treatment because of that.
Not by me. Absolutely not.
Okay. Not by you.
Not.
Okay.
I can only speak to my.
All right, rewind.
It did factor into your decision making that Brian Albert was a police officer.
Absolutely not.
He didn't get any special treatment because of that.
Not by me. Absolutely not.
Okay. Not by you.
Not.
Okay.
I can only speak to my personal knowledge.
You were aware that, and you indicated yesterday
All right, go back
that the
to when he's
reason
given that
that
first
Canton
answer.
PD was removed from the investigation by you.
How far back?
When he-
Absolutely.
This one. Yeah.
I have any, or ask any of the potential witnesses to join you down at
There
the
you go,
station.
Mandy.
Did that have anything to do with
And all of you.
your knowledge the homeowner was a police officer?
Absolutely none. I've actually executed warrants on police officers' houses in the past,
Sure.
including police officers I personally worked with and had to charge some of their children. So that absolutely would not factor into a reason.
And it didn't factor in this case.
Absolutely, absolutely not.
It
Oh,
did factor into your decision making that Brian Albert was a police officer.
Absolutely not.
He didn't get any special treatment because of that.
Not by me. Absolutely not.
Okay. Not by you.
Not.
Okay.
I can only speak to my personal knowledge.
Zing.
You were aware that, and you indicated yesterday that the reason that Canton PD was removed from the investigation, or at least the interview section of the investigation, was because of a relationship of one of your detectives. You indicated your best detective, Kevin Albert, correct?
That's correct.
Or you gave Mr. Albert Detective Albert very high praise,
He's a very good detective, yes.
and you were his direct supervisor.
I was at one point, yes.
Okay. You're aware that Kevin Albert was disciplined by the Canton Police Department for an incident occurring in July 2022, correct?
I am, yes.
Do you stand by your testimony knowing that Kevin Albert is your best detective, or was your best detective?
He's an excellent detective, yes.
I got no problems with it. I got none.
You indicated that you contacted your deputy chief, Deputy Chief Kelleher, and ultimately secured some solo cups from Deputy Chief Kelleher across the street, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
You were aware at the time that Deputy Chief Kelleher's house was adorned with a Ring video camera just over the front door, facing out toward the street and facing across the street, which would be facing 34 Fairview, correct?
That is incorrect. He does not have a Ring camera. I know that his system is an Arlo camera, and I have personal knowledge of that because we've discussed cameras because we bought them
Same
approximately
difference.
the same time.
My mistake.
Bozo.
Arlo camera, ARLO.
I believe so.
Okay, that's still, although it's a different brand, it's still a home personal surveillance camera, correct?
Yes, but
And you're aware that those are motion activated cameras designed for security to capture images of things that may be going on outside the home.
that is correct. Yes, sir.
May I approach you, Oliver,
Yes.
briefly?
I just can't stand. I have so much disdain for this man. He's the worst of all. He is the epitome of what is bad with police
I just
officers.
handed you.
Yes.
What's it marked for ID?
It is marked for ID, and
boy,
Ms.
not
Gallagher, if you could
boy.
read that for me to save me a trip up to the stand.
I believe it's a 5, Exhibit 5.
Could it be an S?
It could be an S, yes.
I think it's S.
I
I apologize.
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Gallagher. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I recognize the camera in the door.
Okay. Is that a shot of Deputy Chief Gallagher's? Sorry.
That's okay. I know what you're asking.
Is this a
Especially
shot of
with his
Deputy
glasses
Chief,
on.
Kelleher's front porch?
It appears to be.
Cheetahs.
Does that front porch face 34 Fairview?
We need a time frame.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
We need a
Did it.
time frame.
Sure. Did you see that Arlo camera so situated when you went over there on January 29th, 2022?
I knew it was there, yes.
Okay. And is that a fair representation of what the camera looked like and its positioning, basically its positioning in January of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Did you seek the footage? From the
No, I
camera?
didn't. I know what that camera captures.
Okay. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we publish, actually, I'd like to mark this.
What? I know what
as
that
evidence,
camera
next in order.
captures.
I may approach.
He's trying to say it doesn't go that far.
53?
Across a front lawn.
What about the comings and goings?
Come on, dude.
What about the
Only
comings and
thing-
goings?
The only reason I pick up dog shit out of our neighbors' yards is because I know they have a Ring camera.
You're a horrible human being.
I'm a terrible person.
May I publish, Your Honor?
I
Yes.
always pick up the shit, so I don't
I
care.
just try to let them. I pull.
Mr. Gallagher,
them
do you
in-
recognize this as
in a
being the
big
photograph that you
open
just saw,
area.
Exhibit 53?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention. And by the way, there's one amendment to this photograph. There's a redaction of the address. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to that area right there, which I'm
Yes.
highlighting.
Yes.
What is that?
That is the Arlo camera.
Can you orient the jurors for us, please, to what we're looking at in this photograph?
You're looking at a camera that's angled downward.
Oh wow.
And is it the front porch of that residence directly across the street from 34 Fairview?
It is not directly across from 34. It's actually more directly across from 32, so that would be incorrect.
Okay. Is it across the street from 34 generally?
It is, if Lieutenant Kelleher's house is here, 34 is over here across the street.
Okay. Is there a view from that front porch, just generally as you're standing there, if you were to turn 180 degrees and put your back to the door, is there a view of 34 Fairview as well as 32 Fairview?
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Okay. Did you seek and we can take this down. Did you seek to secure any footage from that Arlo camera
I did not.
from Deputy Chief Kelleher?
I did not.
That's
Did you talk
suspicious.
to Deputy Chief Kelleher about that footage?
I don't remember specifically.
Did you ask him whether or not he had reviewed the footage for a determination whether or not it caught any of the incident that may have occurred at or around 34 Fairview on January 29th, the early morning hours of January 29th?
I don't know if I did. I know it would not have,
How do you know it would not have?
because I know what that camera captures.
How do you know what that camera captures?
Because I've picked up packages for Deputy Chief Kelleher in the past. I know it captures his doorstep and a portion of the front lawn.
So you've reviewed the Arlo footage from his
No.
iPhone?
He's just sent me a picture. Can I pick up when he's been on vacation, can I pick up a package on the front step?
Okay. So,
Yes, I've seen it.
so you've seen screenshots that
Sure.
Deputy Chief Kelleher sent you, correct?
I believe so, yes.
But you've never looked at the actual application to see what it might encapsulate or what it might capture generally.
We've compared what we have our cameras set up as. We had communicated about security at our houses multiple times. I know it captured the front door and a portion of the front lawn.
Do you believe that it would have been best practices to go ahead and secure that footage so we don't have to take anybody's word for it? We could actually look at the footage ourselves.
I didn't do that.
Do you think that would have been best practices to do that, just to have belt and suspenders? So there's no question about whether or not that camera that's facing, at least it's facing directly across the street, might have captured something of interest on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
To me, there was no expectation that it had captured anything. So I didn't think it was practical.
So because of your expectation, you didn't seek the footage and you didn't secure the footage.
Because of my knowledge and expectation, yes.
And you now know that that footage is gone.
I would assume so. I'm not familiar with how long Arlo keeps footage.
So you are familiar enough that you decided that it wasn't important to capture the footage, but you're not familiar enough to know whether or not the footage is actually saved onto the Arlo system?
I don't know
You have
anything
all
about
the
I don't
Arlo
have Arlo cameras.
out soon.
I don't know anything about.
How
you don't-
wide their
but
view is.
I have Blink, so we've compared our systems.
Oh, we've compared them with.
So
I've watched this. he's
I'm not
watched
really
mine.
sure what you're asking.
So you don't have an Arlo system.
I have Blink, correct.
You're not familiar with how Arlo works, correct?
Correct.
You're not familiar with the total array of where the cameras might capture versus what might be captured on your phone app, or that you can say, like, push a button that says packages or people, and it narrows the focus of the camera. You're not aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay. But you would have been aware of that if you had captured the footage and simply said to Deputy Chief Kelleher, I'd like that Ring footage for that 24-hour period.
Okay, it's not Ring. And
I'm sorry, that Arlo footage for a 24-hour period.
Sure.
Wow. I'd like to introduce, ladies and gentlemen, the only cop on the planet who wouldn't think that any kind of video footage from anywhere in that neighborhood would be useful to the investigation. No cop anywhere in the world would sit on the stand and say that with a straight face. Is this guy kidding me? That guy with that answer should have lost all credibility with the jury. If the jury's not sitting there thinking like, what in the fuck is this guy talking about? Like, is this guy seriously saying that he doesn't think that getting that camera footage would have been important and or possibly helpful? Like, that answer alone, I think, just destroyed him. And the like a rational juror is gonna be like, what? Like, what? He doesn't.
Brandon, does the Arlo camera pick up sound? Does it pick up sound? We're gonna hear
either way.
Cars driving by at 2 a.m.
Either way,
anything.
I've never heard of cops not getting every. In the Garcia case, they got video footage from all over the entire city to try to find. I mean, like you get every source of video that you can when you're trying to. I mean, it's a huge tool. Just like this guy is a huge tool.
And they got it from the library, from the they just didn't want
It's ridiculous. He lost all credibility.
Well, let me ask you this. Did Deputy Chief Kelleher get any special treatment from you because he's a police officer?
No.
Did Deputy Chief Kelleher get any special treatment from you because he was your boss?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. You know Brian Higgins.
I do.
How do you know him?
Brian Higgins is a special agent with the ATF.
How do you
How
know
long
him?
have you known him?
I first became aware of Brian Higgins probably around 2016, 2017 when I was with the DEA and we were working a Title III investigation, which is a wiretap investigation into gang activity, drug distribution in the Boston, Brockton area.
Those are the dirty.
I never had any personal contact with him at that time. He was just an agent in the group I was working for.
Them some
Ultimately,
dirty
did that
motherfuckers.
professional relationship seep into more of a personal relationship as well?
It did. So I think it was 2018 or 2019, the ATF had a satellite office at Canton PD, and he was one of the special agents that was assigned. Yes.
So he actually officed in the brick and mortar location of Canton PD.
Yes, he did.
And did he maintain that office all the way through January of 2022?
He did. Yes.
And during the course of your interaction with Mr. Higgins, did you become friendly with Mr. Higgins?
I've become friendly with Mr. Higgins. Yes. Most of my coworkers I'm friendly with.
Is it safe to say that you socialized at times with Mr. Higgins?
I have. Yes.
Okay. You've shared cocktails with Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Shared meals with Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Okay. So it is safe to say that you have both a professional and a personal relationship with Mr. Higgins,
Yes, I do.
and you consider him a good friend.
Yes, I do.
You were aware, Mr. Gallagher, that he was at 34 Fairview on January 29th, those early morning hours, during the course of the time when John O'Keefe went to 34 Fairview.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that
Sure.
question?
You're aware that Mr. Higgins was at 34 Fairview in the home at the time that John O'Keefe went to 34 Fairview on January 29th, 2022.
By the time I became aware of it was afterwards. Yes.
Okay. That's what I mean. I know
Yes.
you weren't aware of it at the
Lick
moment.
the finger.
but You became aware of it.
Later on, yes.
Lizard lipping.
When did you become aware of it?
I'm not sure. It was after we were. I'm not really sure.
It was during the time that you were dispatched over to Brian Albert's house to ultimately either begin the investigation or go into the home with Sergeant Lank and interview with people there, correct?
No, that wasn't the time. No.
Didn't you say in a report to
That's
Lieutenant
out of
Tully
context, sir.
that when you went over to Brian Albert's house, that Brian Higgins was not there?
I don't recall Brian Higgins being there.
Right. So what I'm trying to register is whether or not you knew at the time that you went to Brian Albert's house, at least that second time, that you might or might not have expected to see Brian Higgins there because you knew he was at the home when John O'Keefe arrived there the night before.
Can you rephrase that question? I'm not following you.
Sure. When you went back to, in other words, during the time that you were investigating and joining Sergeant Lank
Yes.
back over at Brian Albert's house, you knew that Brian Higgins had been somehow in that home the night before.
I don't believe I did at that time.
When do you think you learned that?
At sometime afterwards, probably when I saw the list and reviewed the narratives of the officers.
Would that have been days or weeks later?
No, it probably would have been, within 24 hours or so.
Okay, within 24 hours of your involvement.
Correct.
Okay,
yes.
that's what I was trying to get to.
Okay,
Thank
I
you for that.
apologize.
My bad.
No.
Bad questioning on my part. So within 24 hours of your involvement, which would have been, your involvement was the early morning hours of January 29th.
That's correct.
Correct? Within 24 hours of that, you knew Brian Higgins was somehow tangentially involved or collaterally involved as a potential witness, if nothing else.
I'm not sure he was a witness to anything. I was aware that he attended the house at 34 Fairview after they left the bar.
Right. And you said, well, I'm
That
not
makes
sure he was a witness to anything. The one way to figure out whether or not someone is a witness to anything is to actually formally interview them, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Which you did not do.
We were removed from the investigation before I found out Brian Higgins was involved.
Okay, so you were
So
removed.
I wouldn't be interviewing him.
You were removed, and then it was within a few hours of that you realized that Brian Higgins was somehow involved.
Not a few hours. No, I said it was within 24 hours probably.
Okay.
Mhm.
Kids
Mhm.
and debutantes.
You're aware that Mr. Higgins not only had a office at Canton PD, he also had a key card for Canton PD.
Yes, he did.
Explain for the jurors what a key card or an access card at Canton PD means. What is that? What is a key card for Canton PD?
What's it get you?
So it's a secure building. I think we've all seen it. You have the square boxes with the red light. The key card allows you access into the building. And depending upon your rank, you have different rights. Each individual has different rights to enter different areas.
I call those privileges.
You had, for instance, being a top level Canton lieutenant, you had a key card that was probably the functional equivalent of a master key card. You could get in pretty much any place you wanted.
Absolutely not.
Okay, where could you go?
It's easier if I say where I can't go.
That probably is easier.
Would that
Yeah.
be work?
Explain that.
So I can't go to the armory, which is where weapons are kept and ammunition is kept, and I can't go into permanent evidence.
Okay. You're aware that Brian Higgins had a key card,
Yes, I am.
and that access card gave him access to pretty much, with the exception of the armory, possibly the evidence room, and what was the other
That was
location?
it.
I think that's what I said, the evidence room
Okay.
and the armory.
With the exception of those, you're aware that Brian Higgins' key card gave him access basically to the entirety of the Canton Police Department?
Well, so I want to specify, I don't specifically know what Brian Higgins had rights to, but there are also parts of our department that are secured by key locks that he wouldn't have access to, and I don't have access to as well, offices and things of that nature.
I want to focus your attention on the Sally Port, if I
Okay.
could. You can enter the Sally Port, which is a fancy name for a garage, correct?
It certainly is, yes.
Okay. You can enter that from the outside, meaning out in the elements. You come from a parking lot adjacent to or that services the Sally Port. You can enter from there, correct?
Yes, there's one pedestrian door on the main entrance side, and it's for location purposes. It's right beside the garage door that's marked number 4.
And the garage door is one of those big roll-up, industrial-style roll-up doors that comes up and down.
That is correct.
And then you can also enter the Sally Port from inside Canton PD, correct?
There are 2 locations you can enter the Sally Port from inside, yes.
And Brian Higgins' key card gave him access to both of those locations, the pedestrian portal going into the Sally Port from outside, as well as the pedestrian portal from inside Canton PD.
That would be correct.
Okay. Speaking of the Sally Port, you were, if not the person, one of the people who let Massachusetts State Police into the Sally Port on February 1st, 2022 to process the black SUV, correct? The Lexus.
I'm not sure if I was the one that gave them access, but like I said, I've testified to. I certainly would have.
Okay. That SUV had actually arrived on January 29th, 2022, 3 days earlier. Is that right?
I believe so, sometime after 5 or 6. I'm
So
not
it
sure of
was
the time.
in the Sally Port from January 29th all the way to February 1st, at least to your knowledge, for 3 full days in the Sally Port, correct?
2.5 to 3, yes.
Okay. From the time it arrived at Canton PD until it was processed out and moved out of the Sally Port, how many people would have had physical access to that SUV?
Everybody that possessed a key card.
And that's basically everybody at Canton
Everybody.
PD, that is a sworn officer, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Everybody.
I'm not sure of civilians. What civilian?
But do y'all have non-sworn civilians that
We don't.
share things?
No, we do not. Well, we do, but I'm not sure whether they would have access, what their access is.
So at least the entirety of the police department, the sworn police department, correct?
The uniformed police, yes.
As well as Brian Higgins, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you.
And that guy.
Oh, by the way, can I go back to something?
Sure.
When you were at 34 Fairview, when you walked in with Sergeant Lank, you walked in through the side door or the main door?
Side door.
Side door into the family room, correct?
I believe it's a family room, yes.
Walked into the kitchen, correct?
I was by the kitchen.
Adjacent to the
Yep.
kitchen. Did you see a dog?
I did not.
Did you hear a dog scratching at a door or whining or barking? Ask more. Ask more.
He should have.
Speaking of the Sally Port, I want to move back to the Sally
Might have
Port. I
been
apologize
scared.
about bouncing around a little bit.
Perfectly fine.
Moving back to
Me
the
too.
Sally Port, you indicated that basically all the uniformed officers, every single uniformed officer at Canton PD would have had access to that Sally Port, as well as Brian Higgins. They also would have had access to everything inside the Sally Port, whatever was left there.
Yes.
The SUV and other stuff, for lack of a better technical phrase, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you photograph or did you cause to be photographed the SUV when it arrived on January 29th in your Sally Port?
We had been recused at that point, and I wasn't working when the vehicle arrived. So
I thought you said that you were recused only from doing interviews.
from doing investigative interviews, but I wasn't present when I wasn't working when the vehicle came in.
Okay. So you could have taken photographs of the vehicle had you wanted to, or caused someone to do that had you?
If
I
you were
had
there.
no idea that vehicle was coming to Canton PD, sir.
Okay. Once you got to, as the lieutenant in charge at the scene, was it important to you to know that a seminal piece of evidence had been moved into the custody and control of Canton PD?
It wasn't important to me. It's the state police investigation.
Even though it was on your property, in your Sally port, with access through your key cards?
That's up to my chief. That's not up to me.
I see. To your knowledge, let me just ask it this way. To your knowledge, did anybody seek to photograph the vehicle when it arrived at Canton PD on January 29th, 2022, to your knowledge?
I have no personal knowledge of that.
Have you ever seen a photograph of that vehicle that was taken by someone in law enforcement on January 29th? I'm going to give you 3 days. January 29th, January 30th, January 31st, 30th or February 1st.
I have seen photographs. I'm not sure what days they were taken. The photos were taken.
You have not seen a photograph that was taken on January 29th, however, have you?
I've never seen anything dated January 29th.
You've never seen a photo, and I'm going to go through this a little bit more. You've never seen a photograph that was taken on January 30th, have you?
Yeah, I have never seen any photographs with any dates on them,
Okay.
I believe.
Do you think that would have been you were at the time the head of detectives, correct?
No, that's not correct.
You were not, you had already moved from that spot?
I had,
In January of 2022, I may be wrong. I
Lieutenant.
thought
You are right.
as the
It's,
lieutenant, you were also the head of detectives.
no, that was Lieutenant Kelleher at the time. I know you keep, it's a mix up. So we've had promotions since January 29th, and I think that's where the mix up might be.
So he was a
when you
lieutenant at the
refer to
time.
Deputy Chief Kelleher, he was actually Lieutenant Kelleher, and he was in charge of detectives at that time.
At some point, had you been in charge of detectives?
I became in charge of detectives in June of 2022.
June of 2022.
Yeah, approximately 6 months later.
Understood. You had been a detective previously, however.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
As a detective, do you believe that it would have been important to photograph, had you had your druthers to do it, it would have been important to photograph that vehicle when it came in so that it could be memorialized and documented the exact condition that vehicle came in on January 29th, 2022.
So this is important to know that unfortunately John O'Keefe was deceased at this time. Once John O'Keefe becomes deceased, it becomes
A death.
the state police's investigation, the Norfolk County District Attorney CPAC investigation. That's why it is not our investigation. It's up to the investigating agency to make those decisions.
Even something as uninvasive as taking photographs.
Yes.
Okay.
Then why were y'all doing shit? Setting up interviews.
You would agree, as a former detective and former head of detectives, that there are protocols for securing evidence of all types, correct?
Correct.
Those protocols dictate that not only is evidence properly secured, once it's seized, it needs to be properly secured, and it needs to be separated from other evidence to avoid something known as cross-contamination, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that that is paramount in evidence handling in any investigation, correct?
Yes.
And that's because once evidence is cross-contaminated, its integrity basically collapses, right?
What do you mean contaminated?
It's especially true of biological material, is that right?
No, it's
yes.
very hardy.
Because biological material, and
Very
like
hardy.
a shovel, the biological material on the shovel becomes hyper sensitive. It's hyper important. It can be cross-contaminated with other items.
Sure.
It can tell an incorrect story, correct?
Yes.
It could tell, if there's cross-contamination, it could tell a false story.
It's been done. Yes.
That's hardy.
And
Hardy
DNA,
stuff.
obviously, we're talking about biological material. The most sensitive of all the biological material
It's
is
hardy.
DNA evidence, right?
What do you
It's
mean?
hardy.
So
Look at his
might
dumbfounded,
take
stupid face.
some effort to move saliva from one item to another takes almost no effort to move DNA from one item to another and to detect it. You understand what I'm saying? The sensitivity of the detection.
Obtuse.
No, I don't understand what you're saying.
Wow.
You understand that I could touch this podium and you might not get my fingerprint off of it.
Correct.
Might not, correct?
Might not.
What do you think about getting my DNA off that podium that I
Yes.
just touched? You're absolutely going to get it, right?
Yes,
That's what I mean by sensitivity.
Okay.
You would agree that DNA is hypersensitive.
I would agree that DNA is better than fingerprints. Yes.
That's
Um,
not. Oh,
Yeah.
I'd like you to take a look at a
And
series
DNA
of
is hardy.
photographs.
Very hardy.
If you could.
Yeah.
he is one of two. Jag off. I know, Charlotte.
There are 4 photographs, Scallagher, that I'd like you to look at briefly and familiarize yourself with if you can.
I mean, Beaker wears glasses, right? Because that's when he gets super Beaker.
No, Beaker
Oh,
does
he
not have
doesn't?
glasses. I pulled up a fabulous Beaker thing. I was trying to figure out a way to put it
Mr.
I'm all
Scallagher, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
so spot
I do.
on.
How do you recognize what's depicted in each one of those?
I
There's
guess he's
4 of
just-
them in front of you. Just generally, how do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Generally, I know this is the exchange of custody from the Canton Police to Massachusetts State Police.
Are those taken inside the Sally Port, to your knowledge?
They are, yes.
Some of those photographs include the SUV,
One SUV picture, yes.
and some of those photographs include the blood evidence that you've earlier described, the solo cups, the Stop and Shop bag. correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Their approach?
Yes.
Man, they better be
Gentlemen,
ready
Commissioner, I'd
to
like to have these
combat this
marked as next
inverted.
in order.
The camera had been inverted
No
for some
objection,
time.
thank
thing.
you.
Oh my God. Look at him. Does he always sit around like that with this frowny, parsed lips? Pierced lips? What the hell? Why can't I talk anymore? Parsing his frowny lips? Piercing his parsing lips?
Pursing his lips.
Publisher,
Parsing.
Okay.
I'd like to start with what's been marked as 54. It shows a license plate. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, based on the location, the vehicle, the broken taillight, I believe that's Miss Reed's vehicle.
And do you know when this photograph was taken?
I do not.
Do you believe it was taken between January 29th and February 1st?
Yes.
But you don't know when it was taken.
No, I don't have personal knowledge, no.
I just want to draw your attention very briefly, just to orient us to this area on the bottom right-hand corner. Do you see that, what looks like a white rag on the ground?
Yes, based on the pictures, I think it might be a paper towel, but yes.
Okay. If we could look at the next photograph, which is 55, looks like a
The
paper bag.
mysterious paper towel. Bum, bum, bum.
Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes,
What is that?
that's the Stop and Shop bag that contained the 6 samples.
Do you see the rag
What
in
the
that photograph
fuck?
as well?
Yeah, we
Oh,
call it
God.
agree to call it a rag or
You think
paper
it's a
towel.
paper towel?
I'm not sure. It looks like a paper towel on the picture in the pictures, but
Why
it's
is
a
the
white
bag
object. Yes.
open?
For all I care, it's the white
What's
thing.
some
That's
sort
yes.
of application?
All right.
Babe,
And you
pause
see
it.
that's next to a tire just at the top.
Or just because you get to rewind because I'm talking over it. But yeah, the bag, it's open there. It's open there, Lou. And there's a little application brush next to it.
I mean,
I'm not sure that I agree with you 100% on your police work there, Lou.
Oh God.
all right, I'll move it back.
Rewind it because I was
top of
talking
the
over
picture.
it. And this is
You
this
see
is
in the
good
polar
shit
bag?
right here.
That.
Okay,
That's
there
the
you go.
Stop and Shop.
Depicted in this photograph.
Yes,
What is
Okay.
that?
that's the Stop and Shop bag that contained the 6 samples.
Do you see the rag in that photograph as well?
Yeah, we could call it agree to
tip's
call it a
red.
rag or
No, I'm
Do you
just
think
paper
it's a
towel.
paper towel?
I'm not sure. It looks like a paper towel on the picture in the pictures, but it's a white object. Yes.
For all I care, it's the white thing. That's
Yes.
fine. All right. And do you see that that's next to a tire just at the top of the picture? Just for
Yeah,
orientation purposes.
Yeah, it appears to be 18 to 2 feet, 18 inches to 24 inches behind the tire. Yes.
Okay. And that, of course, is the tire of the SUV.
Yes, I would think
So
so.
that would be the right rear of the SUV, just a few
can you
inches
remind
from
us
this bag, correct?
what's in that there's bag?
It would be a couple of feet from the bag, yes.
Okay. If we could take a look at the next photograph. This is Exhibit 56 for the record. What's depicted inside the bag?
The red Solo cups.
And you still see the rag in the photograph.
I sure do, yes.
So the SUV would be right here, correct? At the top of the left.
Well, I can't see the top of it. It would be, it's nearby, yes.
Okay. And it's not just nearby, it's the right rear of the SUV that's nearby, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I guess
And
that's
one
why I
final
was hoping they were about to take a picture. Maybe that's not as suspicious.
This is Exhibit 57 for the record. What is inside that? What's depicted inside that bag?
The red Solo cups with coagulated blood.
That's
And-
suspicious.
These are the only, we can have the lights, please. And so if you take that down.
Nobody's
And that
gonna know.
application brush that we
These are the
saw,
only
I'd
photographs
call it an application brush.
that we have or that you've ever seen of those red Solo cups, that Stop and Shop bag, and the biological material in those red Solo cups.
The only ones I have seen, yes.
And those photographs that you see are within 2.5 feet
Pause it a sec, babe.
from the right rear of that SUV, correct?
Approximately, yes.
And we're going to bloop back. But I'd just like to know, is the temporary evidence lab in the frickin' Sallyport? What I don't get is if that was the transfer of evidence from Canton to the criminalist, why did she take it out to the Sallyport to open it up and photograph it? Look, Bob doesn't know. Bob's on the X.
I was on the X. I was making an X.
But can you
Oh.
answer that for me?
What was your question?
He said that it went into a refrigerated locker in the temporary evidence
Mhm.
or a refrigerator. So are
Solo
you
cup
telling
with,
me,
the blood?
yeah, that
Yeah.
their temporary their temporary evidence is in the Sallyport? Tiff Knox says that's what was said yesterday.
I mean, that's
In the
where
Sallyport?
that's where they spread out all of Gacy's garbage in their salad.
Well, that makes sense. It's garbage. Gonna
Well,
put
but
it in the
was
garage.
potential evidence. It was Gacy's garbage from inside his house.
All right.
That's
So
where they
I'm
claim
just,
they found the photo receipt.
all right. Well, everyone's saying that, yeah, they get the impression that the refrigerator is in the damn Sallyport.
All right, let's go.
Of those red Solo
I
cups,
blooped it
that
back.
Stop and Shop bag, and the biological material in those red Solo cups.
The only ones I have seen, yes.
And those photographs that you see are within 2.5 feet from the right rear of that SUV, correct?
Approximately, yes.
And the right rear of that SUV houses the taillight material, correct? The taillight
The
area.
tail light area, yes.
The cups were not sealed, correct?
The cups were not sealed.
The bag was not sealed, was it?
As far as I know, what do you mean by sealed?
Yesterday, you brought a box in. You remember that?
Yes,
That box had tape on it.
that's correct.
What color was the tape?
Red.
Why is the tape red?
It can be red. It can be blue. I mean,
Okay, why is it
evidence
colored?
tape, there's different colors.
Normally, in your experience, red evidence tape is used to formally seal evidence bags or evidence containers, correct?
Yes,
That's because it highlights to the eye a visual cue. Hey, that's important. It's been sealed. It's got bright red tape on it, correct?
correct.
Oftentimes, that tape has additional information on it as well, correct?
You could have initials on it of who put the tape on, yes.
Right. In other words, it might say evidence, correct? Might be pre-printed with
Pre-printed, yes, correct,
and it may have a place for initials to be.
correct.
And one of the reasons that you initial it is because of that. If someone takes a razor blade and cuts through, or a knife and cuts through that tape, those initials are cut through. It has to be retaped and reinitialed, correct?
That is correct.
That is a basic protocol for chain of custody, is it not?
Yes,
And that's to maintain the care, custody, and control and the integrity over the items and the items inside the evidence container, whatever they may be.
that's correct.
Whether they are biological material, physical items of evidence, a document, whatever.
Correct.
None of that was done with what we just saw, correct?
Correct.
We've agreed already that the blood was stored in non-sterile solo cups, correct?
Correct.
We've agreed that those cups were not sealed. The cups themselves were not sealed. There was no cap. There was no plastic, plasticine, saran wrap, nothing put over the cups, correct?
That is correct.
So they were open.
Yes,
They were not in an evidence bag. They were in a grocery bag, correct?
they were. Yes.
Yesterday on direct examination, it may have been on cross-examination, Mr. Gallagher, I don't remember. You said, I have no idea where Sergeant Lang got that grocery bag, correct?
I don't know where the bag came from, no.
Could have come out of his back of his car seat, correct?
I'm assuming it came out of one of the cars, yes.
No idea what had been in that bag previous to those cups with blood being in the bag,
I have
correct?
no personal knowledge of that.
And obviously that bag, it goes without saying, is not a forensically sterile item either, correct?
Most bags are not sterilized.
And not only the cups were not sealed, the bag that the cups were in was not sealed.
They were only closed, correct.
It was folded. It was like bag folded over. That's closed.
You will agree that having unsealed and unsecured biological material, specifically blood material,
Samantha?
situated right next to the right rear quarter panel of that SUV would not be within normal protocols for securing evidence, correct?
This was in the hands of a criminalist. It was an exchange of custody. I don't have any issue with it.
You don't know,
Got no problem with
you have
it.
no personal knowledge of where that bag had been or where the cups had been previous to that photograph being taken.
Correct.
You will agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood right next to the right rear of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination, wouldn't you?
Not in the hands of a trained criminalist, I wouldn't know.
Oh,
Well,
gosh,
generally
no.
speaking, there were other people there that weren't the trained criminalists, right?
There was a photographer who took the pictures,
Who's not a trained criminalist.
correct. But the cups weren't in his hands. It was in the criminalist's hands. Those are the
Were you there, buddy?
criminalist's hands you see gloved in that photo.
That's not my question. My question is, there was unsealed blood and in an unsealed bag for how much time you don't know, sitting right there by the right rear of that SUV, correct?
No, I do know,
How do you know?
because I'm the one that brought the bag with the criminalist to that area. They photographed it, documented it, and then they transferred it to their plastic containers.
And before you grab that bag, you don't know where that bag had been for 3 days hence, 3 days before.
I know it had been in the temporary evidence room in a refrigerator.
You actually
Temporary
never
evidence
saw
room.
it in the temporary evidence room in the refrigerator until February 1st, did you?
I don't recall.
So you don't know where that bag had been. You don't know who had handled those cups before you pulled them out of that temporary evidence locker, correct?
I have no personal knowledge if anybody else, I have no personal knowledge. I took them out of the refrigerator. That's all I can testify to.
Do you remember us talking about this about a year ago?
Yes,
And I asked you, would you agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood next to the right rear portion of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination? I asked you that question.
you did.
And you said, if I can speak to this incident alone, and I asked, that's a yes or no question.
That is
Do
correct.
you remember that?
Yes,
And you said, well, it's not a yes or no, but for your purposes, I would say yes.
correct.
So it is, at least in your mind, a recipe for potential cross-contamination, correct?
Not in this particular situation, which was clarified later on.
Although you did say yes in answer
Hypothetically,
to my
anything,
question.
hypothetically, anything is possible, yes.
That's weird.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Brennan?
May I?
Right ahead, yes.
Lieutenant Gallagher, you mentioned that one of your colleagues who lived on Fairview Road had an owl camera.
All right.
Had an Arlo camera, yes.
That day or that morning when you went to Fairview and looked around where Mr. O'Keefe's, where you were directed Mr. O'Keefe's body was, were you aware that that gentleman had a camera?
Yes,
You shared with us that you had familiarity with the angle of that camera. Do you have any information whatsoever that he or anybody on his behalf used a phone to change the camera angle?
no, I don't.
Do you know if that camera could even reach the street if you wanted to?
I'm not sure.
Do you have any
Boom.
information that there are applications or different things you can do to the camera to move it remotely? Is there any evidence or information you have?
No,
When you decided not to ask him about the camera, was that based on anything other than your already familiarity and knowledge of the angle that camera was set?
no,
At any time he's ever shown you, you've ever seen clips from that camera, were they
Anytime.
consistently showing the same area or did it change over time?
Right.
Allow it.
they were the same.
Oh,
In
you
your
saw
mind,
this
why
guy's just
didn't
walking
you
around showing him pictures
go
of his
seek
Arlo camera
footage
settings.
from that camera?
In my mind,
Yes.
because I knew it wouldn't have captured anything,
What happened?
activated cameras,
Oh.
and he didn't have them on the street because it's a busy street and the batteries would die in them, and who knows, very quickly if they captured the street.
You said that's a very busy street. Are you familiar with Fairview Road?
Yes,
Is that a road? Is that a public road?
it's a public way in the town of Canton, yes.
As a public way in the town of Canton, do you know who operates and cleans and monitors that road? Who's responsible for that?
Yes, the Department of Public Works for the town of Canton.
You were asked about a claim of a fight. Did any witness ever suggest to you that Mr. O'Keefe had been in a fight?
No,
When you first learned about Mr. O'Keefe, did you get a
Which
chance
one?
to
Put it
actually
back up.
look at his body?
no, I did not.
Did you get a chance to look at his wounds?
No, I did not.
Did you get a chance to examine his clothing and whether there was any trace evidence left behind?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not.
Early in an investigation, when investigators have no information, is it common to speculate?
Yes,
Yes, he said,
Um,
because they
What
were
is the natural
speculating.
process for an investigator when you start upon a situation and know nothing about what happened?
in this particular case, we came up with scenarios that possibly could have brought John to that spot. And we were focused on trying to find out and hopefully getting to the hospital. Hopefully the can't fight department in the hospital would save his life and he could tell us how he got to where he was.
Was that anything beyond the surmise or speculation of detectives, or did that information come from a witness?
No, that was us. I guess you would call it spitballing on possibilities.
Did you ever come across a witness that said that this was, or Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were the result of a fight?
No, we did not.
If we could play Exhibit 51, please. I want to ask you some questions about the area you searched where you were directed Mr. O'Keefe was. Stop it there, please, Ms. Gilman. You did not see exactly where John O'Keefe was when he was found?
No, I did not.
Who directed you to this area?
I was directed twice, first by Sergeant Good and then by Sergeant Lang, Detective Sergeant Lang.
You shared with us yesterday you were looking in that area where you thought John O'Keefe was found.
Correct.
You asked questions about a berm. Is that the separation between the street and the yard?
Yes, it is.
Did you clear off a piece of that berm?
We did.
And the reason was?
We wanted to see what was there. We didn't know what was there.
Did you do a search from the flagpole all the way to the street?
No,
Did you do a search of that flagpole across the front yard?
no,
Did you do a search from that flagpole all across the berm, all the way down the line?
no. It was approximately 15 to 18 inches
And why such a limited search?
because we had no other reason than it was a medical call at this time.
Did you see snow in other parts of the yard?
Yes, the entire yard was covered.
And other than Officer Lang's footprints across the front of the yard, no other footprints?
There were no other footprints.
Any other visible signs that anything was moved or dragged across that side or front lawn?
No, not at all.
Any doggy prints in the snow?
No, not at all.
You were asked whether you sought a search warrant. Is there a difference between a witness and an eyewitness?
Yes,
You were asked questions about people in the home and they were characterized as witnesses. Did you have any information that anybody inside that home was a witness to what happened to Mr. O'Keefe?
no,
Did you have any information when you made these decisions about search warrants? Did you have any information from anybody, anywhere, that Mr. O'Keefe ever stepped 1 foot inside that home?
I'm going to allow it. Briefly, can we turn the lights on, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, please. Take that down. Thank you.
We should have a little blooping. Bloop, 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 bloop. Oh yeah, we got some blooping. Bloop, 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 bloop. Look at that. Look at that.
May I?
Yes.
As a lifelong law enforcement officer, have you obtained search warrants before?
yes,
Have you obtained search warrants for homes?
yes, many times.
Is there a certain requirement before you obtain a search warrant for a home?
Yes, critical legal standards, yes.
And what is that?
Probable cause.
And for us, what does that mean, probable cause?
So probable cause is a reasonable belief that a crime has been committed or evidence of a crime can be found in a specific location.
Can you obtain a search warrant if you do not have a reasonable belief that evidence exists somewhere?
No, you cannot.
Is there a process in getting a search warrant? Can you just walk in a home and say, I have a search warrant, or do you have to do something?
You have to write an affidavit in good faith, swearing before the court that all your information is accurate and truthful, and present the facts, circumstances, witness statements that would make you believe that there was a reason to violate your Fourth Amendment constitutional right.
When you walked into Fairview that morning with Sergeant Lang, did you have a search warrant?
No, I did not.
Did you have any reason to get a search warrant?
No reason at all.
When you walked in, were you invited?
Yes,
Did anybody prevent you from coming in?
no, not
Did
at all.
anybody ever ask you to leave?
No, not at all.
When you spoke to Mr. Albert, did he ever discontinue or end the conversation?
No.
Oh, so a cop didn't
Were you
act,
doing any
he didn't act
favors for anybody
overtly
that morning?
suspicious?
No, of course not.
If you had probable cause to search anywhere that morning, would you have?
Absolutely.
You were asked questions about memorializing your efforts when you were in the area of Mr. O'Keefe's body. And you were asked about written reports. Are there other ways to memorialize efforts other than writing a report?
Yes,
You videotaped, or you had Sergeant Good videotape your search?
that is correct.
Who told him to do that?
I did,
Why did you tell him to do that?
because I want it, in case it ever became an issue, I wasn't familiar with it being used before. I wanted people to understand how effective it was.
Do you know whether or not the police cars have dash cams?
They do, yes.
Do you know if any of the police cars had dash cams that day?
3 of them did, yes.
You mentioned that at some point you learned that Mr. O'Keefe had passed.
I'm not sure when we found that out, but yes.
Is there a statute or a rule when there is a death, whether a local county keeps the case or it needs to be transferred?
It's transferred, yes.
Is there a rule or is that a policy of the Canton Police Department?
It's a rule.
Man, the recross better be fire on this
You were
street.
asked about a Lexus in the Sallyport.
Correct.
Do you know exactly what time that a Lexus was brought to the Sally Port?
I don't have any personal knowledge of that.
You asked about a broken taillight. Have or had you reviewed any of the dash cams from the Canton Police Department that day?
Not that day, no.
Now he's going to talk about inverted videos.
You were asked about cross-contamination with the
Oh,
cups.
no, guess not.
When you brought the cups to the criminalist, where did you give them to him or her?
I carried them down to, we walked together, I carried them down to the Sally Port.
Did you see anybody using a white rag or a paper towel to dip it in to any
No.
of the cups?
No.
Did you see anybody shaking the cups or splashing?
No, they were handled very carefully.
Sustained is.
Did you see anything that would cause you concern that there was some type of purposeful or inadvertent contamination or transfer?
Absolutely not.
And you've been trained.
Yes.
Did you
I've been
see
trained.
anything during that time that caused you any concern about the potential corruption of evidence?
No, I had complete faith in the criminalist.
We're not talking about the criminalist, asshole.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
There is a box for identification that has a glass in it. I'd like to make that into evidence.
Tell him, babe.
This redirect is insane.
do it later.
Like I was like, Bob's not pausing
Is there
and
any
yelling. I'm
objections?
yelling at my
Mr.
phone.
Jackson,
while I
any
was watching
objection
it.
to,
Yeah, just
Yeah, all kinds of objections. The man who you were just
all
having
right, so we can put it in
small
at any
talk
time
with,
then? And
didn't
then
ask
when
you to
Mr.
leave?
McDermott comes back.
Thank you. The glass that you showed the jury yesterday, when you showed it to us yesterday, did it look any differently than when you recovered it from the ground where you were looking that morning?
No.
Did you have any information that that glass came from inside Fairview Road?
No.
Do you know where that glass came from?
I have no personal knowledge where that glass came from.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Very briefly, Your Honor, you indicated that you were spitballing,
Mm-hmm.
to use your word, correct?
Correct.
Trying to figure out what happened.
Correct.
That's the job of an investigator, correct?
That is correct.
You
Yes,
don't
sir.
just take witnesses' words for things, do you?
That is correct.
You have to corroborate things.
Yes.
Lining
You have
him
to
up.
look deeper,
Yes,
ask more questions,
absolutely.
actually investigate.
That's why we're here today.
You don't rule out anything or anyone
We
right
didn't-
off the bat, correct?
Correct. and we
No
did not.
one is ruled out. Nothing is ruled out,
That is
correct?
correct.
You
Yes,
follow where the evidence leads you, period, amen.
absolutely.
You didn't seek to separate the occupants at 34 Fairview, correct?
No.
You didn't interview Brian Albert formally, did you?
I did not know.
You were asked by Mr. Brennan, did he ever end the conversation precipitously? Did he end it earlier?
Right.
Anything
We're
like
having
that?
a
He
casual
didn't
chat.
he didn't end any interview because he wasn't interviewed, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't interview Brian Higgins.
That is correct.
You wouldn't interview Brian Higgins because he's your personal friend, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't have anybody else interview him either, did you?
Again, we're talking, I think we've gone over this and maybe you didn't understand it. I didn't know Brian Higgins was at the house at that time.
Because you didn't ask anybody else who was at the house at that time.
I wasn't talking to anybody at that house, correct?
Might have been a good idea, wouldn't it?
Not at that time. We were there for one specific reason. We wanted to get to the hospital. So no.
Might have been a
I
good
disagree.
idea to sit
Hospital?
Mr. Albert down and say, there, you're shaking your head again. I'm not done with my question. Might have been a good idea, Mr. Gallagher, since you happen to be there, no sweat off your brow, to sit Mr. Albert down and say, by the way, I got a pen and a paper. Who was here last night, just before John O'Keefe was found dead on your lawn? Who was here? Might have been a good idea, correct?
So that was already done by Detective Sergeant Lank, and it was documented in his report of everybody of what Mr. Jackson is asking.
Then
You
how
didn't know
did you
that
two
at
not
the time.
know that Brian
Right.
Higgins was there?
Right. Jag off.
I don't know where.
Oh,
I'm confused. At what time?
Right.
At what time?
Exactly.
At what time?
exactly.
When John O'Keefe arrived
Okay.
34 Fairview,
Oh,
after midnight on January 29th, 2022.
So when I discovered Brian Higgins was there, wasn't until I read the report.
If you were standing in the house, Sergeant Blank, who you just told these jurors, knew that Brian Higgins and everybody else was there.
He had obtained the names. He hadn't written the report yet.
And hadn't told his boss,
How did you know?
I don't recall.
even though you two went together to interview yet another witness.
That's correct. There was a very fast-moving scene and pace. That is correct.
Very fast-paced conversation with McCabe.
oh
This-
my God.
This guy.
While you were spitballing, you also didn't secure the camera footage that we've talked about, the Arlo footage.
Yes, that's correct.
You also didn't formally search the house, correct?
Absolutely
We
correct.
just talked about that. You didn't seek consent by Brian, pardon me, by Brian Albert to search the house, correct?
That's correct.
You also didn't seek a search warrant. You talked about that, correct?
Correct.
You don't get punished or in trouble if you seek a search warrant and a judge who has to sign the search warrant. Normal citizens can't do that. It requires a judge's signature. You don't get in trouble or get spanked or get slapped or get fined if you seek a search warrant that is denied, correct?
In this particular situation, I would need to articulate facts, certain circumstances, and witness statements. What I had was nobody could put John O'Keefe in the house, including Miss Reed, and that we had a glass where they were coming from a bar, and I had 3 separate
You didn't
police
know that
officers,
yet.
including myself, that had been in that house on 3 separate occasions
Jeez, Alan.
and saw nothing amiss. I have a good faith obligation to present the truth to a judge. And if I don't, I can be found, end up on a Brady list or a Giglio list, as you know. And my right
put you on
to, my
one right
credibility to testify in my career is basically over. So yes, you can get in trouble.
You're talking about lying in an affidavit, sir.
I'm talking about misleading.
Correct.
I would have to twist circumstances to have the right to
How about we lay 'em
search
out
Brian
for
Albert's
you?
house. We had no reason, and there's been no reason since.
How about
All right,
this? How about
Alan,
this?
do it.
There's a dead guy on the lawn that looked like he potentially could have been in a physical altercation. How about that? Might that be of some concern to go inside the house and see if there was a struggle that started in the house? Yes or no?
There's still no evidence to go into the house.
You're the
All
guy
right.
that's out on the lawn with no coat on. You
There
think
you
the coat might be inside the house? That might be a reasonable assumption? Yes or no?
No,
You got a guy outside
What about a
with
shoe?
no shoe on. You think the shoe might be inside the house? That might be a reasonable assumption?
I never saw Mr. O'Keefe. I wasn't aware that he
Because you
didn't
didn't
have the
seek
shoes.
to find out the details. Other people knew every single fact that I just suggested at the time you walked in the house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
What?
The fact is you didn't seek a search warrant.
I wouldn't. Correct.
The fact is you never searched the house.
That's correct.
The fact is you never searched the basement.
That's correct.
The fact is you never searched the garage.
That's correct.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Have you ever learned one fact that would have justified searching that house?
Not to this day.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to form, and you can put the glass in right now, Mr. Vernon.
Thank you. Move that
I
into
think
evidence,
he
please.
opened the door, just kicked it open for the defense's police expert.
100%.
You're all set, sir.
Thank you.
I think he opened the door halfway
Next
through
witness,
this
Mr. Brennan.
off today.
Like
Yeah.
to play clip 18, please.
Well, most assuredly with that,
The only reason that Hank Brennan allowed this guy to sit there like that and say that shit is because she denied the defense from putting their expert on to say what a real investigation should look like, what standard operating procedures actually are. That's the only reason he allowed him to get up there and look like a fucking moron. It's crazy to me. I mean, they need to rebring that
they
motion.
need to rebring it. They need to say the door was open.
Wow. I mean, look, as far as I'm concerned, the tweet that I was writing, this guy is the only cop on the planet that doesn't think that getting video from everywhere that's surrounding a potential crime scene would be helpful in an investigation. Literally, there is no other cop on the planet that would get on the stand and say, nah, I don't know.
Wait. When you say video, what do you mean?
This is
I'm
all
confused.
like the jury has to be sitting there thinking, like, because that's just common sense in the world that we live in. How like critical video evidence is, because we're all caught on camera all the time. There's barely a corner of the earth where you can hide and get away with shit where you're not caught on some kind of camera somewhere. For this guy to get on the stand, if everything that he said wasn't completely discounted at the moment that he said that, I can't help this jury. I have to believe the jury's gonna be sitting there saying, like, what the fuck? Because you know what the bigger point is? It could have helped prove their case. It could have helped prove their case. Because what happens if the video showed Karen plowing over John or pirouetting him? Then their case is got direct evidence of it. It's over. The fact that they didn't do it, that this guy specifically didn't do it, had to absolutely destroy his credibility with the jury. It had to.
I would hope so. And as Jason McClellan mentions, he could have asked permission to search the house. And he points out defense cross is like pulling teeth. If witnesses said can't recall, we would be done.
You always ask for a consent search.
They
Always.
drink their water like it's vodka.
It's the first thing you do is you ask, hey, can we search the car? Can we search the house? You're asking for a consent search always. That's like default mode for any good cop.
Anything but average Joe. Thanks for your generosity. Can we take a shot every time this guy says absolutely not?
You guys would have all been hospitalized if we
Absolutely
would
not
shot. You'd be in a fugue state if you had to take a shot every time that guy said absolutely not. So are we on the morning break?
No, we're on a sidebar. Why isn't OnlyFans spinning?
All right.
Oh boy.
We had blooping.
But-
Blooping. Well, they said all rise. They let the jury go out.
Jim says girlfriend kept saying what's wrong with his face yesterday and tried to do it. It was like, this is uncomfortable. She's Team Allie. Yeah.
Well, I can't remember who made the beaker call, but on my tweet, I completely pimped that and used it. So, because it was spot on. Spot on.
All right.
That
Frankie's
frowning
fine.
face.
Today's her birthday.
Whose birthday?
Happy birthday to ya.
Happy birthday to you.
I was a Mother's Day gift.
Happy birthday, Frankie's.
Yeah, she was a Mother's Day gift. That's sweet.
That is sweet. That is very, very sweet. Yeah, I think we are on the morning break.
Are you sure the fan's not spinning? Click.
I'm live.
The play button is playing.
Yes.
Well, what's OnlyFan? OnlyFan injured? Taking a break?
OnlyFan. You can see the chain on OnlyFans slightly moving.
Oh yeah.
That's suspicious.
Oh,
That's
I
suspicious.
hope she's okay. She needed a rest.
She was tired. It's been a
Oh.
long day of fanning.
EH wants to send us a candle maker. I mean, she is a candle maker. She wants to send us a candle.
Oh my God. Oh
Bob
my
loves candles
God.
more than me.
like-
I mean, the man loves a candle.
I love a kid. I'm probably the only dude that's in Yankee Candle for I drop a lot of money in Yankee Candle. I love me candles. I love the good smells. I love the good smells. Makes my life better. It's a life enhancement.
So you'll have
I
to
would
figure
love
out a
that,
way
DH.
to let DH know.
DH.
Little Miss Velvet says, love this channel. Allie, my ball is on its way. Keep up the great work.
Wait, nobody uses Yankee Candle anymore. Why? Tell me, why doesn't anybody use Yankee Candle? I love Yankee Candle. They've got great smells.
No one uses Yankee Candle anymore, babe.
Well,
You're out of the loop.
I'm going to tell you right now, it is overpriced, but they have like so many twofers.
Yeah, he goes with the coupon.
Yeah,
The
I
man
always
goes with
go with
the coupon.
coupons. It's BOGO time over there, or they'll drop the price down.
Thanks, Jesse.
They have,
Jane.
oh, thank you, Megan. Megan knows. Yankee Candle's delightful. Delightful.
Oh, look. Oh,
What?
she's starting to move again. The hell's happening over there?
It's alive!
You guys better take care of your fans over at Canton. Gonna have a lot of people really falling apart.
No, they've got a standalone Yankee Candle over at the Geneva Commons that I try not to go into a mall if I can avoid it.
Yeah, malls no good.
I like the outdoor malls. I like the air. Yeah, there you go, Sarah. She knows. Yankee Candles, delicious.
Wow,
I am quite the coupon cutter. At the Jewels, got to use their app. It's like such
Bob's not a coupon cutter.
Yeah, I am.
I mean, we all use the Joel.
Yeah. I save I consider it to be a real competition between you and I, and like who saves more when they go to the Jewels. I mean, I've broken like 100 saved on the Jewels.
Yeah, I guess I need to keep it. I didn't know we were in a contest.
Oh, sure you did. Deep down you did.
Who else is growing concern over the condition of OnlyFans?
Look, I mean, maybe they like to give OnlyFans a rest, like occasionally.
You think they actually just turned it off? Because
I mean, I think the OnlyFans, that gets more work than OnlyFans is our fan in our bedroom. That thing runs 24/7. I have that thing running all the time. All the time. It's so weird. My dad hates fans. I'm like, what? Like, don't you want the air circulating? Like, who wants air, stagnant air? I'm not here for it. That's not my thing. Sleuthy says, try candleberry candles. All right. All right. I shall look them up. Let's see. What else we got? What's the Jewel? The Jewels is there's our grocery, our probably most prominent grocery store or market is called the Jewel, but
it's called Jewel Osco.
Yeah, but it's owned by, I think it's owned by the Alberts company. So they just call them different names regionally. So for us, it's called the Jewel, but Chicagoans call it the Jewels. Did you go to the Jewels? Oh, Miss Priss says try Goose Creek candles. All right. Getting some good candle tips. Dig it. It's cold. Is it cold in Dedham today?
Oh, so they turned the fan off.
I mean, it's only a matter of time before.
But I saw it move a little bit. So what's happening?
No, I really do call it, like most Chicagoans call it like the Jewels. It's like an inside joke for us.
Yeah. He likes to call it the family jewels.
The family jewels. Yeah, exactly. It's like the fan serves two purposes. Our firefighter son is a big fan guy too. He has he wants basically like an airplane propeller blasting in his room because he needs the noise. He doesn't even play with ceiling fans. He gets like the big.
Well, they got sound machines for that. They use sound machines. I think they must like fans.
Take it up with Brian. He likes what he likes. Jewel Osco, the Jewels, the family Jewels. I know somebody nailed that the last time I had it on.
All right, somebody tell me, are we on?
I came up with a good concept, because Emmy's her comment was so funny. Made me.
I missed it. What was it?
It was it was something to the effect that she handles raw chicken better than this guy handles, or more carefully than this guy handles evidence, which I thought was just fantastic. It was hilarious. It made me laugh out loud, quite literally.
No one needs to worry about lying, misleading Dateline episodes.
So from that, what do you mean?
No, not. I hate it.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I negotiated that. That was the first ever 2-hour Dateline. And of course, when we lost the case, they made us look like douchebags. But that's Dateline for you. That's Dateline for you.
Well, plus
See,
they took things out of their edits are.
yeah. I mean, I almost got in a tiff with the producer at CrimeCon a couple of years ago. Came up at the table. CK, I didn't appreciate you tweeting critically about our Koberger thing. I'm like, well, I think you were over the line or you were getting leaked information in a case that was at that point gagged. So it is what it is. And I was like, I don't appreciate how you made my wife look like shit on your stupid documentary. So how about them apples? Like he was super heated.
And now for everyone who's going to go watch it or whatever, there's a part where because the Bobs let them into our war room. So there's a part where we're talking
in the war room.
Right. And I said to something like, very good news was given to me. And I was like, shut the fuck up. Bob likes
like an Elaine Bennis type, where she'd do the get out, like when something, like that. It was the exact equivalent to that.
And then at the end of it, I was went on my own little rant about how I didn't understand why the media was in there and I wanted them out. And then I threw garbage into the trash can. So in that instance, I was actually riled up, but they kind of sped it up and then put it right near the trash can throwing and made it look like I was yelling at somebody to shut the fuck up. But my little sister
in anger.
Right.
It was ridiculous.
But my little sister called me and she was like, what was when that whole shut the fuck up, was that like an excited, happy I was like, yes. She's like, I knew it. Like she could still tell.
So I've just completed my first cup of Taylor's delicious raspberry and blackberry infused tea, and it was spectacular. That was
so good. And it really did warm me up. I took this off halfway through my cup, and now I need it back on.
It was delightful.
I might make another one.
It was delightful. It was so robust with flavor. I couldn't believe it. It's like you could tell the difference between like a real quality tea and like the shit that we buy.
Now we need to be getting paid by that tea company. So
I mean, I'd happily sponsor them because their tea is fire.
You didn't steep it right, Bob.
I steeped it perfectly. It was deliciously steeped.
Now that he believes me that you can oversteep tea.
Can you?
Yes.
What happens?
It gets, I think, tart I'm not exactly sure what happens, but it's not good. Makes the taste something-y.
You know what I smell?
No.
I smell bullshit.
People, come on. I want people that bitter, right? That's the
bitter
word.
Nexus comes in. All right, you got some people got some bad.
Yeah.
All right. You're right. I'm wrong. All right. So who do you who do we think? Oh, so I was starting to say what I think I'm gonna do. What I think I'm gonna start doing is having a comment of the day winner. So whoever, and it's funny, whoever has the funniest comment of the day. Because look, we've got the best chat. I don't give a shit that Mel's got 15,000 people in her chat. Our chat, our community
happy for Mel,
me too. But what I'm saying is that's so many that it's got to be impossible to look at the chat
or to be heard, to have your voice heard.
Yeah, you're just like buried in the chat. Like I love our chat, and they're so smart.
But, I mean, we're not. That makes it sound like we're trying to take Mel's chat.
True.
Not that what? Good.
We love Mel. We
Yeah.
love Mel. I love Mel. I love Andrea. I love they're legit real life friends. So no, that is what I'm saying. I'm trying to brag on our chat, babe. I'm trying to brag on our chat. We got the best chat in the land. And I'll die on that hill.
Without comparing chats. That's all I'm saying.
I'm just saying we have the best chat. That's
all right. I'm with you on that, especially since they all backed me because it is accurate. You oversteep tea, it's bitter.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
And exactly what Brian says. Per usual, Allie is right.
I
And
mean,
Bob is wrong.
I stuck that up on the screen, so I must have been in
Oh.
agreement to some extent, right?
Off screen, he'd be like, you know, that's not right, right? I mean, I'll go with it, but no.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, we don't have anything to do with the chat other than we drew you in. I mean, you all handle your own business in chat. I mean, you guys are
Good people.
beautiful.
All good people. All right, I'm gonna actually make some more tea. 'Cause
Oh
it did
wow.
warm me up so perfectly. You want another cup?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
I mean, absolutely. That was delightful. And this cup you put it in, really, really kept it hot. Thing I wonder about this is these are not supposed to be put in the dishwasher. It says hand wash only. I'm worried that it's like that ice cream scoop we bought. Oh, she's gone. Never mind. She gone. All right. So are you guys getting me? I got a little diverted on the chat. The chat comment of the day. So like I got to try to figure out a way. What I'll do is I'll star the contenders. And since Mandy's one of the funniest people I know, I want Mandy. She is judge. She is the second judge. And Mandy's comments don't count. I hate to say, like, Mandy would win every day because Mandy is consistently hilarious. So you're on the select board, yes, Mandy. She's got a real eye for funny, a real eye for comedy. Well, Pammy, like this one just specifically says on the bottom, because like I always wash my Yeti coffee cup in the dishwasher because it doesn't say you can't. Like this one specifically says hand wash only. And like we bought this weird metal ice cream scoop, which when I bought it, it said never put it in the dishwasher. And then somebody in our house put it in the dishwasher because they weren't aware. And wait, is it back? No, we're not back. Oh yeah, OnlyFans back on. All right. You know what? That's a good sign for us that they're coming back into the courtroom. So after I got it out of the dishwasher, it was giving off this like metallic gray dust. I had to throw it out. It's like, what is this? Like, why would they make it was a nice scoop though. It was a nice scoop. Yeah, I always wash my Yeti too. So I think Yetis are dishwasher safe. Like that particular cup that I have that I was drinking that tea out of is not a Yeti. It's not Yeti brand. So when on the bottom of it said don't dishwash it. So, and I feel like I've seen it in the dishwasher. I've seen it. So I was worried. Oh, yeah, Josh's his merch. Yeah. I'm excited to see him. Josh, True Crime Bullshit. He's always at True Crime Podcast Festival as well. It's the best. Really is the best. And this year it's in Boston. So, and like the value you get, it's not overly expensive. You don't have to spend a fortune. You're local. You should definitely come over for a day. The panels are great. You know, you get to really hang with the podcasters and the creators over there because it's just way more low key than some of the bigger ones. I love it. It was the first one I went to when I started my podcast back in, and it was like we were coming out of COVID. So that was like kind of the first event that we went to. And I love it. I'll be promoting it. I have you'll be able to get a discount with my discount code. So I'll be putting that up in the chat.
You are unmuted.
As we close in on it.
All right, I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
I think so, Jen. I think so. It's like, right? It's the best, Shiloh. I just love it. I love it. It's just a different vibe. Plus Josh gave me a mandate that I'm going to abide by with regards to certain other cons. So I respect him, and I want to support him. So True Crime Podcast Festival is it for us this year. So who do you guys think they're going to call next? Another cop? Another civilian witness? It's interesting. I mean, I have not marked off anybody on my bingo in the last, like, I don't know, 5 witnesses. I'm on a real dry spell that's going on right now. You know who's not going to get called next? It's Michael
Bring him in,
Proctor.
please.
Not a chance he's called next. No way they're putting that guy after. Is he even on their list? Can't remember. Ooh, where you at, though? You getting close? I'm rooting for our either Nicholas Bradford, Shannon Burgess, Brian Gallerani. Like that's my best line so far. All right, 4 more minutes. So it's 9:57. So 10:01, it'll be officially steeped. Yeah, of course. Defense can absolutely call Proctor. You know, the challenge with that calling in their case in chief is that they'd have to ask Judge Bev to treat him as hostile so that they crop him. Because like trying to get the information you want out of him on a direct examination would be very difficult.
Do you need another one, Kristen? Do you need one more?
Oh, Scorty Bello? Commonwealth. I mean, to me, if you're Hank Brennan, avoiding your medical examiner that actually is the one who physically examined John O'Keefe and not calling her because she could not reach determination as to causation. And, you know, I mean, I think she landed on undetermined cause of death. She didn't rule it a homicide. It was a huge mistake for Hank Brennan. So, you know, I'm here for it. The defense will call her. I mean, they could try, Danny. I mean, I think it's outrageous. I think it's outrageous that Bev denied them being able to put their expert on and talk about exactly what proper procedure is, proper SOPs are. I mean, it's ridiculous. Like Judge Bev thinks that they could just like. I mean, Jackson handled it pretty well there in terms of the things he should have done. But like, why shouldn't you have a cop on
All
there
right,
saying,
Mr. Brennan.
Thank
"This
you.
is what we should be doing. This is what a good investigation looks like."
The Commonwealth moves into evidence and asks to play clip 18.
Okay.
It's clip time.
So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
Thank you. We'll
The Common,
take that.
thank you.
All right, here's my problem with
That's
that.
weird.
Here's my issue. While they're calling this witness up, when I saw, now I don't know because I couldn't see the glasses. Maybe they were when she was getting the vodka sodas at CF McCarthy's. They were the taller drink glasses, the tall, thin ones. It wasn't like, and what we saw Gallagher pull out was like a rocks glass, like a Tom Collins, like the short with the thick base, thick glass base. So I don't know what kind of glass, like I guess my point being is I don't know if that was really Karen's glass or if that was John's glass, which one of them took it out of the bar. You know what I mean? Like it's Kind of something that's always bothered me a little bit.
So I've got in-person court tomorrow at
All right, your next witness.
One more, please, Your Honor. The Commonwealth
Oh.
moves into evidence and seeks to play clip number 17, please.
Okay.
Right. I know it was a rocks glass, but what I'm saying is that the glass that I saw.
I gave an interview with ABC with Matt Gutman. I think this was whom I gave the interview to, and I said, he asked why was I saying, could I hit him? Did I hit him? And I said, yeah, my first thought was I've been out late, I've been drinking, and he's in the general vicinity of where I last saw him. I mean, they talk about the left side of the property and the right as if it's, Hammersmith Farms. It's a postage stamp. It's 50 feet. So he's in the front yard to the left of the front door, and no one's coming out of the house. Jen's telling me nobody's seen him. So I'm thinking, Jesus, was I starting to pull away and I ran over his foot? Like, he's roughly where I left him. So yeah, when I found him, I was thinking, did I clip him somehow?
I love that one.
I love it. How does he think that helps the Commonwealth?
Well, just shows that she was so drunk she didn't know what happened, I guess, and thought it was possible. It was not outside the realm of possibilities.
That clip moves the needle back towards her not having to testify because it gives a common sense answer,
right?
Why she would be saying all these things like any normal person would be doing
right
on that day. Like pretending this is some kind of bizarro world vacuum in which every word that a person that is in a panic state would be uttering on the if it was me and that was you on the lawn, I'd be out of my mind. Like I would absolutely think, oh my God, like if I had been
even if I wasn't drunk,
out drunk.
Even if I wasn't drunk, I'd probably think it's one of the possibilities. Based on what I knew at the time, like what in the fuck?
Yeah.
Either I somehow did something or someone right after me did something.
Oh, it's going to be somebody boring. Lally's standing up.
Ugh.
Okay.
Thank you.
So in order, it has 18 and then 17, or are they in the reverse order on the clip?
If I may see the exhibit.
Oh, look, these guys have active roles right now.
Exhibit contains clip 12, clip 12.
Well, I think Lally's calling the next witness, which tells us it's going to be a boring witness.
It's exhibit number what? Thank you. All right, thank you. Your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Commonwealth call Mr. Robert Gilman to the stand.
Okay.
There's a name I've never heard. Or was so uneventful that it didn't stick.
Good old Bobby Gilman.
Haley says,
Objection. Boring. I'll get the boring media asset queued up.
I hope you took your tea bag out.
Tell me swear the evidence to give to the court and jury in case you ever hear the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, super.
Some expert.
Gilman might be who they're bringing on as ME.
Yeah, he looks to me like.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Interest peaked.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, stating your last name, spelling your last name for the court?
Good morning. My name is Robert Gilman, Gilman.
And what is your occupation, Mr. Gilman?
Meteorologist.
Oh, he's looking at.
And where did you go to school?
Northeastern University and the Pennsylvania State University, Penn State.
And what degrees did you receive from those institutions?
I received a Bachelor of Science in Earth Science and in Meteorology.
Now, following your education, where did you first go to work?
I worked at the U.S. Geological Survey while I was finishing my education, I also worked at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission in Washington.
This is such a
I worked
joke.
at AccuWeather
So
at Penn
stupid.
State. And then I started.
It's
I don't
Mr.
mind talking over it, to be perfectly
I mean,
honest.
look, he's Mr. Rock Hard. I mean, we're going to get a lot of
Oh,
good.
wow.
He's
See?
the rock hard guy.
Boys and their funny thoughts.
Yeah, we love dick jokes. Rock hard.
Started my own business when I came back to the Boston area, working both in media, writing a column for the Patriot Ledger, radio, 95.9 WATD, and also providing information to municipalities about snow and ice and consulting.
Now, starting first with the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission, what did you do there?
I worked in the Division of Site Safety and Earthquake Analysis. That was primarily involving siting nuclear power plants.
Oh, God. We're so bad.
And as far as AccuWeather Inc., what was it that you did there?
Outsiders, don't join. Don't join our chat. You won't
Meteorology. I worked starting out drawing maps. We drew our own maps back in those days, providing observations to meteorologists and helping develop forecasts.
Now, you had worked, you had mentioned earlier in your testimony, you'd worked as a meteorologist in New York for the radio, for the Patriot Ledger and New England Weather Service. Is that correct?
New England Weather Science, that's correct.
And how long a period of time span are we talking about as far as your work as a meteorologist?
Over 45 years.
Now, if you could explain to the jury just in general terms, what is meteorology?
Well, the term is actually a shortened term of hydrometeorology, one who studies falling water things. And it's a study of the atmosphere.
Falling water things.
Now, in your work as a meteorologist, what are the different types of data that you study and examine?
Mostly measured data such as temperature, humidity, wind, precipitation, but also sensing data with satellites that orbit the Earth,
Okay, sir,
and
how
with radar
cold and hard
that
was the ground?
shoots electronic beams out and comes back and forms images that we can analyze.
Now, beyond the satellites and the radar, where does that other data come from?
Well, the observing stations generally are at airports, for instance, but they're also at utilities, and there are private networks. And these either automated or amateur weather observers take down data such as I just mentioned, temperature, precipitation, visibility at these different locations.
And what is your current occupation?
Meteorologist.
And where is it that you currently work?
I work for Precision Weather Forecasting Incorporated, and I also do work to assist requests for past weather data, both for clients of ours at Precision Weather Forecasting and other requests for weather data.
And is that a company that you started yourself in conjunction with other people?
Yes, thank you. It's a company that we founded. My partner and I've been working with meteorologist Bill Guile for 30 years. We're both local, and we found that we had a lot of interest together. I don't stay up 24/7. He stays up overnight a lot of times, and we work much better, on that shift kind of work during the day. Answering questions of clients about snow and ice, especially.
This guy's
so we formed our own corporation.
I really like it.
Massachusetts Corporation in 2016.
Exactly.
And how long,
advertisement,
even prior to the incorporation in 2016, how long have you been working in that capacity for building that company?
Oh, I would say over 45 years, going back to 1979, 1980.
Wow.
And what type of service does your company provide to your clients?
Precise snow and ice information. I own the website snowandice.com, and our clients depend on very local, precise snow and ice guidance. It's for safety, it's for efficiency, environmental concerns of not putting down a lot of chemicals when snow is going to change to rain, that kind of thing. So we're giving very local,
This guy's very
precise
likable.
weather information
I
to
love it.
help anyone that has snow and ice management concerns.
You're muted.
And if you could expound upon that just a little, sir, as far as what types of data or information is it that your company provides?
Mainly precipitation timing, when snowfall might begin in a particular place, the intensity of the snow, whether it might be expected to change to ice or rain or go back to snow or ice
Do you
to help with
update
those
that?
kinds of operations.
So what actually happened?
And where does that data or information come from?
Our
As
prediction.
meteorologists, we develop it ourselves. It's all in-house. We take a variety of different data from numerical modeling, guidance products, and observational information and develop the forecast specifically for the client.
And as far as your clientele is concerned, to whom are you providing this data or information?
We work for most of the towns and the city in Norfolk County. We work for the largest cities in Massachusetts, some of the largest colleges and universities and other facilities, hospitals.
And what
He
is the
is very
purpose of
likable.
you
You
providing
are
that
here.
information to the clientele to whom you give it?
Boring.
Sweet.
Again, safety,
He is. And he's
Boring.
efficiency, environmental concerns, to
Mandy.
give them the best information
That
to
was
do
me.
the job they need
Oh.
to do. And it's a difficult job, as you can imagine.
Oh, I get it. And
Now,
he's-
at some point, sir, were you asked to look at some data related to the Canton, Massachusetts area in the time frame leading up to and including January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And what were you asked to do?
I was asked to provide a simple report of the days preceding January 29th, 2022, and a more detailed report of the early morning hours of January 29th about estimating snowfall during that time period.
see, why
And in
estimate?
total, as far as that total time frame, do you recall what dates you were looking at?
Where's the
believe it was
person
January
that actually
26th
just
to the
documented
29th.
what fell and when?
And during that time frame, was there a significant storm forecast for that time period?
Oh, yes.
We
And
know
what
about
was the forecast for?
Well, the forecast for the first couple of days
What you're
was
reading.
dry and very cold to bitterly cold.
What you're looking at?
As we got closer to the 28th and
Sure.
29th, we were looking at a storm coming in from the west and strengthening along the mid-Atlantic coastline. And we issued warnings, again, 2 to 3 days ahead of time to let our clients.
Did I miss it? Did they ask the judge to allow him just to be looking at his notes or reading from a report or
I
something
didn't
like
catch
that?
it either. I had run downstairs, which I want to put you on the witness stand for a minute. Did you dig pretty heavily into this egg salad,
Why?
ma'am?
Oh,
Answer
did I
the
eat it?
question.
No, remember we had your dad, told your dad to make himself something. Your dad eats food, you know. I thought you were saying like there was something wrong with it and I didn't
No,
figure it out.
no, no,
All right, so
no.
here's my issue. What I would be liking to hear
Woo!
is your database procedures. What do you do to record actual? Now we understand he does this. He has this whole forecasting thing, and I'm proud of him for it. But then what do you use to document what actually occurs? Do you have thermometers set up in various places? Does somebody sit and watch and document the actual snowfall? Or is this all estimations? Because I find that complete bullshit. What his estimation of what happened was.
Well, I mean, is that what is he giving? So maybe he's not rock hard guy. I don't know. I'm assuming that he is. I only saw one
Yeah,
meteorologist.
there's only one meteorologist.
I mean, to me, the point of them getting somebody on the stand to say that the ground was rock hard is obviously it was hard enough for John to have cracked his skull,
Right,
when he
but
hit the ground.
I'm just saying he said that he was giving an estimate based on a forecast of how much snow fell and blah, 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 blah. We'll just have to see. But I still love
Yeah.
the guy. He's the sweetest thing ever.
Yeah, I mean, he's a weatherman. Like
Oh.
who hates a weatherman? You know, I mean, they're like
Just
they have
adorable.
a very distinct personality they look for weathermen. It's either super hot women or like friendly old guys. Yeah, there's some young guys though, but you know.
And know that this was going to be a significant winter storm.
And specifically with the storm, what was the timing associated with that forecast as far as when would the storm begin?
Relevance of the forecast.
We expected the storm, the snowfall, and the increase in wind to begin very late Friday evening, the 28th, with light to very light snow, and then to increase in intensity, especially later in the morning and through the late morning and midday of the 29th.
Now, from a scientific perspective, what is a blizzard?
A blizzard technically requires a great reduction in visibility. It doesn't even have to be snowing, either falling or blowing snow, visibility a quarter mile or less, with winds of 35 miles an hour, either sustained or frequent gusts for 3 hours or more.
Now, did this particular storm meet that criteria?
The storm did, absolutely. For Boston and much of the greater Boston area, including in Canton at the Blue Hill Observatory. However, not every spot had all of those criteria during the entire time period that the snow was falling.
Now, how significant a storm actually occurred, not taking away from your forecast, but actually occurred during that time frame?
This was the biggest January storm in history, with 27 inches of snowfall. And it snowed heavily for several hours, visibility under a quarter of a mile. And the temperature was dropping during that time, and the winds were gusting frequently to 40 and 50 miles an hour in this area.
Now, that data that you looked at from that time frame of January 26th through the 29th of 2022, what types of data specifically did you look, or actually, we'll get to specifics in a moment. What data in general terms did you look at in your analysis?
3 locations, the Blue Hill Observatory, which is the oldest continuously operating weather observatory in North America,
Okay.
close by, Boston, which is a first order weather station at Logan Airport, and Norwood Airport, which is a mile away. And those were the 3 locations. I was considering the surface observations from those locations, also considered other types of observational data. I mentioned the radar data. So the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration maintains a NEXRAD NOAA database. And third was the National Operational Hydrologic Remote Sensing Center, which categorizes snowfall and snow depth. So those 3 different types of data at those 3 different locations.
All right.
Now,
That's
when you
legit.
talk about the Blue Hills Observatory being the oldest in the country, how old is it?
It was established by Abbott Roch, who left his family home at 5 Commonwealth Avenue in Boston and built this really strange little structure at the top of Great Blue Hill on February 1st of 1885.
Wow.
And do you know how far away from 34 Fairview Road that Blue Hills Observatory is?
Yes, I do. If you don't mind me consulting my note for a moment.
Did you see how happy he was when he was getting ready to spit out that fun fact?
All right, we got to rewind because there's
So
things being
what are
said.
you reading, Mr. Gilman?
I'm reading notes I took on measurements from
Wait, you just
Blue
noticed
Hill
he's been
to
reading
Fairview.
something there?
And that's, may I answer the question? Your Honor?
Yes, you
I'm okay with Your Honor, I just wanted the record to know.
Yes, that's why I
Wait,
asked.
I'm going to tell you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That would,
You know who else thinks
And that's
Mr. Gilman's
measurement-
adorable?
don't mind.
Did you know
At the top of 5, it was established by Abbott Roch, who left his family home at 5 Commonwealth Avenue in Boston and built this really strange
Look,
little
his
structure
eyes
at the
are
top of
glistening.
Great Blue Hill on February 1st of 1885.
And
You
do you
can put
know
little
how
hearts
far
around my
away
head.
from 34 Fairview Road that Blue Hills Observatory is?
Yes, I do. If you don't mind me consulting my note for a moment.
So what are you reading, Mr. Gilman?
I'm reading notes I took on measurements from Blue Hill to Fairview. And that's, may I answer the question?
Yes, you are.
I've never seen her with such a big shooting grin in my entire life.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That would be 7 miles.
And the Norwood Airport, how far again is that, or how far away again is that between Norwood Airport?
Is Judge Bev a little starstruck with her local meteorologist
No,
here?
I
Watching
think
on the
what
news for
I think
decades?
she just thinks it's kind of like she's like,
I
all right,
think
but
that
this guy's been reading his like you're not supposed to be doing that, right?
I
So I
think,
think
okay, I don't think that that's it at all. I
Or
think
could
that
be
she's
exactly like
watching
me.
him, like he's like Tom Skilling for us in Chicago. We all love Tom Skilling. I think that she's a little starstruck. That's my estimation. I don't think it had anything to do with the note reading. I
well,
think
Mandy
she-
agrees.
Yeah.
She's trying to she's
1
trying
mile.
to live
She
up
had
to
like that here, right here. She's got that that magic man look, like she looked at Dr. Wolf.
Bev
right
said,
there.
I mean, Mandy said Bev has her boner face on.
Oh yeah, I didn't.
Mandy's
see
trying to
the-
live up to her, you know, what you just said about how she's just always funny. But she's like, all right,
Wow.
I got one. I
Wow.
got one
Wow,
coming out.
That was a little backhanded compliment.
Again, is that
Why was it
between Norwood
backhanded?
Airport and 34 Fairview Road?
You know.
1 mile.
No, I don't. And I love Mandy and her funniness.
Now, these measurements that you used in your analysis, are you familiar with how those measurements are taken or how they're done at each of those 3 locations?
Look at that.
She leans back.
And can you
Watch
explain
out,
to the
boys.
jury sort of how those measurements are done or how those
Stick 'em over
calculations
here.
or the data is collected?
Sure. Boston, again, is a first order station. It's equipped with automated equipment. It's called ASOS, Automated Surface Observing System.
Up, guys.
And it takes measurements of temperature, visibility, wind, humidity
Boom, chicka, bow, wow.
at very frequent intervals throughout the 24-hour day. It also collects precipitation, which isn't easy if you think of Logan Airport being out in the harbor and trying to collect every raindrop in that environment. But they have a very sophisticated rain gauge system that actually does a fairly good job of collecting precipitation. Moving on to Norwood Airport, very similar. It's not as high a caliber a station as Boston is in terms of the frequency of observations or the complete set of data. Blue Hill Observatory is a special case indeed. It had been manned for most of the day for many years. The former observer is still alive and well in Hingham, Bob Skilling. For the last several years, 10, 15 years or so, it was an ASOS system that I just mentioned, but in recent years that was cut back. So there are observers that are there and they take observations when they're there and they take automated observations otherwise and take a record of that. But it's not on the, for instance, the FAA network, Federal Aviation Administration. Weather data, of course, is extremely critical to aviation, and they have a network of weather data. The Blue Hill Observatory currently is not on that network.
Now, how the data is collected or calculated at each of those respective facilities, is that how it's standardly collected within the industry?
Yes.
And is it a routine both in your practice and in your meteorological industry as a whole, relying on that type of data and the way it's collected?
Yes, there are standards established. I'm a member of the American Meteorological Society, the Professional Society of Meteorologists, and there are standards that are established on taking weather measurements.
Now, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Gilman, Your Honor, may I remain here just
Sure.
a moment? Mr. Gilman, I'm handing you a series of, I believe, about 6-page documents. You recognize that?
Yes.
Back a little bit more so the jurors can see the witness, please.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that?
This is a local climatological data sheet for January 20. I looked through it, hourly reports of weather observations,
What happened? Where's my meteorologist?
29th.
I was so excited to like start laughing about her telling Lally to get the fuck out of the way so they could see Mr. Gilman that I did something terrible and stuff.
All right, well, rewind it because I missed it.
Okay. All right. It's worth it. It's worth it. It's so good.
Mr. Gilman, Your Honor, may I remain here just
Sure.
a moment? Mr. Gilman, I'm handing you a series of, I believe, about 6-page documents. You recognize that?
Yes.
Back a little bit more so the jurors can see the witness, please.
You recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that?
This is a local climatological data sheet for January 2022 for each day. And I believe there's, as I look through it, hourly reports of weather observations, especially for January 29th at Norwood Airport. And this is published by the U.S. Department of Commerce, NOAA, the National Environmental Satellite Data and Information Service.
And at least in part, is that the data that you were testifying about before, as far as the data that you relied upon in your study?
It's one element, that's right. And again, I put a lot of strength to this data because it is in such proximity to Canton, to the location we're concerned about.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce and admit as the next exhibit. No objection, Your Honor.
See how Alessi uses his "this isn't phasing me at all" voice.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I return what's now been marked as Exhibit 60 to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Gilman, starting with snow accumulation, during the period that you were looking at, what is it that you found?
The snow began to accumulate during this winter storm. And by the way, I think I can use the term nor'easter, blizzard, bombogenesis, bomb cyclone, winter storm, all referring to the storm event of the 28th, mostly the 29th. The first snowfall began late in the evening on the 28th and continued into the 29th.
Just starting with that snapshot of the evening of the 28th, how much snow accumulated on the 28th before turning the page to the 29th?
Very little. Enough to track a cat, 0.2 of an inch.
Now, with reference to the 29th, were you able to determine from that data
Enough
sort of
to
the
track
hourly
a
snowfall
cat.
as it came down?
How cute! Enough
Yes,
to track
as
a
the
cat.
hourly precipitation data, temperature, and other information was reported, I was able to analyze it each step of the way as the storm progressed.
And from your analysis, sir, could you describe to the jury, sort of going bit by bit, what was that hourly snowfall for the 29th?
As I said in the report, it's estimated that as it began, it was on the order of 0.3 of an inch an hour on the 29th until 1 o'clock. And it stayed in that light range. And anything under an inch an hour of accumulation is termed light snowfall. So that by 3 and 4 a.m., we were looking at 3, 4, 5/10 of an inch an hour. There started to be an increase more noticeable in the intensity by 5 a.m. with another inch, and then by 6 a.m. with another 1.2 inches.
If I could stop you there just for one moment, Mr. Gilman. So from the time period from when the storm began on the 28th to the time period of 6 a.m. on the 29th, how much in total snowfall had accumulated at that point?
I believe that was, do my arithmetic,
Basically, he could have been put in the snow anytime, 2 a.m., 1 a.m.,
3.9 inches up to 6 a.m.
with not any snow underneath him.
And I'm
basically.
sorry, sir, if you could continue now going forward from 6 a.m. on the 29th.
Then we started getting into a more moderate snowfall, and again, that's an inch an hour more. So that by 7 o'clock was another inch and a half. By 8 o'clock, another inch, inch 0.1. And then by 9 and 10 o'clock, it
You
was
got it,
getting to
Amanda.
be moderate to heavy snowfall based on radar returns, the next-rad radar information, based on the visibility reduction, based on the amount of precipitation that was melted in the rain gauges, based on other reports from cooperative observers. So that's on the order of an inch and a half an hour of intensity, and that continued through the middle of the day, rapidly accumulating on the ground, and it accumulated at even 2 inches an hour by the early afternoon before it started to wind down in intensity, as these types of storms always do. By 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, it was back down to light snowfall, half inch to 0.2 of an inch. And the snowfall accumulation had ended by 10 o'clock at night.
Pause it a sec, babe.
If I could take you back just a little bit to right before it.
So I'd like to see Alessi make Amanda's point that if someone walked across grass during the periods of midnight to 2 a.m., come 6 a.m., would there be any signs of their footprints? But I think this is very helpful for the defense at this point, just because Brennan just keeps talking about it and was like, sorry, guys.
Yeah, I think it's super. It's helpful for the defense. It's really helpful for the jury.
Right.
I've been wanting to know, God, like, can somebody just get on and testify, like, how much snow there was at certain periods of time throughout the course of the evening so that we know? So I don't have some cop, yeah, 4 inches of snow there. You bullshit. I don't believe you.
They're not seeing that black blob because it's covered in snow. I mean, obviously, the prosecution's point is going to be well made. That visibility at 6 a.m. was very difficult. So it's magic that, that Karen knew where the body was. Now, I think there's a consensus among those who think she's factually innocent, that at that point, based on the information she had known, and that she dropped him off there, and they claimed they never saw him inside, that the only place he could have been was on that right by where she dropped him off. So that's what she was when she said expecting and looking, and so it is not what the prosecution makes it out to be when she's spots him right away. She's the only one looking in that precise location, because at this point she's convinced that that's what happened.
Well, duh. And that's where she dropped him off. Like, why wouldn't she be looking at that house? It's that, like, that. Where else would she be? I mean, when they're driving by the house, where the fuck else would she look? Where else would you look? I'd be looking, like, that's exactly where my eyes would be trained. Every single person in the world, if you were out looking for your boyfriend, and this is the place that you dropped him off, and Jen's like, yeah, we're coming up to the property in case you don't remember where it was. She'd be like, all right. I mean, like, what was the sunrise? Because, like, everything that we're seeing with regard to the dashboard cams, that is not what it looks like when you're standing out, like, in the fucking elements yourself when you're driving. Okay. I don't give a shit what it looks like when you're driving down the road 20 miles an hour. That's an entirely different thing. So what I want to know is, because I can see what the weather is when we can see them. What I want to know is, had the sun started to rise at all, or was it still basically dark out?
Right. I mean, obviously we see by the time he's using the leaf blower, it's light. I mean, and it does look fairly dark, from the pictures of the scene. But, as we're all saying right now, with the fact that she's literally looking for that spot, because that's what the only thing she can think when she's coming to that point. All I'm saying is that I think he's going to he's going to fairly lay out that wind would have been circulating. I mean, he's also going to say he doesn't know at that precise place, like, but he's, whatever. Okay. We can go on, but Amanda's point there about the snow accumulation thus far takes every single time. Brennan's like, and you didn't see anybody else's footprints. Blah, 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 blah. You didn't see any footprints. I mean, we were all thinking it anyway. Like, who the hell is seeing footprints from 4 hours earlier, 5 hours earlier?
All right, let's continue on with our delightful weatherman.
Yes.
Turns from the moderate 1.5 inches per hour to about the lighter snow. About how much snow had accumulated at that point? Around 6 p.m. or so.
Around 6 p.m.?
Yes.
Oh, hey, buddy.
The guy come down there?
Yeah, but now he's growling at me.
Again, I'm just going to do the arithmetic of subtracting the snowfall after 6 p.m., which was 1.3 inches from the total, which was 23.8. Do that arithmetic. 23.8 was the total snowfall, and 1.3, 22.5 inches.
So that's 22.5 inches, just short of 22, excuse me, just short of 22.5 inches by 6 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was the total snow accumulation from the storm in its entirety again?
23.8 inches.
So just short of 2 feet. Is that correct?
That's correct. The biggest snowstorm in January in our history.
Now, sir, have you prepared some visual aids to assist the jury with the snow accumulation?
Yes.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Gentleman, showing you 3 documents. Ask you to look at those. We're helping you finish.
Somebody's getting a walk on lunch break.
And what do you recognize each of those 3 to be?
Yeah.
The first one is
100%.
a storm warning report that was sent to our clients in this area regarding the upcoming snowfall, winter storm. And we began sending this type of report, as I said, 3 days prior. This was one of the last ones that was sent as the storm was getting underway in this area. So this was sent by my colleague, my partner, Bill Guile, at 8 o'clock that Friday evening. And it's a detail of when the snow is going to start, when the first inch will be on the ground.
Again, that
total
doesn't matter.
Snowfall, the duration of the storm, and what's going to happen after the storm, which is also critical for our clients to know how to clean it up and what kind of post-storm conditions as far as temperature and other things to consider. So that's the heading of the form. Then we get into this detailed 6-hour time block series. And of course, that begins at 6 p.m. to midnight since this was issued at 8 p.m. And we talk about the weather conditions and how much, if any, snowfall.
I don't mean to interject, but just you recognize what's on that, and that is a forecast that you sent out, correct?
Yes. Our company sent out. My partner, Bill Guile, actually sent it.
And the last 2 sheets that you have before you, what are those?
These are images taken from one of those 3 sets I talked about, the
place on the hill that the guy made in the 1800s.
Second.
Or one of the airports.
The data set from NOAA, the National Operational Hydrologic Remote Sensing Center. And it's an image of snow depth or snow on the ground at 2 times on January 29th. The first time is 1 a.m. and the second time is 7 a.m. It's a map of Greater Boston down to the South Shore into northwestern Rhode Island.
Yes.
As long as you don't block him.
No objection, Your Honor.
Great, thank you.
Hear that in his voice? I'm so happy to have this come in. No objection. Bev's taking diligent notes.
61, 62, and 63.
And again, Your Honor, may I return those to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Judge Canoni. Judge Canoni. He's just so
Now,
adorable.
Mr. Gilman, what is the difference between a forecast versus a report of actual conditions or weather measurables?
Yes. That's what matters.
As defined, a forecast is your best estimate based on science and data available of how the future is going to play out in terms of weather, the amount of snowfall, the temperature, the observed data. And I often make the distinction between soup and sandwich. Weather and forecast always seem to go together, but there actually is weather, and that's separate from what the forecast is. And there's always some small distinction. Lately, we've been getting pretty good at getting
We're pretty damn
accurate
good at
weather
it.
forecasting done. But
Remember
it
that
is the
website.
actual weather that's measured. How much snow is on the ground, how much snow fell, what the wind speed was during any given period, temperature, those kind of elements that actually occurred.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish to the jury on the screen a copy of the forecasting document?
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Why are we focusing on a forecasting document? That doesn't matter. Why are you wasting our time, Lolly?
Thank you. And Mr. Gilman, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as the forecasting document that's now been marked as an exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could, directing the jury's attention from left to right as far as the columns go, if you could walk the jury through sort of what we're looking at in this particular area.
Sure. So below the heading, I think I defined the heading just before, we have these 6-hour time periods. So the columns are the day, in this case, today being Friday in this forecast, the weather, the amount in inches, that would be of snowfall, the temperature, that's the air temperature, and air temperature is taken 5 feet above the ground in a natural surrounding. The road temperature, also in Fahrenheit, and that is the surface ground temperature, which is very important to our clients. And then we have wind, both sustained and gusts. Below that, we have special notes to amplify our message. A lot of times people don't read everything, so we try to highlight what's important or add something that wouldn't be in one of those columns.
And as far as the air temperature as concerned, as far as it being recorded, does that incorporate wind chill into that temperature, or is that something else?
Wind chill is a calculated amount or figure of heat transfer based on how human beings react to temperature. So this is the actual temperature that would be measured on a thermometer.
And thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down.
I missed it because I was reading notes. Was that a forecast?
And again,
or
on the
actual
bottom
temperature?
portion of this aid, again, if you could walk the jury through what we're looking for and what we're looking at, and specifically, if you could draw their attention to the snow accumulation that's forecast in this.
Certainly. The
Forecast.
same applies to the columns. Now we're into the tomorrow. So since this was issued at 8 p.m. on Friday, tomorrow is Saturday. And we're going through each 6-hour period and how much snowfall could be expected. You see it starts with 3 or 4 inches and then ramps up as we get later in the morning to as much as
Thanks for the update,
6
KGB.
to 10 inches of snow. And you can calculate what that hourly rate might be based on the 6-hour period. We give that type of range because it's scientifically accurate. People really want to know every minute, every hour, and that's just not something that modern science can do. So we give this period to be as accurate as possible while still being extremely precise. 7 to 9 inches during the afternoon period, and then it winds down to 2 to 3 inches toward midnight.
Baby there?
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
I'm wondering if you can speed this up. I don't know if we've got enough time.
Now, Mr. Gilman, the snow accumulation, how is that measured as far as the measurements that you get from each of these 3 sites? How is that measured at those sites?
At Blue Hill Observatory, there's often an observer, a trained observer, making measurements. The standard is to use what we call a snowboard. And if any of the members of the jury do weather observing or no weather observers, you might be familiar. It's just like a piece of plywood, something that doesn't rate.
I did not fall asleep. Our dog got tangled. I heard him
Oh,
go-
he did. I thought he wanted to lay out in the go. Did he come back in?
Well, I went and let him down. I unhinged him.
I know, but did he want to come in?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I thought he wanted to bask in the sunlight. So, KKB, I thought maybe Sue McDonald was saying, is it Sue McDonald? That the jurors weren't taking notes through this whole thing, but then she updates that it's like, wow, this is on the screen. It might, who knows? We have enough to put him on?
You do.
All right.
Like
Want me to do
pavement would or
1.25?
house would. Just
Yes.
something that would allow the snowfall to accumulate in a natural way. And then that's cleaned off every 3 hours. And those amounts are added throughout the duration of the snowfall event. So that's the way the observers at the Blue Hill Observatory literally have been doing that since 1885. When you come to Logan Airport, you don't have an observer right there. There was back before the 70s, 80s, around that time period, before ASOS came into play. There were people that were in the weather office that would go out and make those measurements. Now they contract with an observer. And I'm not sure of the location right now or during this event in 2022. I believe it may be in Winthrop, but it's very nearby to Logan Airport. And this is a contracted observer that makes these measurements. At Norwood, there is no snowfall measurement made right at that location.
Now, you've used a term a couple times as far as heavy snow. What is scientifically, what do you mean by heavy snow?
Heavy snow, again, can be defined in 2 ways.
Come
Either
on,
by the
Lally.
reduction in visibility or by the accumulation rate. So it's an intensity of snowfall. And in terms of visibility, it would be less than 1/4 of a mile. So something like 3/8 of a mile. That's when you get into the heavy snowfall range.
Nice.
Intensity, in terms of the way it accumulates, might be more familiar to most of us since we don't know what that visibility might or might not be, but it's 1.5 inches an hour or more. It's not something that you want to be driving in, or very hazardous and big impact on a lot of our activity.
Now, what is the scientific definition of whiteout conditions?
I don't know if there's a scientific explanation, but it's a good term that is used quite a bit, and it would be heavy snowfall. Again, snowfall can reduce visibility to near zero, even below 3/8 of a mile. You may be getting 2 inches of accumulation, 3 inches per hour. When you have a very convective, energetic storm, like a thunder snow event, a lot of upward motion in the
Yeah,
atmosphere,
he could have
you get
streamlined this shit.
4, even 5 inches of snowfall per hour, and that certainly would be termed whiteout. I think it has a lot to do with the fact that we drive a lot these days, that people are familiar with limitations to being able to drive a car. And, if you're driving along, the windshields are going, wipers are going at maximum speed, and you just can't make out anything on the horizon or the car in front of you, you say it's whiteout conditions. That's the way it's reported.
And
You're good,
each of those, as
KKB.
far as
We
heavy snow and
appreciate the
whiteout
update.
conditions occur in this storm.
Heavy snow definitely occurred in the storm. I've heard it referred to as whiteout conditions, and it's somewhat in the eye of the beholder, but I would say yes, whiteout conditions did occur.
Now, turning your attention, Mr. Gilman, now to the topic of visibility. Can you describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is as it applies to what you do?
Well, visibility is just a reduction of how far you can see based on some weather element, as long as we're talking about weather. So haze can reduce visibility, fog, different types of precipitation, smoke can reduce visibility in the atmosphere. But in terms of snowfall, the heavier the intensity of the snowfall, the lower the visibility.
And so from a meteorological standpoint, how is that measured?
Well, it's measured in miles, or quarters of a mile, which is the standard here in the United States. And sometimes see it in eighths of a mile, but generally with these automated systems, it would be 3/4 of a mile or half a mile, or as the snow intensity lightened up quite a bit, it may go up to 7 miles. I've seen snow falling at 10, or even 11-mile visibility, which you'd hardly notice if you were out. That's not much of a reduction in visibility, but it can come all the way down to near zero.
And what was the lowest, if you know, the lowest recorded measurement as far as visibility as it pertained to this one?
I would base that on the Norwood Airport because it was, especially in this immediate area, and they do a good job of measuring visibility, and that came down to 1/4 of a mile at the airport. It certainly may have been lower than that at times, but was on the order of 1/4 to perhaps as low as 3/8 of a mile or 1/8 of a mile between observations.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to the topic of temperature. How is temperature measured in your analysis as far as the data that you have?
Temperature is measured with a thermometer, and there are different types. We depend heavily on electronic thermometers now. Measure the amount of heat in the air, and we get a reading, and we generally use that reading as the air temperature.
Now, what is the difference between air temperature and road temperature?
Again, air temperature, the standard is the temperature of the atmosphere 5 feet above the ground in a well-ventilated natural surroundings. Road temperature or ground temperature is actually at the surface. So it's out beyond the atmosphere, right at the surface of the ground.
And what kind of tools are used or utilized to measure road temperature?
There are basically two ways. One way would be to put some kind of sensing device, a probe, in the surface, just below the surface. And the other way would be to use infrared radiation. So you'd mount a sensor on a pole, and that infrared wavelength measurement will give you a road temperature or surface temperature.
Now, you mentioned earlier in your testimony that road temperature in particular is important to your clients. Why is that?
And I've heard this so many times from our clients. You can forecast or expect an inch of snowfall or 3 inches of snowfall. If it's going to melt because the road temperature is 34 degrees or 35 degrees Fahrenheit, they don't really want to do anything. They don't want to put a lot of chemical down. They don't want to hire private contractors with plows. Whereas if it's going to accumulate, especially on the road surface, they need to be prepared. And there's so much demand now on having black pavement during winter storm events. There's so many automobiles on the roadways in this area that each of these municipalities is constantly under demand to make sure they do the best job they can. And in order to do that, they need to know what the road temperature is going to be or the ground temperature is going to be in order to best have snow and ice operations to meet those demands.
Now, is there a difference, or what is the difference in the changes to air temperature as opposed to the change in road temperature?
They're different substances, so they have a different pattern of temperature change. Air temperature changes much more quickly. And of course, when we're talking about temperature, we're talking about energy, the way the molecules in the atmosphere are moving. The faster they're moving, the higher the temperature, the more energy. So depending on what is causing that change in temperature, the atmosphere is going to react more slowly. The ground will react more slowly to the change. The atmosphere will react pretty quickly and much faster.
Now, in your analysis here, what time frame again were you using or were you measuring the temperature across?
Let
me ask you this way. You started on January 26th through the 29th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And why is it specifically with temperature that you started on the 26th as opposed to anything else?
I was asked to start at the 26th, and I said that's a good way to go because it establishes a period of seasonal freezing ground. It typically happens in this climate in the midwinter that our ground freezes. So if you look a few days before, you get a good sense if that was the case. I mean, there have been winters, there have been months of January in recent years that we've reached 60, even 70 degrees, and nothing is going to be frozen during that time. This was not the case in late January of 2022. It was an unusually cold period, and it was important to record that.
Now, can you describe to the jury or lay out for the jury the temperature readings throughout that period of time that you analyzed?
Yes. I'll start with the 26th and just go without going through more than just a day high and low. A high of 28, a low of 12. On the 27th, the high was 27 and the low was just 9 degrees Fahrenheit. On the 28th, Friday, the high temperature reached 36 and the low was 22. And then on Saturday, the 29th, the high temperature was 29 and the low was down to 15.
Now, sir, if I could ask you specifically within that time period, a specific time period of approximately 1:30 a.m. on the 29th through 5 a.m. on the 29th, what does the data demonstrate with respect to the air temperature during that period?
From 1:30 to 5:30?
Yes, please.
On the 29th? All right, I'll consult this data from Norwood Airport if that's the way we should look at this. I would suggest to do that. And at 1:30, the temperature was 31. By 5:53 in the morning, it was down to 24 degrees.
During that time period, before that, is the temperature relatively stagnant during that time period of 1:30 to 5 a.m.?
Before that time?
During that time.
Oh, during the early part of the time. And again, this is right at Norwood Airport. It might have been a little bit colder. In Canton, it certainly was colder at the Blue Hill Observatory, but I don't have a lot of that, so I'm using this.
Sure.
So based on this, it was pretty steady through around 2 in the morning. And then because of the nature of this type of storm, it's deepening rapidly. It's low pressure offshore. So the wind tends to back from the northeast to the north-northeast to the north. And that backing wind starts to draw air rather than from the Gulf of Maine, the Atlantic Ocean, the harbor, more from northern New England and Quebec. So that's a tendency of all of these winter storms to tend to get colder as the storm intensifies. And that's what we see starting to happen as you get toward 2:30 in the morning, and especially 4:30, it's down to 28, 26, and then down to 24 degrees just before 6 in the morning.
And that temperature sort of fluctuation or lack thereof, is that consistent with what you would expect in this type of storm?
It's exactly what I would expect. And this is a classic winter nor'easter, and that temperature drop is part of that. Mm-hmm.
And lastly, sir, if I could just take you back to the road temperature you were talking about before. How would you describe the temperature readings generally from the 26th through the 29th as far as what type of temperatures were recorded during that time frame that you just testified about?
As I said, it's the coldest time of the year anyway, in late January, here in the Boston area around Canton, midwinter. And this particular year, 2022, it was colder than normal. So road temperatures were dropping much of the time. They may have come up a little bit during the course of the day, thanks to sunshine during the 26th and 27th, a little moderation in the temperature on the 28th. But for the most part, there was a frost in the ground, the soil was frozen, and the temperature was unusually cold at the middle of winter.
And what impact would that have on the hardness of the ground over that time period?
Well, again, the ground was frozen. The soil was frozen, and the surface of the ground was frozen. And it would have made the ground impenetrable, that hard, as hard as too difficult. You wouldn't be able to dig in the ground.
Thank you very much, sir.
But was it rock hard?
All right, Mr. Lessie?
They must have had a team meeting and said, all right, don't do the rock hard thing. There'll be so many memes and GIFs and shorts and
Yes.
What the dog doing?
Pause it a sec.
Really?
Just like you just want to tell everyone.
Mr. Lally and myself, we have agreed I'd like to address the court with a stipulation.
So
look, Bev's like, oh my God, no, here's a Leslie to fuck up my
great
entire
pause.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm just gonna comment because the dog barked. So I thought he wanted to go back out and bask in the sun because he got cut short from the whole winding up thing. But he does this thing. So when he was younger, we used to put like his bones or his toys up on the mantle, like when we're like, all right, this guy doesn't need this right now. So sometimes he just gets it in his head that there's something up there, and he climbs up and he barks looking at. So that's what he was doing. And I have to climb up there and like put my hand around, be like, there's nothing here. So that's what that bark was about.
Was there something there?
No, there's never anything up there anymore. He just still always, but as soon as we get a break, we're taking that guy on a walk. He needs a walk.
Big time.
Thank you very much.
Look at her. She's like, oh.
She's like, oh God, Alessi.
Just killed
Just
everything.
hate him.
The whole vibe. I had a vibe going, and unless he's fucking it up.
Relation and with regard to the document we stipulated into evidence, executive measures.
Yes, Your Honor, may we approach this very briefly?
Lally talks. She's like, okay. Alessi talks, and she's just like,
All right, we got some blooping. Bloop, 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 bloop.
ah, look, that's the perfect pause for the music. Wait, he's gonna get us. We're gonna get a strike. Turn that
Well,
off.
I think we did it yesterday. We didn't get a strike on that.
How do you know? Well, maybe that
It
was.
would have showed up. Like I got the one yesterday for the cops one. Bad boys.
All right.
On your career
That
up to
was
this
so
point.
perfect.
Thank you.
Smile.
Good
I had
afternoon,
some-
almost.
Pardon me?
Good afternoon, almost.
Congratulations. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Slow it back.
Good
down.
afternoon, Mr. Gilman, and congratulations on your career up to this point.
Thank you. Good
I had
afternoon,
some-
almost.
Pardon me?
Good afternoon, almost.
I have some questions for you, if I could, please. You covered a bunch of topics on your direct examination, and I wanted to confirm some of them. As a meteorologist, you indicated that you look at a variety of areas under the larger umbrella of weather, correct?
Correct.
And one of those
Yeah,
areas
babe,
is
did you
snow
loop right past
accumulation.
the stipulation?
Correct.
Another area
What do
is
they
visibility,
stipulate to?
correct?
We don't
Correct.
know.
Do you have a general
Is there a stipulation?
understanding about
Yes.
what this case is about?
So he said he wanted to make a stipulation. Lolly said they needed a sidebar. And then
Thank you, Your Honor.
maybe that killed the stipulation.
Stipulation killer.
Examination, and you covered a bunch of topics on your direct examination, and I wanted to confirm some of them. As a meteorologist, you indicated that you look at a variety of areas under the larger umbrella of weather, correct?
Correct.
And one of those areas is snow accumulation.
Correct.
Another area is visibility, correct?
Correct.
Do you have a general understanding about what this case is about? Let me ask it this way. As regards weather conditions, are you familiar with an address of 34 Fairview Road in Canton, New York?
Yes.
And have you ever been to 34 Fairview, Canton, New York?
New York.
Not New York. This is
I'm
we're in
sorry,
Massachusetts.
I'm sorry, Massachusetts, sir.
Yes. I've been in many parts of Canton. I don't believe I've ever been to 34 Fairview.
Are you generally familiar with that area?
Yes.
And you've mentioned the Norwood Airport on your direct testimony, correct?
Yes.
And is the general area of Fairview, is that in close proximity to the Norwood Airport?
I mentioned it's a mile away.
Right, so it's fairly close, right?
A mile.
Right, so you would expect that the readings you talked about on your direct examination would have a direct bearing and relevance to the 34
Exactly.
Fairview Road in Canton, is that correct?
Yes. Relevance. Yes.
Yes. So what I would like to do is to draw your attention to the exhibit that was just marked, if Your Honor. We have that. May I approach, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Maybe this is the
Mr.
stipulation.
Gilman, this is Exhibit 64. If I could hand that to you, please.
Thank you.
And you can keep that in front of you. If you could publish. Excuse me, Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Thank you. If you can enlarge, just, no, not the whole thing, just the chart up above, and make that as large as you could for the jury, please. That's very
Estimated.
good, thank you. You see where we are, and Mr. Goodman, you can either look on the screen or look on the document, whichever is best for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So let's start with the top, which is estimated hourly snowfall ending at. This is for January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And what does not appear on this chart, but I want to make sure I can get this as accurate as possible, would it be appropriate to, before 1 a.m., to add a 0.2 for what you mentioned on direct for midnight? You mentioned there was a little bit starting and there was a 0.2. Is that correct? Did I hear that correct?
If you want to get the total for the snowfall event, yes.
Okay, so we'll just have, if you will, an imaginary 0.2 up at the top. And what I'm going to do, sir, is I'm going to go through the
What would we have done, babe?
hourly snowfall, because there are times that you have on your chart that are relevant in
Written it
this
down
matter.
there.
So let's start with and
Told
just
him
do
to.
it chronologically by time. And what I'm going to ask you to do is to do a little bit of math as we go through. If you need a calculator, I think this could be fairly straightforward math for someone with your skills, but take your time when we get through it. So we start at midnight, and you mentioned the concept of visibility on your direct examination, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you said on your direct examination that at midnight, there was, quote, very little snow precipitation. Is that correct?
I believe I said there was very little snow on the ground.
Very little snow on the ground. And I think you used the phrase track a cat.
Enough to track a cat, exactly.
Right. And so enough to track a cat, but a fairly small amount, correct?
I don't know how to define it any better than enough to track a cat.
Very good, sir. I'll go with track a cat.
That's the smallest amount as you can get. And again, that would be on a natural surface, not necessarily on pavement.
Right. And what would the variation be, if at all, on pavement?
Oh, a lot of factors would come into play. Most importantly, since this was a forecasted storm event, the town may have pre-treated the road. That lowers the freezing point of the precipitation. So it would, even if it was 25 degrees, it might be melting on the road.
So in terms of the factor you just talked about, for example, pre-treatment, that could cause the accumulation of the numbers here to be lower than what we're seeing on the chart, correct?
Definitely, correct.
But there's not a scenario where it could be higher, is it, at this point?
Well, there are places, especially with this kind of wind and dry, fluffy snow, that you would have drifting.
Right, but with just 0.2 inches on the ground, would you expect drifting?
No,
Okay.
absolutely not.
Right,
Unless I was a very small animal.
I was going to say, tracking a cat wouldn't
No.
seem to work very well if you've only
No.
got drifting. With
I thought you were
0.2.
asking about the larger numbers.
No, sir. Good point. What I'd like to do is to just concentrate on the beginning here and midnight and 1 a.m. and then we'll progress down through. Okay. I want to snapshot it, if you will, starting at the very beginning. So we then move to 1 a.m., which is 0.3 inches. Correct.
Correct.
Now, if you add, and it seems like to be most accurate, to each number here, we would add a 0.2 to get the total, correct?
Correct.
So if we go to 1 a.m. on January 29, 2022, we've only got 0.5 inches of snow per this chart, correct?
Total so far, yes.
And that could, on the road, that could be less because of municipal pre-treatment. If they pre-treated for the storm, they could have put some chemicals down that would have caused a melt and therefore less. That's a possibility.
That's one factor. Another factor would just be the road may be warmer for a number of reasons.
So that could be another reason why it might be less, another factor.
Absolutely.
Okay, so now let's go to, I want to go between 1 and 2 a.m. Let's assume a time of 1:45 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Is it correct that the accumulation would be less than 0.8 inches at that point, according to your chart?
By 2 a.m., it would be less than 0.8, yes.
Therefore, correct.
Therefore, by 1:45, it would be less than 0.8, yes.
Right, so-
Or equal to, if yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you,
Less
sir.
than or equal to.
Right. So you used 2 a.m., right? Which would mean that it was 0.8, correct?
Correct.
And then if you work back 15 minutes at 1:45 a.m., it would be less than 0.8, correct?
If it was still snowing in those 15 minutes.
Right.
yes.
So, but I just want to focus on the number. At 1:45 a.m., it's less than 0.8 inches, correct?
It's less than 0.8 inches.
Yes,
Okay.
right. Alrighty. So, and that is, to state it another way, is it correct to say it's just 0.8 of an inch? Is that correct?
0.8 is 0.8 of an inch.
Right. Another way to say it. So in terms of the time now, and this may get a little more complicated, sir, but if you take just the time between 1 a.m. and 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. So you've got 0.8. You would have under at 1:45, is it correct you would have only 0.35 inches accumulated of the 0.8? You follow my math, sir?
I'm not sure what I follow in that sentence. Did you ask me how much snow fell between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
That's another way of asking the
Okay,
question.
between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., 0.3 of an inch is the estimated snowfall.
Right, very well. And so what I'd like to do now is to move down the chart to 3 a.m. How much snow has fallen or accumulated between 12 a.m. and 3 a.m.?
It would be 1 inch.
Right, and is an inch, and you're in the measurement business, about the size of a thumbnail?
Yeah, I actually use the knuckle on my thumb to the end of my thumb as an inch.
Right, so from the knuckle of one's thumb to the end of the thumb is 1 inch, right? And under your terminology on direct, you had used the term very little. Would you consider from the knuckle to the top of the thumb very little snow?
It definitely would require a comparison. 1 inch of snow has caused tremendous problems for people.
Right.
So I would not call it, just by the fact of 1 inch of snowfall, I would never say it's very little.
No, so I'm sorry, maybe my question wasn't clear. I'm not talking about effects of 1 inch. I'm just talking a measurement of 1 inch on a measurement scale. Would you still consider that your phrase, track a cat, or would you be out of the track a cat?
We'd be out of the track a
All
cat
right,
stage.
got it. So, but again, the 1 inch being from the knuckle to the top of the thumb.
Yes.
Let's now go all the way down to about another time is 3:30 a.m., which we're going to focus on now, 3:30 a.m. How much snow had accumulated by 3:30 a.m.?
Well, we're going to have that inch we just talked about at length, and we're going to add the 0.2 from the previous day, the last few hours of the 28th. So
Nope,
we have
that was already in
1.2.
there.
Now we're going to add another
Wasn't it?
0.5 inch by 4 a.m. So somewhere less than 1.7 inches, less than or equal to.
Wouldn't the number at 3:30 be 0.85 inches?
You're including the snowfall from the previous day, the 0.2 of an inch?
Yes.
No.
What would it be?
As I said, there's 1.2 inches up to 3 a.m. And then we're adding some amount
I thought that
before
already
4
had
a.m.
two.
Unknown how that was distributed within that hour, but something like 1.7 equal or less than total.
How about the accumulation between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m.? How much accumulation for that time period?
Between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. So we have 0.3 of an inch up to 2 and another 0.4 of an inch, to a total of 0.7.
So between 1 and 3 a.m., there's only an accumulation of 0.7, correct?
Correct.
Inches.
Correct.
You had spoken a lot on your direct testimony about the magnitude of the storm, a variety of other measurements. But what I wanted to draw really a line at 6 a.m., which you said was an accumulation of 3.9. What I want to do is to now move on to.
I mean, not that it matters, but Alessi's right. You got 0.3 at 2 a.m., 1 a.m., 0.3 at 2 a.m., so that's 6, and then 0.4 at 3 a.m. That brings you to 1 inch. Add the 2 from midnight, and that's 1.2. I don't know why all of a sudden he was adding the 2 again, but I mean.
That was good mathing, babe.
I mean, it's right in doesn't he still have in front of him? Come on.
Yeah.
From 7 a.m. on January 29th until noontime. And you can check my math, sir, but I get 12.5 inches total as of noon on January 29th.
I can do the arithmetic if it sounds about right.
The arithmetic. The maths. I'm going to do the maths real quick.
8.6 inches fell up until noon, starting at 6 in that time period, which is about the amount we forecast.
See, my
did you ask about the
forecast is right.
total going back to the night before? Or
Yeah, the total starting at midnight.
starting at midnight.
Right, going until noon. So it's a 12-hour period of the same day, January 29th.
My quick calculation is 12.3 inches
Right, and then you'd add the 0.2 from midnight?
previous to midnight. Yes.
Right, so 12.3 is what shows with all those numbers, but then you have to add the 0.2 from midnight.
Yeah, Brooklyn is also not allowed in the comment of the day, the chat comment of the day. She is also hilarious, and also on the board,
which would get you to 12.5, correct?
Exactly. Yep.
Good. So just to summarize the first column there, all the way down from 1 a.m. to 12 p.m. At 6 a.m., we've got 3.9 inches. And then moving down to 12 p.m., we're at 12.5 inches, correct?
I believe so.
see what I mean? You just can't put her. She's like a ringer. Can't have ringers in the contest.
Sir, tell me when you're
Yes, yes.
So we're in alignment with those two numbers, 3.9 inches as of 6 a.m., 12.5 inches as of 12 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry if I wasn't sure if you wanted me to do all the arithmetic again, but I did do that, and yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. I appreciate you doing that. You talked about the concept of visibility on your direct examination. In terms of visibility, did I hear you correctly that there's a correlation between the amount of snow coming down and visibility?
The intensity of the snowfall, so the amount over time and visibility, right?
Right. So the intensity or amount over time. How would you describe visibility from 12 midnight or 12 a.m. on January 29th until 1 a.m., that 1 hour period? How would you describe visibility?
I really don't know exactly. I can look at the report from Norwood Airport. They measure the visibility.
Could you do that, sir? Would that be easy enough for you to do?
Do you need a light, Mr. Gilman? Do you need lights on?
If we're going to do more than one, I would, but let's see if I can. Thank you, Your Honor. And we were asked about 1 a.m. Is that?
Yes, visibility at 1 a.m.
Okay. Visibility reported at 1 a.m. was 1.2 miles in light snow.
And what does that mean, a visibility of 1.2 miles?
1.25 miles, 1.25 miles. It means that anything that was more than 1.25 miles away from the observer would be hidden by the snowfall. You wouldn't be able to see it.
And what does it mean if it were the visibility was less than 1.25 miles?
And as the visibility lowers, you can
see less.
Your ability to see objects in the distance is reduced.
So assume, sir, that somebody is 30 feet away from an object they want to see, and the visibility is 1.25 miles. Would they be able to see that object based upon your experience with visibility and your career in that area?
All other things being equal, yes.
Right. So would it be fair to say visibility would be good from 30 feet if it's a 1.25 mile and beyond?
Can you answer that, Mr. Gilman?
Can I further explain to the jury about visibility? Thank you. A term like good for visibility would generally apply more toward 8 miles, 10 miles is good visibility. So it's hard to say that anything under 3 miles. For instance, we go from calling visibility reduction in haze to fog. Once it's really the same atmospheric phenomenon, but once you get below 3 miles, we call it fog or dense fog. So anything below that, when you reduce visibility by fog, haze, snow below 3 miles, it's hard to call it good visibility.
But if something is at 1.25 miles, there's visibility, correct?
Of 1.25 miles, yes.
There is.
And again, if I could explain further to the jury, a lot of this is developed for aviation.
Right.
And if you're a pilot or you think about what a pilot needs to go through, that's where these terms come from.
I understand, sir, but you are in the weather forecasting business, correct?
I sure am, yes.
And you, and weathercasters, we all here on TV talk about visibility on their forecast, correct?
Correct.
And they're not talking just to pilots, right? They're talking to people who are going to drive, people who are going to walk. Is that correct?
And it is a challenge to communicate that, yes.
But sir, my question is, when someone, a weathercaster, a weather person is talking about visibility, the main target audience are for people who are going to be driving or walking, correct? There's not pilots that they're giving.
Well, I don't know, but I would never expect, and I do broadcast meteorology, a broadcast meteorologist to say visibility was good if it was less than 1.5 miles.
Yeah, sir. I appreciate that, but my question's not, I've left whether it's good or not. I'm talking about the purpose of weathercasters speaking about visibility.
Yes.
You had indicated in your earlier answer, you had tethered it to pilots, but there's also an application of the visibility concept for the rest of us in the world who drive and walk, correct?
Yes,
Isn't it useful for that?
Absolutely. I'm trying to answer your question about whether the visibility was good.
Right, but I'm not asking that question anymore. My question is just,
I only know what you asked me.
All right. I'll try it a different way.
Huh.
Visibility
Combative.
is a concept that is used by weathercasters to assist people who are going to be
Starting to like
walking
you
and
less,
driving.
buddy.
Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. So now let's go on to the concept of temperature. You mentioned the concept of wind chill on your direct examination. You recall that, sir?
I was asked about it, yes.
Yes. Does wind chill have a relationship to temperature? And if so, what is it?
It does have a relationship to temperature. It's a complex function that was developed by the U.S. Air Force in the 50s to help produce cold weather gear. And it was determined that wind had a major impact on our military in terms of what type of gear they needed, in addition to how low the temperature was. So it's a measurement of temperature to begin with, and then there's a complex function applied based on the wind speed to come up with how that air temperature, how that air is going to impact the human body.
So is it fair to say that if you have a temperature, and what I wanted to do was to go to the temperatures that you gave on your direct examination, is it accurate to state that, for example, on January 29th, I believe I heard you say there was a high of 29 and a low of 15. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, that was my report based on all those 3 locations, yes.
And you had also testified about wind speed and wind gusts as well. And can you state, if you have it in your notes?
I do, yes. It was in the report, yep.
Yep. And what was the wind speed? Average and then high gusts?
Sure. 23 miles an hour with frequent gusts of 47 miles an hour.
So what does your number 23, how does that affect temperatures of 29 and 15?
It makes that air feel much colder. So that air, that 20-degree air, did you say 20 and
29, sir, and 15 were the numbers you had given?
That range for that day, sure.
Yeah.
So it makes that air temperature feel colder, and it allows that air to take heat out of your body more efficiently and more rapidly. So it feels much colder, and we can calculate roughly how it would feel if there was no wind at all.
And sir, thank you. You've gotten right to my next point, and I only have a few more questions left for you. So if you have the highest temperature on the 29th of 29, January 29, 2022, do you know what the wind chill factor would do in terms of a calculation number to bring that 29 number down? Do you know what that number would result in applying the most conservative wind speed of 23?
I wasn't asked to calculate that, no.
Would it be less than 0? Just an estimate.
Based on the 29 temperature?
Based on the 29?
No.
Would it
I
be
don't believe so.
Would it be in the teens?
Yes.
So the 29 would be in the teens. And then for the low of 15, approximately what number might that get down to?
Again, depending on the wind, if you looked at 5 miles an hour, it wasn't that wind all day, and that 15-degree might not have been corresponding to any wind at all.
Just using your average that you used on direct of 23.
The average wind, again, made it feel much colder, bitterly cold, extremely cold when you were out in the highest wind at the lowest temperature. So it may have felt like 0, even 10 below 0 at the lowest temperature and the highest wind gusts.
So if I got that correct, so 15 was the lowest temperature you gave on direct on January 29, and you state that it would be, with the wind chill using about an average of 23, would be 0 or maybe minus 10. Is that the number correct?
Again, I'm just guessing. I didn't do the calculation. I wasn't asked to do the calculation. But based on my experience of reporting in this area for 45 years, I basically get the idea of what it's like when the temperature is that low and the wind is that high. Yeah.
Right. And if we could please have the chart published back up, please. You can keep the lights on. You just make it larger. I want to make sure Mr. Gilman has some facile with his notes. Okay. So is it correct to say that if the total accumulation for the storm was 23.8 inches, that the vast majority of that accumulation came well after 6 a.m.
Yes.
And as of 6 a.m., we've only got 3.9 inches compared to what the storm ended up at about 23.8. And then importantly, from midnight on January 29th until 3 a.m., we've got
1.2.
just 1.2 inches, correct?
Exactly.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Please bear with me a moment, Mr.
I'm
Chairman.
surprised he's not asking about how cold the ground would have been at midnight. I didn't think that they really honed in on that time. I thought they used
Thank
a
you for
range.
answering my questions, Mr. Gilman.
You're welcome.
He's done.
Anything else, Mr. Lally? Okay.
Why? What more do you need to get out of this?
Mr. Gilman, you were asked about the snowfall between 12 a.m. and 1 a.m. How much snow again was there during that time frame?
During that time frame, about 0.3 of an inch.
Okay. And during that time frame was probably the least amount of snow that was on the ground during the course of the storm, correct?
During that hour or two previous. Yeah, there was really, in fact, I have this chart I showed, the graph, the map. It just showed a trace of zero. There was less than an inch on the ground. And we measure snow on the ground in whole numbers, so it would either be 1 inch or zero.
And so that would be during what you've characterized as the track a cat stage, correct?
Yes.
And so it's during that track a cat stage that there's the least amount of snow between the frozen ground and anything that may come down on top of it, correct?
Yes.
Now, as quickly as it applies to visibility, when you were asked about visibility in 30 feet, you said all other things being equal. What are some of the things that would make it unequal?
A car in front of you, a building in front of you, a person, anything other than weather. And there are other types of weather that can lower the visibility besides snowfall, including fog.
So darkness, as far as nightfall versus daytime, that would have a negative impact on your visibility?
Sustained.
What about lighting? How would lighting impact the visibility of an object?
I really can't say. Lighting, obviously, you need some light to see anything. That's really all I could say.
And lastly, sir, as far as wind chill is concerned, again, could you explain to the jury exactly what is wind chill? What is it measuring?
Again, it was developed for the military in the 50s to help design. It was actually done here at the Natick Labs here in Massachusetts to help design cold weather gear, because prior to that time, during World War II, the Korean War, unfortunately, especially Air Force aviators were suffering. They had clothing that might have been adequate for the temperature, but because of the wind, they suffered frostbite and other ill effects. And so research was done, and the result of that was a wind chill temperature, the way it would feel to the human body based on the wind on a certain temperature.
And so the wind chill is measuring the impact of how a person experiences the air temperature, correct?
Exactly.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Anything, Mr. Lessie?
No further questions, Your
All
Honor.
right, Mr. Gilman, you are all set. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, what are we playing during the lunch break?
I did a poll. We're playing Matt McCabe. His
Relinquish
testimony
them
from
to
the
this
first
young lady.
trial.
So, fine. Next witness.
Thank you. The Commonwealth recalls Nick Garino.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'll inform this will be the last recall for Mr. Garino.
Thank you.
Oh, boy.
So, sir, the evidence given in court and jury that this evidence is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Again, if we need to stand it.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. May I proceed?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Last time you appeared, there were a number of extraction reports that we introduced into evidence. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And just remind us briefly what an extraction report is.
It's the information from the cell phones that I pull up via cell.
All right, so I'm just going to ask that this witness identify himself.
My apologies, Your Honor. Could you please again introduce yourself to the jury? Spell your last name for the record.
I'm Trooper Nicholas Guarino, Guarino.
You would explain what an extraction report is.
Yes, it's the information in the cell phones. We can create PDFs or portable cases from information, whatever is specified.
An extraction report, can it be general or more narrow?
Yes, it can be.
I want to introduce a few more extraction reports that we didn't get to last time.
Okay.
In this case, did you use Mr. O'Keefe's phone to create an extraction report that included all of his calls from the 28th and the 29th of January 2022?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And your document, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's John O'Keefe's call logs from everyone from the 29th to the 28th.
I move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. 65.
Old big dick Nick, back on the stand.
Did you create an extraction report that included a text message between the defendant and Jennifer McCabe?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And in your document, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, it's the text chain from the defendant to Jen McCabe.
I move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
66.
One moment. With the court's permission, could Mr. Guarino read this to the jury?
Okay.
Could you kindly read that and explain it to the jury?
With all the information on it.
Yes.
This is from the defendant to Jen McCabe, 7:26:52 a.m. on the 29th. It says, can you send me Carrie's number?
Thank you. Did you further create an extraction?
Yes.
Can you review that again?
Yes.
And do you see who that's from? And who it's to?
I'm sorry, Miss. It's from Jen McCabe to the defendant.
And what does it say?
Can you send me Carrie's number?
What time and date?
That is 7:26:52 a.m. on April 29th, 2022.
Thank you. Did you do a further extraction report from John O'Keefe's phone with text messages between him and a person named Kaylee?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm surprised she's doing this before the lunch hour.
You recognize that?
I mean, it was early, right?
12:30
Yes.
there?
What is it?
It's the
I thought
text
she
chain
usually broke it.
between John O'Keefe and Kaylee.
The date?
It goes. Sorry, it's kind of faded. April 20. Sorry,
You're good,
January 28th,
Christy.
2022 to January 29th, 2022.
Thank you. I move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
67.
Trooper Guarino, we're done with extraction reports.
Okay.
Did you have an opportunity to obtain phone messages, phone calls, and text messages between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe?
Please hold. There's a giant.
Is the judge going to give her her instruction
Thank you, Your Honor.
about how it's not for the truth of the matter.
Marino,
as
did you
version?
have an opportunity to obtain phone calls, voice messages, and text messages from the defendant to Mr. O'Keefe's phone on the evening of January 29th,
maybe hers are.
2022?
Yes, I was.
Where did you get the phone call records from?
From John O'Keefe's phone.
Where did you get the voicemails from?
Also from John O'Keefe's phone.
Where did you get the text messages from?
From John O'Keefe's phone.
Where'd you get
Did you have
that
an
ring
opportunity to
video
take
that
Phone
disappeared?
calls, the voice messages, and the text messages and put them in a chronological order?
Yes, I did.
Did you include all of the phone calls, all the text messages, and all of the voicemails?
Between John O'Keefe and the defendant, yes.
Did you create a PowerPoint to put them in a chronological order?
Yes.
May I approach you? Honor?
Yes.
They
Show Mr.
still need,
Alessi.
there still should be an instruction that they have to believe that she sent them. But hers can be offered for the truth.
Showing you a binder, sir. Could you open it up? Tell us what this is.
Yes, this is the phone calls and text messages between the defendant and John O'Keefe, as well as the voicemails. Well,
Is there a package in the front of that binder?
yes, there is.
And what is that package?
It says defendant's voicemails and on 1/29/2022. The
KKB,
USB thumb drive. That should have
let
the
us
file.
know if you see anything about what the jurors are doing when these voicemails get played.
PowerPoint presentation as well as the.
I have never seen such a pronounced cleft
Yes,
like
you need the thumb drives.
in between somebody's eyebrows like that. Have you? Thing's intense.
I don't know.
What do you do know?
This is the guy. Wait, is this the guy that said, "Oh fuck me" last time?
I think so.
Oh, I gotta pull that
With
up.
the court's permission, I would ask that.
Can we talk about
Marino
his
take us through the
cleft
PowerPoint
brow though
presentation.
a little
Yes.
more?
Thank you.
I don't know.
Come on, dude.
Is it okay to begin? Okay.
Please.
So this is the phone calls on the 29th. So at 12:35 a.m., the defendant calls John. That phone call's not answered.
Sounds like she's already gone.
12:34:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:34:38 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:35:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 12:35:35, the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:36:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered.
Trooper Greeno, let me stop you there for a second.
Mhm.
Did you look into any internet connection between the defendant's phone and the router and the internet connection at Meadows Ave, John O'Keefe's home that night?
Yes, at 12:36:39 a.m., the defendant's phone auto connects to the Wi-Fi HATSFAM 123.
Are you familiar with the router at Mr. O'Keefe's home?
I have not done a look at it in person, but that's the no network that's listed under.
Don't try to tell us
there's
she
two,
gets there blocked
HATSFAM
away.
123 and O'Keefe 74.
Did you learn the range that a connection must be in order to connect to his router?
Yeah, so depending on the router, it's either a 2.4 gigahertz or 5 gigahertz radio band or signal band, I should say. Depending on which one it's connecting to, which band, it's either 150-foot indoor range or up to 300 feet outdoor. So again, when you pull
You
into your
gotta be
home,
there.
sometimes you can still be connected to your home Wi-Fi in the driveway.
And again, can you give us the time of the connection between the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's router at Meadows Ave that night?
Yes, 12:36:39 a.m.
Please continue.
At 12:36:40 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 12:37:08 a.m., the defendant calls John, and voicemail number 1 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman, would you kindly play the voicemail for 12:37:08?
At 12:38:26 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:39:03 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:39:37 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:40:43 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 12:41:35 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 2 is left. Some beeping noises, appears to be a butt dial or accidental call.
Ms. Gilman, could you play the voice message at 12:41:35?
Sounds like a fire alarm. Kind of.
Six-minute drive on a good day, 2.3 miles. depending how you go, could be up to 2.8 miles, 7 minutes on a good day.
The defendant then texts John O'Keefe at 12:55:31 a.m. on the 29th. I'm going home. The defendant texts John O'Keefe, sorry, see you later at 12:55:50 a.m. on the 29th. At 12:58:19 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:58:47 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:59:24 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 3 is left with voice.
Let's go.
John, I'm here with your fucking kids. Nobody knows what the fuck you are, you fucking pervert.
It's like going back.
1 a.m. 26 seconds. The defendant calls John. It's not answered.
I think these only help.
At 1 a.m.
for
49
my-
seconds, the defendant calls John.
I don't understand.
Voicemail
how
number
they
4 is
think
left.
it
It's 1 second called
helps
no
them.
sound.
Pause it a sec.
Skillman.
I mean, if their concept of this is all some kind of like nefarious plan that she went back to leave these fucking voicemails in order to cover up the fact that she knew she hit John is absurd.
Absurd.
No one
I
is
think
ever thinking that. This completely
never.
destroys the whole second-degree murder thing, man. It's insane.
I think that they're
Insane.
trying to paint their picture of a hysterical woman. Look how hysterical this woman is. That's the kind of woman that would just run you down right in the road.
Yeah,
And
well,
she was
what
on
the-
her period. Hysteria, period, woman. Oh my Lord, she murdered the guy.
She might have perimenopause brain too. You never know.
Well,
I mean,
she's
who
got her
knows?
period. And
Oh
she's
yeah,
not
that's right.
that
That
old.
would belie that fact. Then.
Well, no, you get your period when you're in perimenopause. It's just not. It's on its way to being finished. So,
yeah, I mean,
good.
The point, like these, do not hurt the defense at all.
Nobody is thinking that this is a. She'd need an Academy Award. An Academy Award.
Beyond the acting, the concept that this woman they're trying to have shit faced through their extrapolation has now gone home after hitting John and has hatched this just devious plan. You know what I'm going to do now? I'm going to call him 53 fucking times. They're going to leave a bunch of really
Call him a
angry,
pervert.
screaming messages. I'm going to call him a pervert. I mean, like what it is a woman who hasn't heard from her boyfriend who she's been trying to hit up for 2 hours and she's like fucking pissed.
Dude, I'd be insane.
You'd be insane. You'd be
I
like,
would
"What are you
actually just
talking
driven back
about,
to the
you
house,
scumbag?"
barged in there.
Like,
That's what I would. I mean, I would never left. I would have barged in. I might have left like this mother effer. I'm out. But then when no answers, oh, I'm going back, and I'm being what? What? You're not answering me.
or you're doing a pop in.
Doing a pop in. Doing a pop
Pop
in.
in.
But I mean, if you're going to make these phone calls as a, you know, as your alibi or whatever, you're probably not calling him an effing pervert. You're probably, you know, doing something like, I can't believe you left me sitting out there waiting for you. I hope you're having fun at your little party in there. Rah, 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 rah.
Right.
You know.
All that shit.
That was it.
That was it.
Wait, what happened to the other one?
The defendant tells
video?
John O'Keefe,
She
your
didn't-
kids are cucking alone at 1:02 a.m. on the 29th. Defendant texts John O'Keefe, I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone. 1:04:14 a.m. on the 29th.
Messing with him, trying to get him
Trying
riled
to
up.
At
get him to
1:10,
call.
17 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 5 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman.
Yeah, it's 1 in the morning. I'm with your fucking niece and nephew. You fucking pervert. You're a fucking pervert.
At 1:10:44 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 1:12:18 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:12:46 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:13:13 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. Sorry.
Right. Here's a real good point. Pause it.
At
a sec.
1:14:11 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered.
I mean, you'd have to be super smart to decide to pretend that you're going to trick him into calling you by saying that the kids aren't there, that you left the kids, if all of that is a plot. So Candace, your point is well taken. And I kind of hope that the defense focuses more on these messages in their closings. I can't remember what they did the first time. I'm sure that they did focus on it, but what a great point to make. All right, if this is a ploy, I mean, you're doing some reverse psychology thing as a ploy. It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Like, just use your common sense.
Right.
Put yourself in this situation. If your significant other has ghosted you for all intents and purposes, what would you be doing? What would you be doing? You would be calling every 30 seconds, furious. It's just like you can hear the authenticity in her voice. It's like,
right.
I don't know. It's like, we'll see, but we don't matter. We'll see what the jury
forget
thinks.
where's juror Ronnie. I forget what I'd like to know what they thought about this. Paging juror Ronnie, the juror, paging Ronnie, the juror.
We need you, Ronnie. We need
you
to know.
come back into the chat.
Inquiring minds.
Need
to know.
You guys go to the
1:14:44 a.m. The defendant calls John, not answered. 1:16:10 a.m. The defendant calls John, not answered. 1:16:38 a.m. The defendant calls John, not answered. At 1:17:37 a.m. the defendant calls John. So when voicemail 6 is left with voice.
All right.
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit your niece. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. Kim's sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself.
That's what it boils down to. Right there. That's absolutely what it boils down to. She doesn't think she hit him. She thinks he's out banging what's-her-face's mom. Like, I mean, that call right there gets right to the heart of the matter. That's where Karen Reed's head's at. Period. End of conversation.
KKB, I did the same thing and I wasn't drunk.
At 1:18:38 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. At 4:38:14 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 4:38:49 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 4:39:39 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered.
Exactly.
4:40:05 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 4:42:05 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 4:42:54 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 4:45:10 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:04:27 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:21:28 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:21:58 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:23:26 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 7 is left with voice.
I mean, the question is if she thinks he went in the house. Oh, rewind it. Play that
At
one again.
5:24:27 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. Voicemail number 7 is left with voice.
John, where the fuck are you?
At 5:24:27 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:25:28 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:26:14 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:28:16 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:28:43 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:29:21 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:29:46 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:30:15 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:30:52 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:31:21 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 5:36:29 a.m., the defendant calls John, not answered. 6:03:02 a.m., the defendant calls John, and voicemail number 8 is left with some voice and noise and background.
Ms. Gilman, could you play that, please?
Yes, I need to see 34 years old, Vietnam.
And McCabe, you can hear the wipers.
Yeah. I know. Where's the blanket? I don't see blanket, Terry. Yes, I need something.
What's interesting, real quick, hold on, but real quick, Karen is out of the car. So her phone was obviously left in the vehicle. You can hear the wipers going. You can hear Karen out screaming. So if it's a butt dial, the person that seemed closest to that phone was Jen McCabe. So how did her phone call John when you can hear that she's outside of the car? You can hear her out there. Jen had to have been in the car because you could hear Jen calling 911. I don't know.
Wait, what time is 911 call?
This is when after John, they've discovered John.
Oh.
Yeah, like she's in you can hear that's Karen screaming outside, running around, and we heard McCabe.
All right. Once we play this again, I want you to do it, start it over, play it one more time and slow it down.
All right, we'll play it all
Finish
the way
it,
through.
yeah.
But I didn't hear the door to the car open and close. Because that would be a reasonable explanation that she was calling John.
Babe, you're talking over it. Rewind it.
Sorry.
Rewind it.
Okay.
One more time. Okay, now. All right, so now rewind it. Slow it down just one thing, whatever, to 7.5 or.
All right, so Bell, are you saying that as a fact or as a theory? Because you can hear the wipers. That's that voom, voom, voom. Why, if it's true that she had just made this call herself, she sees John, she drops the phone in the car. Why am I not hearing the door open and close?
Because someone said like the call could have hit voicemail after she was already out. Could have been ringing. Or the voicemail playing, but not recording until she's out.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. All right. Let's see. Did this start?
Did you slow it down?
I'm going to. You want me to do 0.75?
Yeah, let's see how it sounds.
Okay.
I've got to turn up really
Not
loud.
answered.
So.
5:52 a.m. The defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:21 a.m. The defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:36 a.m. The defendant calls John. Not answered. 6:03 a.m. The defendant calls John, and voicemail number 8 is left with some voice and noise and background.
Ms. Gilman, could you play that, please?
I heard a dog bark. John.
Yes, I need someone to 34 beautiful kidnapped your baby and captured now. Yeah. I know. Where's the blanket? I don't see blanket.
Where are the blankets? We're replaying it. 7.5. He's dead. He's dead. No, the jury doesn't get to hear it slow down. We're just doing it.
Yeah, what time were the? There's nothing left, dude.
All right.
What time are the Google searches they're alleging? I thought they were right around 6:02, 6:03. Like they were right at this time frame, weren't they? The house long to die in the cold, like the ones that the
22,
Commonwealth-
I thought. 6:22.
6:22. Okay. So
Or
that's
just bloop past this to whatever's next, I guess.
well, lunch is next.
Well, I mean, like, yeah.
Yeah, I will.
We have the lights on, please.
Time to take the lunch and recess.
45-minute lunch recess.
All
All right, 45 lunch. Okay. All right. So what I'm going to throw on, we'll have this on, but I'm also going to throw on for the lunch break. We will do Matt McCabe's. We're going to do his direct. So I think it's important to hear what he said the first time. So let me toss this up here. I think it'll be interesting. I'm going to do it at 1.25. I'll make sure it doesn't sound crazy.
It's
though.
his cross, right?
No, I'm doing his direct. I want to hear what he says on direct.
Oh.
Right? Or would you rather see the cross? I think I'd like to hear what he changes up.
Okay.
I don't know.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. Because when he testifies, we'll do the cross. Because we're getting a little ahead of the game here with him.
Yes.
Everybody's doing the cross. You guys want me to skip the
All right, Miss
cross?
Giannetti.
Thank you, Ron.
It's only a 45 minutes.
That's just a little bit of a different way to hopefully make it easier on you and me and
There you
the
go.
jury. I'd like to hand you, with the court's permission, the four.
Hold on. I'm gonna kick it up to see if it sounds crazy at 1.25. So this
pages that you've already reviewed, just to have you identified.
Good.
Oh, this is the cross anyway.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. We'll see you guys at.
I'd just like you to take a look at them and just confirm that's what you've already seen before we took the break.
Yes, these are the ones you showed me earlier.
Thank you, sir. May I approach it?
Yes.
Having reviewed those, sir, does this appear to be an accurate transcription of the sequence and the content of the group text chat within that time frame?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
All right. The only concern I have is I don't want to give the jury something they need a flashlight to read.
Well, my next.
So can I see it?
Of course.
Why don't I see counsel first?
Okay, Mr. Bates, if you would display the first page, 2150. We how is your distance vision? Are you able to read what's on the screen?
I don't know why it's on blue. This is. Can I have them in front of me
Can
while
I
you're
have that? Thank
displaying
you.
them?
Yes.
Please. Thank you very much.
And feel free to use the flashlight. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Here we go.
Oh, yeah, that's much better.
That's better. Okay,
Yes.
now we can all see it. With regard to your initial text exchange that we talked about, can you confirm what you texted at 1:34 and 27 seconds in the afternoon of February 1st, 2022?
Yes. Do you want me to?
Yes.
Oh, troop is back out front, but in front of Agent House. Looks like more has been dug up there for at least looks like it.
Okay. And Mr. Bates, if you go down the page, you see the responses. Okay. And who was it that responded to your notification that the troopers were back out front?
That would be Brian Albert.
Brian Albert Sr.
Yeah, yep. See,
And his response was?
right now.
And that was at 1:34 p.m. and 45 seconds?
Yes, it was.
And you took that to be a question, correct?
Yeah, asking right now. Yes.
And you can move to the next. Yes, 2151, please. We have walking, sir. Yes, please. All right. And you responded to Brian by saying what to his question about right now?
I responded, yes,
And that was at 1:34 p.m. and 56 seconds?
yes.
You would have still been on scene at that time?
I'm not sure if I was still on scene, but I was obviously, if it was in the area, it must have been in the area, correct?
And the next exchange, Mr. Bates? And who responded to you?
Brian Albert again.
And his response was?
Okay.
Do you have a memory as to whether or not Brian Albert was on scene at that time or if he was somewhere else?
I don't have a memory of where Brian was at that time.
Given the fact that you're saying troopers are out front and he's asking right now.
I'd assume he's not, I'd assume he's somewhere else, yeah.
Okay, and your response to him, or your response to the group, I should say, was what?
I had to pick up a car, so I drove through.
Right. So this is a little further than we talked about.
I know we'll get into the next one.
So take this one down, please.
I mean, 7 moment, I'm sorry. Yes, the second bubble, please, Mr. Bates, on 2152. Okay, now we're at 1:35 p.m. and 16 seconds, Mr. McKay.
Yes, that's correct.
And your text to the group of you, your wife, Brian and Nicole Albert is what?
Trying to get pictures.
All right, and at this point, I've asked the next bubble be displayed, and then I'm gonna skip to the bubble after that, once you see it. The next bubble comes from Brian Albert.
Yes, Brian Albert.
All right, and that's at 1:35 and 30.
Christine, Eddie, let him,
I'm sorry.
the screen speaks for itself. If
What-
it doesn't, then the witness can.
Of course. What time is that at?
1:35:32.
All right, and his response, does that appear to be a typo?
PK, I'm assuming.
All right, the next bubble after that would be 2153, please, just off. And that is from whom?
Brian Albert.
All right, and the time there, are you able to make that out?
Does that say 1:35:34 or 1:38:34?
Whatever it says. If you can't see it, you can't see it. Next.
Sure, and his response was?
Okay,
Does that appear to be correct in the PK?
I'd have to go back and,
Well, the previous one, you
Next question.
Sure. All right, we can take that off. I'd like to just go over two more areas of these group chats with you. You would agree with me that later that same day on February 4th, the four of you, your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, discussed in that group chat the fact that Michael Proctor was talking to Kerry Roberts over the phone, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
At 3:01 and 48 seconds, you commented on the interview of Michael Proctor with Kerry Roberts, did you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
It would be seen.
Okay. Juris-
I think you can read it. Thank you. So I'd like you to not leave the witness in the dark if there's something that he can have.
What I'm going to do now, sir, is to hand you 3 more pages and ask if you can identify those.
thank you.
All right, Mr. McCabe, generally, do you recognize those,
Yeah.
sir? All right, so
I
go
just
ahead.
march it up. Yep.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Yannetti.
The pages that I've handed to you and that you now have in your possession, those are from the same group chat that you identified earlier, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it appears to have the same sequence and content of the group chat as well?
Yes.
I would offer that one.
Over the Commonwealth's objection, again, I'm not sending anything to the jury that they can't read. So let's mark this for identification. And the substance of those, each individual one will be question by question.
Understood. So, Mr. Bates, with regard to page 2160, I'm looking for the second bubble.
Do you have an extra copy for me to follow along? No?
Sure we do.
Or Jim, was it, Mr. Yannetti, was this in the, what was marked for, you're using that? All right,
I believe we have extra copies, sir.
Thank you.
all right. And if it's a question by question objection, just
May that be displayed on?
may what be displayed?
I just offered that as an exhibit, and I'm asking.
And I did not take it in. I said the content on a question by question, so it's each bubble.
All right. You saw that at 3:01 p.m. and 48 seconds on February 1st that you texted, quote, very weird that she's been barely interviewed. The whole dead comment was just told. I was supposed to have them talk last night and forgot to tell Proctor to call her. Do you recall that?
I recall it, correct.
Those were your words, correct?
Yes, they are.
May that be displayed?
No, it's in. We may display it later, but I'd like to move this testimony along. So that's in evidence.
And then in that discussion, at 3:03 p.m. and 15 seconds, it was Brian Albert who texted, quote, hope they don't think she's making it up after the fact for some reason, end quote, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Can you read the timestamp again?
It's the second
It's on
page.
page 02161.
Oh, I found it.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's in the middle. I got that timestamp correct?
3:03:15.
Correct. And I read that accurately. Hope they don't think she's making it up after the fact.
Yes, that's correct.
And then less than a minute later at 3:05 and 32 seconds, you replied, yes, she was hardly interviewed, and I think just answered what was asked. Oh, I'm sorry, strike that whole question. I skipped his next response, which was at 3:05 and 2 seconds, where he said, but if they barely interviewed her, that's on them, correct?
That's from Brian. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, with regard to that exchange, you would agree with me that you were talking about Terry Roberts being interviewed by Michael Proctor, correct?
I don't want to make an assumption. Do you have the text previous to this that shows that we're referencing Kerry?
I do, and I'll show you that only to refresh your memory.
Yeah, I don't want to assume something.
I understand. I'm going to show you one page and ask you to look at it silently to yourself.
Okay.
And I open the page.
Okay.
You just look up at me when you're done.
Yeah. Again, my assumption it's Kerry based. Can I go back another page?
Feel free.
Okay, that was it. That's what I was looking for.
Yes.
Did those previous pages refresh your memory about the context of your group chat conversation?
Yes, it did.
And certainly it was talking about Kerry Roberts being interviewed, correct?
Yes, it was.
And you were passing along information about that interview to Brian Albert, were you not?
Yes, I was letting him know that Kerry was being interviewed.
And you were telling him things that she was saying, correct? Remember you said the whole dead comment was just told?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
All right, in any case, we're going to move on to the very last discussion that I'd like to ask you about. Earlier that day, February 1st of 2022, at 12:50 p.m. and 37 seconds, Brian Albert texted the group, which would have again been his wife Nicole, your wife Jennifer, and you. And that text was
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so I can't, which bubble on which page?
02148.
Right, on which page?
That's the page, 02148.
Okay, so I don't have
And
it.
the bubble is the second of the three bubbles.
So I don't have it.
I don't have it.
I don't know what the objection's pertaining to. Jurors, I apologize that this is taking so long. You know what, Mr. Yannetti, why don't you?
That's for the court, Your Honor. And for the
So you're objecting to it, so I'm not going to let you say what it is. You can show it to the witness.
yes, well,
Which one is this?
second bubble on 02148. Then the third bubble on 02148. And then the first bubble on 02149. That's all I'll be asking about.
Thank you.
All right, so I won't allow, based on the objection from the Commonwealth, the second bubble on 02148. I will allow the author of the third bubble on page 02148
No. The second bubble on 02148.
is not allowed into evidence.
I need to be heard on that then.
No, all right, I'll hear you at sidebar. Yes, please.
Can I have the jury back, please?
And Mr. Jackson, if you are planning on doing this with the next witness, I'd like you to let Mr. Lally know which ones of these you intend to use so that we can avoid all of this. And if you have a copy from me, that would be helpful for objections.
Court, all rise for the jury. Court is back in session. Please be seated.
Stanetti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McCabe, when we broke, I was just about to ask you about the last exchange here. You will agree with me that on February 1st of 2022 at 12:51 and 49 seconds, you texted the group chat to say, ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yep, I'm reading it right now. Yes, that's correct.
And who was the Chris you were referring to?
That would be Chris Albert.
Brian's brother, correct?
That is correct.
And then you then texted your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, quote, tell them the guy never went in the house, correct?
Yeah, that's part of the same text. Yes.
Mr. McCabe, who was the guy that you were referring to? Does he have a name?
That would be John O'Keefe.
When you told the group to tell them the guy never went in the house, that was you talking about how you should all get your stories straight, correct?
No.
You would agree with me that your stories are all straight in terms of the guy never went in the house, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
John never went in the house. It's not a story, it's a fact.
Well, when you said, tell them the guy never went in the house, Brian Albert was on that exchange still, was he not? He was still part of the group text?
Yes, Brian is on the exchange.
And Brian Albert was the one to respond, wasn't he?
Let me switch pages here. 1251.
He responded, did he not?
Yes, he did.
And then at that point, you knew Brian Albert was the oldest brother of the Albert family, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The oldest sibling in that family, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in his response to your instructions that his younger brother, Chris, should say that John O'Keefe never went in the house or the guy never went in the house, you would agree with me that he responded with one word, correct?
Yes, he did.
And in response to you saying the guy never went in the house, Brian Albert's response was, exactly, correct?
Yes, that's his response.
We're done here.
All right. Commonwealth, any redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Now, Mr. McCabe, John O'Keefe never went in the house that night, is that correct?
That's correct.
And from this text communication, as far as Chris Albert was concerned, was Chris Albert ever at the house on that night?
No, he was not.
And this is something that you obviously death of John O'Keefe occurring, how it did, where it did, and why it did. That was something that you discussed.
Can you keep your voice up?
Yes, I'm sorry. This tragic occurrence, as far as what happened to John O'Keefe, his death, where, why, how, that was something that you discussed within your family, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And why?
I didn't hear that
Why
one.
was it a discussion in your family?
You're talking about the immediately after? No one knew what happened. John never showed it, never came in the house. So we had no idea what happened to John.
And John was someone you were friends with, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, did you ever tell anybody what to say at any point in time to the state police, to any investigator whatsoever?
No,
Did anyone in your family or in your presence ever tell anyone that in front of you?
no.
Now, you asked some questions about when you were looking out and you saw the SUV, correct?
Yes,
And your focus, as you indicated in your testimony, was on the SUV, correct?
yes, that's correct.
Now, during the time that you were looking out, did you ever see a pickup truck outside?
I knew the pickup truck was out there, but again, I didn't look at the pickup. I kind of saw it, but was focusing on the SUV.
And
I saw a vehicle out there. Let's say that.
my question is more so, as far as the tire marks that you were talking about in the road, was that before or after the pickup truck was in?
It was after.
Now, you were asked some questions about directionality and things of that nature, as far as coming down Chapman or Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so if someone had driven by the house, missed the house, and then went on Cedar Crest, turned around, presumably then they would be taking a left or a right from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, is that right?
Yes, if they passed the house, they would have come to Cedar Crest and turned around and come back onto Fairview.
And you were asked some questions about whether or not you saw Mr. O'Keefe from your vantage point in the SUV, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
You didn't see him, correct?
I did not see him.
Could you see anyone inside from where you were?
I could not see anybody in the vehicle.
Did you see anything about the windows as far as their tint or anything like that?
I don't recall the tint. I couldn't see inside though.
As far as any statements that Ms. Nagel made on the way home, is it your testimony that you, Ms. Nagel didn't say those statements or that you didn't hear those statements?
I did not hear those statements.
Now, turning to February 1st, do you recall what you were doing on that day when you drove by Fairview?
I don't recall what I was doing. I don't recall exactly what I did that day.
And were you going specifically by Fairview or where were you?
Based off of reading these text messages, I was doing something, picking up a car or something, it says. I don't recall where. And I cut down Fairview.
Now, as far as your statement in those text messages where you said, looks like more has been dug up, you recall that?
I don't recall it. I read it in the text message.
Do you recall what that was in regard to? As far as what were they digging?
Oh, sorry. I do recall. They dug out the snow. It looked like the snow banks. It looked like there was more snow dug out around the scene.
And by the scene, you mean around where the black hole fire hydrant that was?
Correct. Yes.
Did you recall any sort of change in the weather between the 29th and February 1st?
I believe the temperature rose. Snow was starting to melt, if I recall.
Now, when you and your wife your wife was talking to Mr. O'Keefe and you were given directions, there was some reference to Bella's house, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that was sort of used as a directionality as far as Mr. O'Keefe would be familiar with where Bella's house was?
Yes, that's correct.
What, if any, relationship in the past were you aware of between Mr. O'Keefe and Bella and Bella's mother?
At some point, Bella's parents were separated, since divorced. At some point, Mr. O'Keefe had a relationship with Bella's mother.
And after that conversation in which that was referenced as far as Bella's house, did you ever hear from John O'Keefe again?
Never heard from him again.
Nothing further.
Anything?
Just very briefly.
Okay.
You were just asked if you ever told anyone, if you told anyone what to tell the state police or investigators, and your answer was no, correct?
Yeah, I don't recall telling anyone to tell anybody anything.
So with regard to your statement, tell them the guy never went in the house, who's the them?
Do you mind if I go back and read?
Take your time.
I think I know. I just want to read it. The them was Channel 4 went into D&E.
You done with your answer?
Yeah, you just asked me who them was.
And the answer is you were instructing people on the group chat to tell Channel 4 that the guy never went in the house, correct?
Yes, this was on February 1st. As I said, none of us in the house had any idea what happened to John O'Keefe. So we instructed, I was saying, we don't know what happened. He never came in the house.
All right, so,
That's what was my statement was.
sir, I didn't ask you for any of that just now, did I?
You just asked me
No,
why I said
I
that.
asked you who the them was.
Objection, Your Honor.
You didn't. You look like you asked me to elaborate.
Okay. So your answer to my question is the them was you were saying that Channel 4 should be told that the guy never went in the house. Yes or no?
Channel 4 was who I was referencing. Yes.
No further question.
All right, you are all set, Mr. McCabe. I will take those documents. Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you.
Your next witness, please, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Jennifer McCabe to the stand.
Jimmy.
Their text to be kept secret and private. Isn't that right?
Not secret and private. We just weren't going to communicate certain things over text.
Did you give, or did anybody give you any private information the next day on January 30th?
Did anyone give me private information?
So let me put it in context. That text from Nicole Albert. We'll get more info tomorrow. I don't want to text about it. That was on the 29th, right?
Okay.
So did you get additional info on the 30th, the next day?
I have no idea.
Did anything significant happen on January 30th in connection with this case? Any meetings, any get-togethers, anything that you can think of?
I went to the O'Keefe's house.
Other than that, anything else?
On the way home, Carrie Roberts' daughter is good friends with Michael Lank. So we dropped her off at Michael Lank's house, and Mike's wife came out of the house. Him and Carrie are friends, and she, jumped in the car and was consoling Carrie and asked how the O'Keefes were doing. And, we talked to her.
So you pulled up to Michael Lank's house on the 30th. That's never been reported, has it?
I guess I never thought much of it.
Never thought about reporting the fact that one of the first responding officers on the case, working for Canton PD, which is completely off the case, you had a meeting with that was unreported the next day?
I didn't meet with Michael Lank.
I see. So you pulled up in the car. Tell me about that again. You pulled up in the car and what happened?
And Lex, her daughter, went into the house.
Okay. And then you just drove away?
No. Michael's wife came out of the house.
Okay. And y'all had a conversation about what?
She got in the car and her and Carrie are friends, and she was checking on Carrie and, just saying, oh my God, this is so crazy, just checking in on the O'Keefes.
How long did that take?
Well, Carrie's a talker, so could have been an hour.
Could have been an hour standing outside?
Sitting in the car.
Sitting in the car on February 30th. Never came in the house?
Not February 30th.
I said February 30th. January 30th. Never went in the house?
I might have ran in to go to the bathroom.
It's the back end of a blizzard. It's freezing cold outside.
Mm-hmm.
Sitting in the car for an hour?
The car was running, Carrie, and they were talking. It's her friend.
Did you have any conversation before your testimony today with anybody about you going to Michael Lank's house on January 30th? Anybody?
Yes.
Tell me about that. Who was it and when?
It was a couple of weeks ago at the DA's office.
The DA's office had an interview with you, correct?
Not an interview. They just explained this process.
I mean, a conversation? How about that?
Yeah. Yes.
You met with folks at the DA's office. Who'd you meet with?
Mr. Lally, Miss McLaughlin, Steve Nelson, Trooper Brian Tully.
Well, hello. I guess it just kind of bopped over to the next the next testimony. All right, let's see if they are back. Let's see what we got. Boston 10. All right, we still have. Oops. Oops. So before cracking up, I measured my thumb to keep thumbnail and saw Bob do the same thing. Appreciate all your. Yeah, I did the same thing. About an inch. Sacred Valley podcast. The video hardly shows snow. I think, yeah, we touched on that. Maybe we touched on all of these before we left. Hope I'm not too late, but I want some merch. You're in. You are in. One of these comments I wanted to talk about, Danny Chirinos. Can the defense introduce proper procedure with Officer Barros? Thank you for your coverage. Finally became a member after lurking in the shadows. Well, thank you for your generosity in becoming a member, and you're super. So, yeah, I mean, Bob and I were saying that we honestly think that the defense needs to re-raise this issue now that the Commonwealth put on Officer Frowny Face to basically say, you know, what's proper procedure for a warrant, what constitutes a warrant. He's preaching about the Constitution, what kind of trouble he can get in if he misleads anybody, and that all the factors, you know, weren't enough to even, you know, request a warrant. But at the end of the day, it might not be enough for a judge to sign off on, you know, but I think they're enough that would have prompted law enforcement to at least try and get a warrant. Let's see what else you guys been chatting about over here. Officer Beaker, yeah, and Officer Frowny Face. Oh, I was muffled, but the sound's great now. Sounds all right. I'm muffled. Huh. I was talking in reverse. What the hell? Let me make sure. Somebody let me know that the sound, my mic is good now. Sounds good, Allie, Shannon says. I don't know why I was muffled. Yeah, I'll have Bob do it. I'll leave this up, Spitfire. And just a reminder for those of you out there, you can just make a statement. You can ask a question. You can just like want to be heard on all your thoughts, whatever it is. I'll have Bob. Hey, babe.
What's up? Hold on.
Link to leave a voicemail or the number.
Okay, I will.
Welcome to for. Bez making a phone call. Stand by. Judge Canoni has an important call to make.
Enter your participant. Please enter the pass.
What is happening?
You have
Hello,
joined the
Mr.
meeting
Gilman. This
and
is
will be
Judge
muted throughout the
Canoni.
meeting.
I found your testimony to
The
be
host would like
very
you to unmute your microphone.
mesmerizing.
You are unmuted.
All right, Mr. Lessie, you all set?
Thank you, Your Honor. No questions for the witness.
What?
All right, you are.
Wow.
Which witness was that? I already forgot.
See how happy she was? She's like, all right.
Do you have another witness?
I forget who that was.
Okay.
Oh,
have
the
some
guy put
other
in the
matters I'd
text.
like to introduce before
Sure.
that.
It was Garino.
Right. Yeah, there's no reason.
It's a good move. That's like the defense saying, hey, thanks for playing those for us. Appreciate it.
That was nice of you.
That was super cool.
Hey, you might want to close
Golly.
your window, by the way, because I have control.
I'd like to introduce clip one and play it for the jury.
You're heavy on the pause button.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
Up. It's clip time.
Give the people the number or the voice link or whatever.
I didn't think I hit him, but I didn't think I hit him, but I clipped him. Could I tapped him in the knee and incapacitated him? And in the cold, did he come to again?
In this moment, he was dropping them off at the party.
Yeah, would have had to.
It would have had to have been. She's speculating. Like she's talking about the next
Your Honor, I
morning.
have keeper of record certificates I'd like to mark for identification. May I approach?
Yes.
Beauty's in the eye of the beholder, though.
There's a series of them, Your Honor. Sure.
Kai dropped it. Let me see. Oh. Defense Diaries bat.
And these are all for identification. For identification. Thank you.
Oh. No cross of Garino.
Next, I'd like to introduce as an exhibit the text messages that I read with Mrs. McCabe during her testimony.
Oh, well, we have a second here. Little Miss Red Velvet, I read your beautiful email while we were walking the dog. It moved me deeply. Thank you for sending that. It really means a lot to Allie and I.
Although
you know that we're having any little impact at all on people's lives between us and our chat is amazing. So thank you for that email. I'll let Allie didn't get to read it, but she'll read it after the stream. Thank you. It was beautiful.
Your Honor, may I call the Commonwealth's next witness?
Please.
Commonwealth calls Charles Ray.
Who's Charles Ray?
I don't know. What I know is he's not on my goddamn bingo card. I'm on a real cold streak, babe. Real cold streak.
What did I just say his name was?
Charles Ray.
Charles. Ray Charles.
Incorrect, ma'am. Charles Ray. Oh, cool, Lisa. I hope you like it. We appreciate that little mess.
What are they chatting about? Something happening?
I need you to get me meteorologist Gilman's number. I want to call
Stop.
him
She just thought he was sweet.
after the trial. Are you sure?
Keep listening. I answer all the questions in the pod
If we
itself.
could, we'll call a different witness.
It's 66
Oh.
episodes.
So he must have come in to say
Kevin O'Hara, please.
Kevin O'Hara. Witness wasn't ready.
Oh, Bob. He's on my bingo card.
Who's he?
I don't know.
Oh.
He's on my bingo card. I'm not confused on why they didn't. I don't think that it was so. Just so you guys understand, the way that Brennan did this is he was doing Guarino in piecemeal, meaning he'd put him in to testify to very certain things, and then he recalled them. So when he recalled them for this second time, it was only for the purposes of getting those calls and the voicemails in. That's it. So the direct could not go beyond.
Wait a minute, babe. He reserved his, remember?
No, that you're not listening to what I'm
Oh,
saying.
the direct couldn't go beyond that. Right.
No, the cross couldn't go beyond what the direct examination was.
Absolutely could have, because Alessi
Oh,
said
yeah,
he's
go
reserving.
back, but there
Right.
was nothing there.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
as far as that
even in
goes.
the messages and stuff.
Yeah.
You
I mean, like,
decided- you decide
I
not
think
to-
those messages help
Dang it,
Karen,
Bobby.
don't hurt her.
Bobby, the boy just ain't right. Oh,
Up, sidebar.
I'll do Hank Hills all
Look,
day.
she's spinning again.
Aw. Oh, look. Mandy added this one.
Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
I like it. I love it. I love
It's a
it.
good one. It's a good one.
I just hate him. I hate him. I hate him.
She's pouring them in. Mandy,
Yeah, just let's take out the ones that if we accidentally hit, we get a.
it's basically
strike.
just music. It's basically just music. Movie clips were good. Movie clips were good.
I'm surprised that Jaws doesn't do something.
I know I said that, but it's okay. I mean, that's the great John Williams
All right,
composer.
we're taking off the "Why Can't We Be Friends" too.
Why can't we be? I think that's like a cover, right? That's definitely not
Oh, that's true.
an
Okay.
original.
All right. Curb, you think it says Curb remix? Maybe there was something slightly different, and that's why it didn't get a ding. All right, so Bad Boys, I think, is gone already. So we
Yeah,
can't,
Bad Boys.
can't accidentally play it.
Man, the wheel is jam packed. So it's a packed wheel. 44 entries.
All right, Mr. Brennan, the next witness for the Commonwealth is who?
We're going to return to Charles Ray, please.
My Lord. Wow. Gee.
Jurors, thank you for your patience.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case down here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
I don't remember this guy.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Charles Ray. I'm a lieutenant with the Canton Police, last name R-A-E.
How long have you worked for the Canton Police Department?
Approximately 25 years.
Maybe.
When were you assigned lieutenant?
Approximately 10 years ago.
I want to go back to January 29th, 2022. Do you remember that morning?
Yes.
Were you working that morning?
Yes, I came in for the day shift.
When you first came in for the day shift, did you have any particular duties or responsibilities?
I would have been a patrol shift commander for the 7:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. Incoming shift.
Had you learned about an event that occurred at 34 Fairview Road?
I had.
Were you part of that response or group of officers that went to 34 Fairview Road?
No, I was not.
Your role that morning was unrelated to 34 Fairview Road?
Correct.
Another
At
fraud.
some point, did you learn the name of the person who was at 34 Fairview Road that needed medical attention?
I did.
And what was that person's name?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
It's Froggy.
Did you learn that Mr. O'Keefe was brought to the hospital?
I did.
At some point, were you advised of his status?
At some point later in the day, yes.
While you're at the station after learning about Mr. O'Keefe,
You are muted.
did you make a decision to do something?
I did.
Was it an order from somebody or did you make a decision on your own?
I can't recall whether it was an order from somebody. I don't think it was an order, but it probably might have been at the suggestion of the former chief of police. Either that or it just developed organically. But one way or the other, we decided that the right thing to do would be to do a well-being check of the home at 1 Meadows Ave, which is the decedent's residence.
Why were you doing a well-being check at Meadows Ave?
We, at that time, we were under the impression that there may be 2 unattended young children at the home.
When you decided to go to Meadows Ave, did you use a police vehicle?
Yes.
Do you remember which vehicle it was?
It was Canton 682, which is the supervisor's vehicle.
When you decided to go to Meadows for a well-being check, did you ask anybody to come with you?
Yes, myself and Sergeant Lehan.
Do you remember the weather that morning?
Yes.
Could you describe it for us?
There was a well-forecasted snowstorm that had already began, and it was starting to pick up intensity at that point.
At this point, I had moved to admit the dash cam video from Cruiser 682.
Okay,
No objection.
thank you.
Did you travel from the police station to Meadows?
Yes,
Do you remember about how long that took you?
a few minutes.
Who was driving?
Sergeant Lehan was driving.
And where were you seated?
I was in the passenger seat.
Do you remember arriving at Meadows?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I would show a portion of Cruiser 682.
Okay.
What do I hear? Why does that shit keep doing that? What the hell going on? Good old 1 Meadows. Oh, good. Here's the tail light that people like to pretend is definitive, that we could tell what the fuck is going on with it. I'm like, shut up, dude. You quit acting like anybody can see what the
Stop,
fuck
please,
is going
Ms.
on
Gilman.
with
A note that the time is 8:23:10. Do you remember the time when you got there?
I didn't make note of it mentally at that time, but I've since. Yes.
Is this video that you have just watched consistent with your memory that morning?
Yes.
The cruiser cam is showing 2 vehicles
Okay.
in the driveway. When you arrived that morning, did you know whose vehicles they were?
At that time, no.
At that time, did you pay any particular attention to either of those vehicles?
No.
If I could show Exhibit 10, please.
Is this the guy that testified before it was cracked, not broken? Or not whatever?
So does that appear to be a still photo from the video we just watched?
Yes.
And could I have Exhibit 11, please? When you arrived for the wellness check that morning, were you working as an investigator in any way?
No, I was not.
Did you happen to pay any particular attention to the right side of the back of that car that morning?
No, I did not.
And is that photograph a close-up of the previous picture?
Yes.
Does it appear to be a still photo taken from the video on the cruiser that you were driving that morning or that you were in that morning?
Yes.
Okay, you can take that down, please. Thank you. After you arrived at Meadows, did you do anything?
When we arrived at Meadows, we walked up to one of the front doors and rang the doorbell, knocked on the door. Anywhere we could see through plain view, we were just trying to see if we could raise anybody, see if the children were at the house.
Did you find anybody?
We did not.
I'm going to ask to show 159. It's a portion of an exhibit that's already been introduced.
Okay.
He sounds like Froggy from the Little Rascals. That's who he sounds like. Or Sling Blade.
Give me them print right there. I like the way your voice sound.
I'm assuming this is when Jen, Carrie, and Aaron arrive, right? Is that what we're looking at? I don't know. I don't know.
At this time, I've moved to introduce former 19.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah, there's definitely ring footage of, but mysteriously the one that's most important is missing. Where Carrie and Jen claim that they were pointed out the tail light. Oh, is this a wellness check on the kid?
Thank you. The first video the second to last video you just saw, is that you and your partner arriving?
Correct.
In the last video, who's in the doorway?
I was on the right side of the frame, and Sergeant Lehan was on the left side of the frame.
How long did you spend at the residence for the wellness check?
A few minutes. I don't think more than 5 minutes.
Thank you. I have no further questions for the witness.
All right, any questions, Mr. Yanay?
We have no questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, so you are all set with me. Thank you. So your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
He was
My
a
next
foundational
witness
witness.
Kevin O'Hara.
Oh, now I get O'Hara. Who was that? What was that guy's name?
Charles Ray.
Chuck Ray. Chuck was not on my bingo card. Harry Potter, that was a foundational witness. To get that evidence, and that's the whole purpose of that guy.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your last name for the record?
My name is Kevin O'Hara, O'Hara.
Where do you work?
I'm a lieutenant with the Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police?
23 years.
When you began your career, what was your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
I was assigned as a trooper, a patrol trooper, working out of several barracks across the state.
Did you have to have any special education or training before you became an official Massachusetts State Police trooper?
Yes, I did. We went to a 6-month academy in New Braintree.
How long were you on patrol for?
I was on patrol for 17 years until I became a sergeant in 2018. So 16 years, became a sergeant, then a lieutenant.
In those 16 years, did you have any additional training after basic academy?
Yes, continued training throughout the years, additional training. Eventually, I wound up joining a search and rescue team, went to search and rescue training.
Tell us a little bit about search and rescue, what you did and what you do.
I'm the team commander for the State Police Special Emergency Response Team, which is known as CERT. I'm also the search and rescue coordinator for the state of Massachusetts. As a team, we conduct monthly trainings, at least twice a month, where our team will come together and train. We've been to trainings all across the country to hit national training standards.
Do you have any particular roles when you look for certain types of things?
So for CERT, we have 3 main mission types. We will do lost missing person searches, we will do evidence searches, and then we also do crowd control or security at large scale events such as the Boston Marathon, the July 4th celebration. We get assigned to Gillette Stadium for all the events down there as well.
You mentioned that you work, part of your work is looking for missing persons.
Yes, sir.
Did you receive any specialized training, have any special experience looking for missing persons as far as training technique?
Yes, we get certifications through NASAR, which is a National Search and Rescue Organization, NewSAR, which is a New England-based search and rescue group. We will train several different types of trainings to, improve our search techniques, including man tracking, probability of detection, critical separation, which is how we'll line up as we're searching certain areas. We've also gone, as I stated before, to national trainings where we've now really used a lot of statistical-based searching in our searches. We'll use live tracking maps now, so we've really advanced the way we search for missing persons.
When you're searching for a missing person, is there a routine or does it depend case by case?
We'll start off with a set normal way we'll deploy. More than likely, we'll start with a canine, searching high probability of areas, trying to get people out as quick as possible. And then eventually it may turn into a line search or a grid search.
You said that you lead the CERT team?
That's correct, sir.
How many CERT teams are there with the Massachusetts State Police?
Just one.
How do you decide what different cases or situations to get involved in? Is that your request?
It's not at our request. We'll receive requests either internally through other members of our department or externally from outside agencies.
So can you take us through very basically how would a typical request come to you?
Most of the time I'll receive what I call a courtesy notification. I'll get a call from someone that I know on the department or a local police department asking, give me the particulars of the case and if we'd be available and what I think about our response. If we are available, if we're not already on another mission, we'll then start the approval request process, which I have to send up through my chain of command. I have to send that up through a captain, which then will go to a major who's in charge of the special operations. And then he may have the final say. It may even go higher to him to Lieutenant Colonel of Field Services. If the request is internal through another member of our department, it also has to go up their specific chain of command as well. Sometimes getting an external request sometimes goes faster because there's not that second chain of command, to go through.
In 2022, how many full-time members were on the CERT team?
At that time, we had 55 members, which were, excuse me, sir, we had one full-time member, 55 total members on the team.
So the members on the CERT team, did they engage in other roles at the state police at the same time they're a member of the CERT team?
Yes, it's an additional duty. They have a primary assignment either at a barracks or some other assignment throughout the state.
If you decided on accepting a mission or you were assigned a mission, who determines how many people from the CERT team would attend?
That would be determined by myself and the captain from Special Operations.
You mentioned back in 2022 there was one full-time member and 55 part-time members of the CERT team.
Yes, 55 total, correct, sir.
As we stand today, how many full-time members of the CERT team?
Currently, we're 69. We did have 71. We've had a few members leave the team recently.
Are those full-time or part-time members?
I'm sorry, that's full total members. We have currently 5 full-time members. So we increased our on both ends.
Are members of the CERT team who work for the Massachusetts State Police drawn from different geographical locations around the state?
That's correct. We try to split east-west the best we can geographically, just so we have as quick a response time as possible. We'll break it down further into the northeast part of the state, the southeast, central, west, but main breakdown for us is east-west, basically using 495 as our boundary.
If the CERT team's assigned a mission and there are members that have chosen to participate, how often would you go to that scene or involve yourself in that particular event?
When I was the only full-time member, probably 99% of the missions I would go to. Now we have a few other supervisors on the team. I have a full-time executive officer who's also a lieutenant, but my role hasn't changed too much, still 90 to 95% of the missions.
I want you to take us back to January 29, 2022. Were you contacted or was a request made for you to consider and accept the mission?
Yes, I received a call from Lieutenant Tully.
After receiving the call, what was your process?
Again, that was what I would classify as a courtesy notification to see if we were available, if he thought we could get a response on that date. I told him we would be able to respond. I asked him if he had started the approval, the request for approval up his chain of command, which he hadn't at that time. He stated he would start on that, and then I contacted my captain after getting off the phone with him to start the approval process through my chain of command.
Do you remember generally about what time this process began?
He called me at 2:32 p.m.
At some point, was the task or the mission assigned?
So I told Lieutenant Tully that, we had received a snow that day. I told him most of the members, including myself, may not have shoveled out their driveway. I told him at best case scenario would be an hour plus response time, depending on how long, it would take people to shovel out their driveway. So at 2:53, I contacted one of the West team members, a sergeant from the West team, to have him send out an alert to our full team just to build an availability list to see who was available. So at 2:53, that got sent out to the entire team.
At some point, were you able to acquire or compile a team?
Yes, Sergeant Simpson was able to put that list together.
And what time did you start to begin your way towards Fairview Road?
At 3:48, we sent out an alert for the activation of our team, including notifying the team which members would actually be responding. I had just finished shoveling my driveway. By the time I changed into my uniform, got all my equipment together, I left my house at 4:13 p.m.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
When you left your house, were you in an assigned cruiser or a personal vehicle?
Signed cruiser, sir.
Is there tracking of assigned cruisers?
Yes, there is.
Could you share with us how that works?
So each cruiser has a automated vehicle locator, a GPS system. It tracks everywhere you go, marking every time you stop.
And did the vehicle you were driving have that system?
Yes, it did, sir.
Before you left to head towards Fairview at 4:13 p.m., had you already defined what the mission was going to be?
Yes, I knew we'd be conducting an evidence search.
Did you have any idea of how you were going to do that?
Yes, I spoke to Lieutenant Tully just to get an idea of the area we'd be searching. I determined how many members we would need to respond to that search, which at that time I figured we would need 8 members to respond. Normally, as the team leader, I'll function more of an incident command role behind the team, documenting some of our efforts. So we dispatched 8 members to the scene. Unfortunately, due to the snow, one of my members was not able to respond. So we only had 7 members officially arrive on scene, including myself, which changed the dynamics a little bit of our search, but nothing major.
How did it change the dynamics of your search?
Well, like I stated, normally I would stay behind the line of searchers, documenting what they do, more of as a command role. But because we were 1 member short, I wound up participating in the search, more hands-on than maybe normal.
Did you ultimately actively participate in the search firsthand?
Yes, I did, sir.
Tell us about when you first arrive at 34 Fairview and you get out of your cruiser. What's the weather like at that point?
Still snowing.
What time is it?
What's the temperature like?
Very cold.
Visibility?
It was windy, but no real issues for us to see as we were working.
Was there a particular area you were looking at?
Yes, once I spoke to Lieutenant Tully, we wanted focusing on a specific area to search.
What time did you arrive at 34 Fairview?
4:56 p.m.
Did any of your team arrive before you?
Just prior to my arrival, 1 member arrived at 4:54 p.m.
And do you remember who that was?
It was Trooper Jason Bousselet.
Were there other members that arrived after you?
Yes, there were.
Did you wait until the entire team was there before you began?
No, we did not.
The other members that arrived, do you remember who they were?
Yes, I do, sir.
Do you happen to remember when they arrived?
Yes, I do, sir.
Could you share that with us?
Trooper Blake Bearden arrived at 5:21 p.m. Sergeant Charles Luis arrived at 5:24 p.m. Sergeant Michael O'Brien arrived at 5:24 p.m. Trooper Scott Viscardi arrived at 5:34 p.m. and Sergeant Anthony Carrier arrived at 5:41 p.m.
When you first arrived at Fairview and you looked at the scene, did you have any personal knowledge where any person had been in that area?
No, I did not.
Did you learn generally that a man was found in that area?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any photographs or precise location of exactly where that person had been found?
No, we did not.
Did you have a general area that you were directed to?
Yes, sir.
Any landmarks you can share with us in the general area where you were going to be focused on?
There was a flagpole in front of the residence. There was also a fire hydrant in front of the residence.
Who made the determination of the scope of the area that you would search?
I made the final markings of the distance we wanted to search, but we were guided by Lieutenant Tully's information he was able to provide for me.
How did you decide the depth and the broadness of the area you were going to search?
He informed me that there was a vehicle involved in the incident. He told me where that vehicle had been parked. So we wanted to make sure we started prior to where that vehicle was parked, which was almost adjacent to the front door of the house. If you were to look at the house we were at 34 Fairview Road, you don't say there was.
All right. So this is on the 29th, and their lieutenant said that they still had no idea. They were spitballing. They're just spitballing what might have happened.
Yeah. I mean, and this is at 3:40, whatever, 3:30, 3:40 in the afternoon.
Right.
Way later. I mean, we're getting to the taillights here.
Well, yeah, but I mean, he said even when he went back out to talk to Jen McCabe, they still didn't know there was a crime. They still were just spitballing.
Yeah, I get it.
There's 2 front doors, a main front door, and at 34 Fairview Road. You don't say there was 2 front doors, a main front door, and then a secondary front door at, closer to the garage, whether that's a mudroom or a den. So he'd say that the vehicle was parked almost directly across from the main front door, which again, looking at the house, that's on the left front door. So we marked off that as our starting location, and we wanted to search down to the fire hydrant.
Were you looking randomly, or was there any specific items you may have been looking for?
No, we were instructed that it was believed that the vehicle may have had a broken taillight, so we were looking for taillight pieces. We also were informed the victim in this incident was missing his shoe, so we're going to be looking for his sneaker as well.
What tools did you and your team bring to begin the search?
We brought shovels. We also brought push broom. I brought a couple of garden rakes, and we also were all equipped with headlamps, hiking lamps that you would wear.
Were the headlamps the only lighting you had for the search?
Once we began the search, we wound up turning a few of the cruisers around just to put some extra headlights on the scene.
Were the cruisers parked so they were facing the yard?
They were parked on the street, just covering the streets. They're not angled towards the yard at all.
I want to ask you some questions about the tools you brought. You said you had shovels, some garden rakes, and brooms.
Yes, sir.
What was the purpose of the brooms?
Just to help us sift through the snow very carefully. We want to be slow and methodical as we went through the area.
Where's your
How about
snowblower?
the shovels? Were you concerned that if you used the shovel, you could hit an item and break it?
Yes, but we went as slow as we could, layer by layer, as we moved down throughout the snow.
When you use shovels, were you digging like you would dig vegetables in a garden?
No, sir.
Could you explain a little bit about the process before we get into the actual search of how you as a team would look through snow? Would you just pick it up and turn it over, or was there a process in place?
No, eventually we wound up going again. Our searches, we'll call it a grid search, but it's a line search where we're all lined up. Again, talking about critical spacing. If we're searching for a particular item on a search, we may use a replica item to say, okay, how far can each member be away from each other? Because this was such a small search area, our members lined up almost shoulder to shoulder. Once we were on a line, we would slowly move forward, each member taking out snow, sifting, small layers, sifting it out at their own feet with a right flank along the curb in front of the house. That snow would eventually get moved out to the street where I was standing. I was the left flank on our line. I would then re-go through that snow, make sure we didn't miss any items or by accident carry an item that we were looking for over towards the middle of the street. Once I was satisfied there wasn't anything there, I would take that snow and throw it across to the other side of the street.
Before you began the search, did you have a chance to look around at the surroundings, including the street, the berm separating the street from the yard, and the area you're going to look at?
Yes, I did, sir.
Did you see any evidence that there had been any plowing before you arrived?
Yes, the plow had come through the area. The plow had not gone curb to curb, so we had a good 3 to 4 foot embankment coming off each curb. So at that embankment where the snow had come to, there was higher levels of snow before it dropped down to the normal snow depth that the rest of the area had received.
Could you describe a little more simply what you mean that the plow didn't go curb to curb?
So again, the plow had probably only done enough distance for maybe 2 vehicles to safely pass each other, not enough to go all the way to the curb on each side of the street. As we wound up parking, the responding members, as they wound up parking in the snow closer to the curb, and at the end of the night, several of the cruisers were stuck. We had to push them out.
When you looked at the snow that appeared to have been pushed by the plow, did that snow that had been displaced reach the berm, the separation between the street and the yard?
No, there was 3 to 4 feet between the edge from where the plow was to where the curbing in front of the house was located, sir.
The area where you searched or where you were pointed to where Mr. O'Keefe...
Wait, we know where it was plowed. He asked about displaced snow. So where the snow the plow was pushing went. Unless that's what he's saying, that even what was pushed. No, it didn't go further than... I don't think that's right, but...
It, sir.
The area where you searched or where you were pointed to where Mr. O'Keefe was in that general area, did it look like any snow from any plow had reached that area?
No, it did not.
When you began the searching, do you know what time it was that you actually began searching?
We moved my cruiser and Trooper Boussolet's cruiser at 5:20. We had started gridding off where we wanted to search, but at 5:20, that's when we moved our cruisers to put the headlights on. That's right. Trooper Bearden and the 2 sergeants arrived quickly after on scene. So by 5:24, we started, all 5 of us were lined up shoveling. When the 2 other members arrived on scene, they just joined in on the line to help us move.
From when you first arrived at 4:56 p.m. to when you began the search at 5:20 p.m., did you see anybody enter the area that you were going to search other than you or a CERT team member?
No, they did not.
Were there other people in the area outside the scene or the grid that you were going to search, other than you and members of your CERT team?
Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene.
Was there anybody with Lieutenant Tully?
At one point, he had several other people with him. Maybe I believe 5 throughout our search. Maybe 5 different people, including him, were on scene.
Were those people part of state police?
At least 1, maybe 2. Unfortunately, I don't recognize all 2,500 members in our department, but there were probably about 5 total people on scene, sir.
Was there somebody who was picking up any evidence that you may find and putting it in bags and preserving it?
After we found located evidence, it was documented on scene by the detectives.
So you yourself were not documenting?
No, and again, that's maybe a little change in the dynamics. If I had been more of in an instant commander role, I probably would have documented time, location, again, for our internal records. The primary record will always be at the hands of the detectives. But because I was actively searching, the detectives handled all documentation.
Did you see somebody from the state police putting evidence in bags after it was pointed out to you?
Yes, sir, they did.
Is this the same guy?
When you began the search, what part of the street or yard did you begin with?
We started where we were informed the vehicle was parked, which again was by, almost directly across from the front door of the house. And we began working south towards Chapman Street.
During the process of the search, if somebody were to find a piece of evidence, what was the process? What would happen?
He would notify myself and Lieutenant Tully, and we would stop our operation until that was documented by the detectives on scene and collected.
Do you know what time the first piece of evidence was found?
I believe it was 5:45, sir.
Do you remember what the first piece or item that you or the search team found was?
It was a piece of taillight.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you 2 photographs. You recognize what is in them. First one?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
It is a piece of clear lens from a taillight.
And the second photograph?
It's the same lens, just a little enhanced, closer.
A close-up?
Yes, sir.
I'd move to introduce these 2 photographs into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so one is a close-up of the other.
It is.
So Madam Court Reporter will be the next plus A.
73 and 73A. Briefly see those photographs.
With the court's permission, could I show the exhibits?
Yeah.
We see exhibit number 129, please. Doesn't have it.
Yeah,
I'll
we
move on
we
at
don't
this
have them.
point.
Sorry.
And that was at 5:45?
Yes, sir.
At 5:50, do you know if another item was found?
I don't know the specific times. I know the first piece was 5:45, but again, I didn't handled the documentation, and I have not seen the evidence log.
Okay. Inevitably, did you or your team find an item of clothing?
We found the sneaker. Yes, sir.
A sneaker?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe where the sneaker was found?
Sneaker was flush up against the curb, and it was inverted upside down.
Was there anything in
Inverted.
There was snow on and inside the sneaker.
May I approach?
Yes.
So that could have been definitely put there by the plow, if that's even where it was to begin with.
Sir, I'm showing you 3 photographs. You recognize the first one?
Yes, sir. That's a photograph of the sneaker we recovered.
And where is it located in reference to the berm?
It's directly up against the curb.
Can you show, take a look at the second photograph, please? What do you see?
It's a close-up picture of the same sneaker we located.
And third photograph.
Again, just a close-up, different angle photo of the sneaker we located.
Thank you. All right, remove these 3 photos into evidence, please.
Thank you. All right, Madam Court Reporter 74.
Seventy-four, 74A, and 74.
Yeah, Kay has Shelby says it was upside down and filled with snow. I was thinking the same thing. So it got there when there was already snow there.
With the court's permission, could I show these photographs?
Yes.
Close that curtain.
Could we get a more of a close-up, Ms. Gillen? Sir, can you describe what you're seeing here?
That's the sneaker we located up against the curb. You can see the snow in the background, and that's the flagpole in front of the house. And you can see it's still snowing at this time.
Could we see 121, please? And sir, can you describe again what that is?
Just a close-up photo of the sneaker we located up against the curb.
Is that
upside
curb
down?
the black area to the right?
Correct, sir.
How high is that curb?
Not sure, sir.
Nobody measured anything.
Several
Sorry.
inches.
122, please.
Oh, now it looks upside down. Wait, huh?
You described a photograph with a sneaker with snow in it. Is that photograph?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down.
One time it's like the curb, the sole's up against the curb, and then it's upside down.
That night, do you recall if there was any other pieces of taillight recovered?
I believe in total we located maybe 6 or 7 pieces of taillight.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you 3 photographs.
Thank you.
Do you recognize the first photograph?
Yes, I do, sir.
And what's in that photograph?
It's a piece of red taillight that we located.
Could you look at the second photograph, please?
Yes, sir.
What do you see there?
It's the same piece of taillight that we recovered, just a close-up version. You can see the molding of an overturned shovel. That piece of taillight actually came up as one of our team members was shoveling. When he overturned his shovel, the piece of taillight was there, and you can see the actual molding from his shovel.
And the third photograph?
That is another piece of taillight that we located at ground level.
A different piece?
Yes, sir.
Let's stick with photographs 1 and 2. Photographs 1 and 2, a close-up and a further view of a piece of taillight. Are those fair and accurate depictions? Does that piece appear that night?
Yes, they are, sir.
All right, we'll introduce 2 photographs into evidence.
No objection. Thank you. One's a close-up, right?
Yeah, Your Honor.
75A.
So when these items were found, did you examine or study the depth of those items when they were found?
I did not, sir. Gave them a glance when our team members told us we found something. And then Lieutenant Tully took over documentation. I returned to my place, on our line.
Do you know if any of the items were touching the ground or were they on snow?
A couple of the pieces were found at ground level, touching the asphalt.
The asphalt.
And you said there was another item found that we just talked about? A separate piece of taillight?
Yes, that photo you showed me was a separate piece of the taillight we located, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you 2 photographs. Could you look at the first photograph?
Yes, sir.
What do you see?
A piece of taillight at ground level.
And if you could look at the second photograph, what's that?
It's a close-up enhanced view of that same piece of taillight.
So it's just a different view of the same piece of taillight?
Correct, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction as that piece of taillight appeared that night?
Yes, it is, sir.
I would move these 2 into evidence, 1 photograph and a second is a closer up view.
No objection.
Okay.
Exhibit 76 and 76A.
Yeah, asphalt the road. I just thought they found it in the snow. I mean, like on
While you were conducting the search,
grass.
did anybody but your team, Trooper Tully, the person who was documenting the evidence, did you see any other people who were not law enforcement in the area?
At some point during our search, the media arrived on scene, began filming us or taking photos.
Was there anybody from your department or a different department that was managing the crowd?
No, there were members with Lieutenant Tully that I believe were not state police members, but I wouldn't know how to characterize what their job description was, sir.
At any
Walking around
time,
putting down
did
pieces of
anybody
taillight.
enter that area or scene, the grid that you and your members were working on, other than your group and Trooper Tully and the people with him?
No, correct. Once we marked off our area, no one came forward of our line. That whole search area was fresh, undisturbed snow as we moved through the area, and no one moved past our line. Even when Lieutenant Tully and the member who works in his unit came to collect the evidence, they didn't move past the point we had searched up to at that time.
Why were you so careful about anybody coming onto your grid?
We don't want to disturb our scene, but we also don't want to move forward unless we're all moving together, acting in unison.
Given you had brushes and rakes and shovels, did you get through every piece of that area?
We didn't go all the way to where I had marked off originally, because after we'd found everything that was collected, we had gone approximately 8 to 10 feet without finding any other evidence. Lieutenant Tully and I had a discussion. I think we determined we'd found everything we were going to find that evening, and we decided to suspend the search.
Was it a search that took up the whole front yard and street of that area?
Our focus was on the street. We really didn't touch the front yard at all. We started to go over the curb at one point to see if we could search the grass area, but we could not properly, definitively say we were searching it well. As we started to move the snow, we couldn't really differentiate down to the grass level.
How hard was the ground?
It was cold, frozen.
Protection relevant?
The ground was frozen?
Hours later?
And so not being able to search the entire yard, was there a plan at that point? Did you just end your mission?
So when we suspended our search, we'll always do a full team debrief, and we'll debrief with the person who requested our search. So And at the end of our search, we'll come up with what we call our probability of detection. We'll give a baseline determination of what I think our percentage-wise, whether we would have found what we were looking for. We'll provide that. I did provide that to Lieutenant Tully. Told him there was a good chance we did not locate everything that evening, and we offered to return at a later date or time at his request.
When you were looking generally for pieces of taillight in the sneaker, were you informed, did you have any idea how much taillight would be in that area?
I did not know, sir.
Was there any way for you to, at that point, identify exactly what you were looking for?
No, we didn't have a photo of the taillight. I was never shown anything, so I wasn't sure how much we were actually looking for.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Never shown a photo how much taillight was missing.
I'll withdraw that.
Oh, yeah. You know what? Maybe I don't want to give them this picture.
What time did you end the search?
Approximately 6:15, I believe. I was the last one to leave, which was 6:23 p.m. when I left.
And so how long was the entire search?
It was about 55 minutes. We started again around 5:20, ending around 6:15, sir.
Do you know if any other colleagues or members went back at a later date?
I've been informed that they did, yes, but not from my team, but other members of our department.
I'll allow it, just move on.
Did your team go back?
We did not, sir, no.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Here we go. Here we go. Sounded like Alan Jackson.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Good afternoon, sir.
When you first arrived at the scene, was there crime scene tape up?
No, there was not, sir.
Was there any barricade up at all?
No, there was not.
Was there any evidence that the crime scene was being secured at that time?
There was no police presence on scene, sir.
Okay. So that when you arrived, the scene had been left unsecured. Do you know how long it had been left unsecured?
I do not, sir.
So before you arrived, at least, and before your presence was known, for some time before you got there, that scene could have been accessed by anyone, to your knowledge.
No footprints again.
Well, I think the weather played a good help in us with the scene security, because with that being fresh, undisturbed snow, and with the man tracking we do, we would be able to determine if anyone had accessed that area.
Of course, of course. But you don't have any personal knowledge of anybody actually securing that scene for onlookers, bypassers, anybody that wanted access to it, they could have had it?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Okay. You indicated that Lieutenant Tully first contacted you but exactly at 2:32 p.m., correct?
That is correct, sir.
At that time, your team was not stood up. In other words, you were not activated, because that was an initial call by Lieutenant Tully, not an activation call, correct?
Correct. That's a courtesy notification, sir.
And at that time, Lieutenant Tully had not received the proper protocol, the proper approvals through the protocol to actually have your team activate and have your team dispatched.
Yes, I think he'll normally, when we get activated, before they start the process going through their chain of command, they'll call me just to see if we're available and if we could actually respond, instead of wasting other people's time calling us. If I were to say, no, we are already assigned on another mission at this time.
Right. So around 2:53, you indicated that one of your subordinates, Sergeant Simpson, notified the rest of the team that get ready, but we have not been given the green light, correct?
Correct, sir. Building an availability list of who could respond.
Okay. That was just a kind of a precursor, if you will, for lack of a better phrase, to make sure that you had the available personnel, so when the green light, or if the green light came, you could activate.
Correct, and to help start giving people the heads up to start shoveling their driveway. Like I said, as soon as I received that call from Lieutenant Tully, I hadn't shoveled my driveway yet. Okay. I went out and had to go clear my driveway and my cruiser, and The end of my driveway, we usually get plowed in by our plows. We had several feet of snow at the end of my driveway, sir.
Lucky you.
Yes.
All right. Did Lieutenant Tully inform you in that first phone call that colleagues of his, Massachusetts State Police colleagues of his, were already en route to Dighton to retrieve or seize the SUV?
He did not say that, sir.
Did Lieutenant Tully inform you that Massachusetts State Police had actually contacted the Dighton Police Department for their assistance in potentially seizing that SUV?
He did not tell me that, sir.
Did he indicate to you, you indicated that your conversation was at 12:32. Did he indicate that he had just gotten off the phone with Dighton PD at 12:31, just a minute prior?
Our phone call was at 2:32, sir.
I'm sorry.
I don't know if that can,
Did I say 12:32?
that's a different time you're looking to.
2:32, and he had just gotten off the phone with Dighton PD at 2:31. Did he indicate anything like that?
No, we did not, sir.
Okay. So we do know that at that 2:30-ish hour, you were not authorized to respond to the unit, to the location at that point. None of your units were en route at that point.
No, neither one of us had requested approval through our chain of command at that time, sir.
And you've already told us that you didn't head out until just after 4, sometime after 4 p.m.?
Yes, my GPS data has me leaving my driveway at 4:13 p.m.
Got it. Once you were at 34 Fairview, you arrived first, correct?
No, sir.
I'm sorry, I mistook that. Tell me who did arrive first.
Trooper Busalil arrived at 4:54, and I pulled in just after him at 4:56, sir.
My mistake. When you first arrived, you were awaiting others of your team to arrive as well in their personal vehicles or their marked vehicles, correct?
They were still en route at that time, yes, sir.
When you got there, you did not know at that point where you were going to be directed to search, correct?
I did not know, sir.
All you knew was a residence and an address, correct?
Correct.
Do you know about a car?
Your team members arrived, were they arriving in personal vehicles, cruisers, or some combination thereof?
They were all arriving in state-issued cruisers.
Okay, so all 7 of you arrived. There were 7 total, correct?
Correct. We, again, initially started 8. One member was not able to get off the end of their street due to plowing, so we were 1 member short from the original dispatch.
Understood. Lieutenant, when you arrived, given the fact that you did not know where you'd be searching, you've actually indicated previously that the flagpole, the fire hydrant, et cetera, that part of the lawn, that part of the yard was behind you as the cruisers pulled up and you parked your cruisers waiting for everybody to get there, correct?
When I arrived, I parked almost at the end of the driveway of that residence, sir.
Okay, was your tail facing the flagpole or was your nose facing the flagpole?
Tail was facing the flagpole.
So
sir.
you pulled up to the driveway, I'm guessing from Chapman?
Yes.
Heading north?
Correct, sir. Yes, from Chapman.
Okay, so you pulled over to the edge of the driveway, sort of on the wrong side of the street, I'm guessing.
Same side as 34 Fairview, sir.
Understood. So the area and the grid area that you ultimately decided to search and ultimately were directed to search, that was all behind you.
Yes, it was. Sir.
And it was dark out, obviously.
Yes, it was. Sir.
Getting dark.
It was dark. It was winter, so it was dark at
okay.
5 o'clock.
Your focus was certainly not on the area behind you at that point, correct?
As a
matter of fact, your focus wasn't really anywhere, was it? Because you didn't know where you were going to search.
Correct, sir.
Okay. Ultimately, your team members began to arrive one by one, and each one of them would stay in their car, or would they get out and come coordinate with you, like at your cruiser?
No, as they arrived on scene, they would come out because Lieutenant Tully had already arrived on scene. He was technically the 3rd member of the state police on scene.
Okay.
So once he got on scene, I was already out talking to him, and I was marking off the area we were going to search.
Understood. He ultimately at some point did direct you to a location behind you, which you were not currently focused on, toward the flagpole, the fire hydrant, you said.
Yeah, I wasn't focused on any area at that time, sir, no.
You marked those the areas out that Lieutenant Tully directed you to with some sort of grid coordinates, or was it just sort of a mental grid?
No, I wound up marking, stepping it off in the area I wanted to search, sir.
Did you use any string or rope or anything like that to physically grid the area off?
No, I just marked a line in the snow, sir, where I wanted to
Understood.
start and where we wanted to end.
And you did that with footprints?
No, with the shovel, and made a mark where we wanted to start and end,
I
sir.
see. So sort of dragging a shovel in the line.
Oh,
in the
just
snow.
where the berm was, sir. I knocked the berm down, made an obvious impression of where the shovel was.
Okay.
At the starting location where ideally I wanted to end.
Perfect. You indicated that the area that you were searching was relatively undisturbed snow. You said that in direct examination, correct?
It was undisturbed, yes, sir.
But the street, everything from the berm in, the street had been plowed, correct?
To a point, yes, sir.
All right. And so that would be disturbed snow.
Yeah, to a point, yes, sir.
And what was the point?
To where the snow that got plowed in, it all rose up just like the end of your driveway would. There was a good 3 to 4 foot high barrier on each side of the street. Once you were able to knock down that initial barrier of snow, the level of snow dropped down to the normal depths that you would have seen in anyone's front lawn at that time, sir.
And is that what you're calling the undisturbed portion of the snow?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Lieutenant Tully told you that you were going to be looking for a man's shoe, a sneaker of some sort, or a shoe of some sort, correct?
He said sneaker, yes, sir.
And he told you that you'd be searching for plastic, red plastic potentially from a taillight. Is that right?
I said taillight pieces, yes, sir.
Did he indicate that some of them would be red, some might be clear, might be a combination of the two?
He didn't indicate a color either way, sir.
He did direct you to where he believed you should search. It was his direction that sort of gave you your grid coordinates, correct?
He indicated where the vehicle had been parked and where the victim's body had been located and suggested that was the primary area to search.
Did he tell you whether or not he knew from personal knowledge where where John O'Keefe's body had been?
He did not, sir, no.
Did he tell you whether he had personal knowledge where any taillight material might be?
He did not know, sir.
All right. So sorry to pause right here. I'll loop back, but I was looking at the picture they put up, the first picture, and it looks to me like the snow is disturbed. Like, did he just testify that none of the displaced snow had gone as far as the curb? Babe, you're muted.
Yeah, like a grassy knoll stuff. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you know what they're getting at here, right?
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is,
I mean, you know where Jackson's going with this ultimately, right?
that what do you mean? I mean,
I mean, this is all like creating the time period which Proctor could have gotten over there and dropped the tail.
Right, I understand that obviously, but what I'm asking about is they just testified about like how far the snow that the plow had plowed relocated to. And he was saying, it seemed to me that he was trying to say that it didn't relocate past the curb or even as far as the curb. And, you know, like I don't get it, because when you look at
I mean, if you look at it, how when they plow our cul-de-sac, I mean, it kind of does just pile up right there at the end of the driveway. You know how that always bugs the shit out of me, right? Because I have to shovel out from when they plow so that we can get out of the driveway.
Oh yeah, but I think it goes past that as well.
I think it all depends on how they have the blade set, you know, the blade on the plow. I mean, it could definitely throw it further, but it all depends on how that plow blade is set.
All right, so I'm just going to pull up this picture that I just took from the screenshot and see what you guys think.
What is that object?
What do you mean? That's
Like-
the shoe.
Oh.
So, I mean, here's the shoe. This is the picture that they just used. Here, take down my comment, Bay.
What comment?
I got it. I got it. Oops. Okay. So, well, now I got to go back. Damn it. Okay. So here's the shoe. I mean, this all looks disturbed, not by necessarily by them, but I'm just not buying that the plow, like if you look this way, okay, the plow ends there. I mean, it looks like there's at least snow, dirty snow coming out, past that way. You're telling me that it didn't come past. It sounded to me like he was trying to say it hadn't even gotten as far as the curb.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that's always been kind of a real issue for me is how everybody that morning, because if the shoe was there at that point, and what they're saying about the plow is true, that it doesn't go past the curb, then that means that the shoe had to have been visible. You know what I mean? When the snow was an inch, 2 inches, 3 inches, that shoe wouldn't have been covered. So how did every cop that was there that morning miss it? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
how does that happen?
Yeah. All right, guys, take it down. Put back up the testimony.
Yeah, Mandy, I had to ask her, what am I looking at? It did look like a Sonic. I'm like, what is that object? It's like, if you were to ask me, I would never know that was a shoe.
All right, I'm going to bloop back just so the flow is still there.
He believes you should search. His direction that sort of gave you your grid coordinates, correct?
He indicated where the vehicle had been parked and where the victim's body had been located, and suggested that was the primary area to search.
Did he tell you whether or not he knew from personal knowledge where where John O'Keefe's body had been?
He did not, sir, no.
Did he tell you whether he had personal knowledge where any taillight material might be?
He did not know, sir.
Did he tell you that he had any personal knowledge where an impact site might have been?
He did not know.
Did he tell you that he had personal knowledge that there had been an impact site at the location?
No, he just said he believed the incident involved the vehicle.
Okay. One of your goals when looking at the search location was to obviously remove the snow as methodically as you could, correct?
Yes, sir.
You wanted to not only remove layers of snow, but then ultimately expose the layer beneath it with as little disturbance as possible. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
I think you noted that the plow had not plowed all the way to the curb, so the snowbank was sort of in the street, not in the yard, or at least a few inches from the curb line and not in the yard, correct?
Correct, sir. As I stated, as some of the responding members parked, they were thinking they were parking in a safe spot in the street, and their cruisers wound up being stuck at the end of the night.
And you and your team had some experience doing searches in snowy conditions, being from Massachusetts, I'm guessing.
Missing person searches, we've never been out for an evidence search in this specific type of conditions, but we have done missing person searches.
So this was the first time you and your team had executed a search of this nature in these kinds of conditions for these kinds of items?
In blizzard conditions, yes, for an evidence search, yes.
But you did indicate on direct examination that although it was blizzard conditions and the winds were high, and we've learned that windy conditions sort of define a blizzard in some respects, the visibility was relatively good.
Yeah, with our headlamps, we had pretty decent visibility.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about the techniques for conducting a search like this in some sort of snowfall. Obviously, as a specialist in searches, one of the things that you put as the highest priority is documenting exactly where the search is conducted, what techniques are used to conduct the search, and what, if anything, is found and exactly where it's found, correct?
Yes, documentation of your search is important, yes, sir.
You'd also want to document the time that things are found, correct?
Yes, you want those documented.
And you'd want to document the relative locations between and among items that are found. How close are they to each other? how close are they or far are they from a stable landmark, a static landmark, correct?
So we will mark items, sir.
Okay.
Measuring in between distances, they do get stamped when we mark our items. Measuring them would be at the discretion of the investigators themselves.
And obviously that would be among the best practices to clearly document how a search is conducted, correct?
Correct, sir.
Another way to document the evidence or the search is to do it through either video evidence or photographic techniques, right? Just photographing, forensic photographs of where things are found, contextual photographs moving into close-up photographs, correct?
That would be at the discretion of the detective, sir.
And in this case, that discretion lay with Lieutenant Tully, correct?
Yeah, he was the incident commander, correct, sir.
You indicated a number of hand tools that you brought with you to the search to make sure that you had the tools necessary to get through the snow and get to the items that you were, if there were any items out there, to get to the items you were looking for. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And you did in fact remove layer by layer of snow and sort of sift through it as best you could, correct?
Yes, sir.
That also included some shovels where a shovel full of snow might be gathered and then turned over, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. That was done somewhat methodically, is that right?
Yes, it was, sir.
And you wanted to make sure that you weren't missing anything as you were digging through the top layers of snow and getting down to something closer to the surface, correct?
Correct, sir.
And at that time, what was the level of snow, if you can estimate it? How much snowfall?
I believe the area, not living that far from that location myself, was anywhere from 15 to 18 up to maybe 20 inches in certain towns.
And again, this is after 5:45, 5:48 in the evening of January 29th.
When the first item was discovered, it was 5:45.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I can't remember if the EMTs said he was missing a shoe before they pulled him off or not. So, I mean, I guess that's possible as well. I can't remember if they noticed him missing a shoe before they got him into the ambulance.
Obviously, a search of this complexity and with this many individuals and with those conditions required some level of significant coordination by you and your team, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had to account for all the personnel who were there. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
That included, I'm going to go through a quick list: Bearden, Beausoleil, Carrier, Luis, O'Brien, O'Hara, you, and Biscardi. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So there were 7 individuals, as well, Lieutenant, as 7 vehicles to account for, to make sure you're not driving over the wrong areas, walking over the wrong areas, standing over the wrong areas, correct?
Correct, sir.
And not only did you have to account for those 7 officers, each of whom arrived in their own vehicles, you also had to make sure that those vehicles were positioned in the right spot to make sure you don't drive over the area that you need to search and might be impacted by your cars, correct?
Which goes back to
Yes, sir. After Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene, the remaining cruisers never came past the initial location of where we believe the incident occurred.
Before he came on scene, the cruisers that were there were down toward the driveway, closer to where you were, and you, of course, were positioned with your back to the location that ultimately was searched, correct?
Yes, sir. That was 2 of the 7 cruisers, yes.
Okay. Once you learned where you wanted to search, you literally had to sort of turn around, physically turn things around to begin searching behind where you had originally positioned yourself. No fault of your own, you just didn't know where to go. You had to sort of turn around and go backward toward the area of the flagpole, away from the area of the driveway, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so as you began to focus on the other side of the house, the other side of the driveway, you had to actually reposition a couple of the cruisers. You didn't have to, but you chose to reposition a couple of the cruisers to turn their lights back around, correct?
That is correct, sir.
At some point,
Seems like a fair witness.
You've indicated that there were other individuals who you noticed were at the scene. Is that right?
Undisturbed snow.
Yes, there were non-cert members on scene, sir.
Okay. And those non-cert members included, or they numbered at least 5 individuals, not including Lieutenant Tully. Is that right?
I believe that includes Lieutenant Tully, sir. I believe,
The
it was 5 total.
Okay, so 5 does include Lieutenant Tully. There were 4 others that were non-cert members, correct?
Correct, sir.
And those were members, I think you've earlier testified that those were members of either Massachusetts State Police or Canton Police or both. Is that right?
I believe it was both, yes, sir.
And you did not recognize those individuals?
I recognized one of the state police members. I believe a second one was also a state police member that I'm not familiar with.
Okay.
And then 2 other members that I believe were Canton Police, but again, not familiar with them.
And these individuals were, obviously, it's dark. You're not paying attention to them. You're not paying attention to what they're doing. They probably have hats and hoods and gloves on, I'm guessing.
Well, they didn't arrive on scene right away, so we were already well into our search before they even arrived on scene. The only one who was on scene originally was Lieutenant Tully.
If you weren't paying close attention to those 4 officers, those additional 4 officers, how do you know exactly what time they arrived on scene?
They weren't in the area we were searching, so they came on scene after we were already on our line searching, sir.
So they may have been in the area, but you didn't see them until your line search had already begun and you made note of them, correct?
Correct. I don't know when the exact time they arrived on scene, sir, but they weren't on scene when we started our search.
Or they weren't in your vision when they started their search?
No, they were on scene, sir.
Okay. But you don't know, as you sit here, you can't say what time they showed up.
I do not know, sir.
And did they come at your direction?
They did not.
Did they come at the direction of any of your staff members, any of your colleagues?
No, we did not request them, sir.
Okay. So they were there for some reason other than why you were there.
That's correct, sir.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
These individuals, you noted they were either from, I think you said 2 from Massachusetts State Police and 2 from Canton Police, correct?
Yeah, including Lieutenant Tully, it would probably be three MSP and 2 Canton Police, sir.
Okay. Excluding Lieutenant Tully, who was working very closely with you, the other 4 individuals, they were in full uniform or they were plain clothes?
Plain clothes, sir.
And your focus, once you began your search, once you stood up the team, turned your cars around and realized exactly the grid where you were going to search, that's what your focus was on, correct?
Yeah, I was focused on our search area, correct, sir.
And when you're searching a line, for instance, if it's a line that extends to your right or to your left, the search that you're conducting is literally right directly in front of you, correct?
Well, you're always looking left or right because you're staying online with your teammates, so you always have a full view of the scene you're searching, sir.
Understood. I'm not saying that you look down and never look up again, but I'm saying that your focus, the main focus of your search is directly in front of you. That's why you do a line search. So you can take small steps, search in front of you, move forward, search in front of you as a line, as an almost an entity, single entity moving forward, correct?
That is best practice, yes, sir.
That's how you make sure you don't miss an overturned leaf that you need to overturn, that there might be a knife under or a gun under or something like that, or a bullet casing, something like that, correct?
Correct, sir.
Or a tail light, right?
Correct, sir.
All right, so as your focus is, your world sort of collapses a little bit. Your focus is in front of you. You're obviously working with your team members left and right. You're moving forward very, very gently, very methodically, very technically as you move forward and the whole line moves forward on that grid, correct?
Correct, sir.
So you're not necessarily paying attention to what's happening behind you, off in the distance, in the dark, to your left far, to your right far. That's not what your focus is on, at least at that moment, correct?
No, sir. Our focus is forward as we're moving forward into our search area.
Thank you. In addition to the 5 individuals, Lieutenant Tully included, and the other 4, there was also another person that made contact with you from 34th Avenue, correct?
Yes, when we first arrived on scene, someone had exited the residence onto the front steps, front porch area, possibly of that mudroom.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Of that mudroom, so that right door, the exit, the door closest to the garage, sir.
Can you describe that person for us?
It was an adult male wearing a hooded sweatshirt.
Did that person approach you or one of your team members?
No, he never left the front door area.
Did he say anything to you or one of the team members?
He asked if we were here for what happened earlier. We replied yes, and he turned and went back inside the residence.
And as you sit here, you don't know who that person is?
I do not, sir, no.
But he's a male, I'm guessing middle-aged?
It was not a child, sir. It was definitely an adult male, sir.
Adult male wearing a hooded sweatshirt?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You testified that you recovered, having a hard time speaking, it's been a long day. I apologize. Let's try that again. You testified that you recovered a piece of plastic first before you recovered the shoe, or do I have that backwards?
No, there was one piece of taillight located before the shoe, sir.
Understood. You've also indicated that of the, I think you said 6 or 7 total pieces of plastic that were found, that all of those pieces of plastic and the shoe were found basically right next to each other, correct?
I don't know the exact distances, but they weren't too far apart, some several inches to others maybe a foot or two. I don't know the exact distances, sir.
Without assigning an exact measurement down to the millimeter, Lieutenant, you've earlier indicated that all of the pieces and the shoe relative to each other, it's just relative to each other, were found within a foot or so of each other, correct?
Eyeball, again, as the distance I just said, sir, from inches to maybe a couple of feet. I know they all are geomarked with exact coordinates that, could be measured out at a later time, which again would have been at the purview of the detectives, but we did not measure them. Again, all eyeball that night.
Understood. When I say, and it may have been a bad question on my part, Lieutenant, and if it was, I apologize. When I say a foot, within a foot of each other, I don't mean a foot apart. All of them you've earlier testified would be inside of a foot total, correct? Or maybe 2 feet now?
I don't think they'd be quite that close, sir. I think they were maybe in between each item, sir, or close to it.
I have just a moment, Your Honor.
You definitely said that shit last time.
I know this isn't necessarily a memorization contest about your prior testimony, but do you remember testifying about this specific issue? Here I go again. I can't speak. This specific issue about a year ago, back in 2022 at a grand jury?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay. Do you remember exactly how you described where everything was with relative, May 5th, is that a fact at the grand jury?
Okay.
Relative to each other, do you remember how you testified exactly?
I believe I said within a few inches or a foot away. Yes, sir.
Excellent. You've rattled off times and dates like I've never seen before. So it's exactly what you
Stop
said.
making notes.
So within a few inches of each other, maybe a foot is what you said, correct?
That's what I said. Yes, sir.
Okay. So if it's maybe within a foot, this is an 11 and a half by 8.5 piece of paper, maybe an area a little larger than this, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. As you found items of evidence, did you alert Lieutenant Tully to that specific piece of evidence?
Yes, so I was not one of the members who found any of the evidence, but as my team members located something, we would halt the line. Lieutenant Tully was a short distance behind our line. We would get his attention. We would cease our operations until he informed us that he felt it was properly documented.
And ultimately, Lieutenant Tully was the person responsible for documenting that item. Is that right?
That is, sir. We fall under the incident command structure. He technically took the lead as the incident commander that night, sir.
And he did that through photography?
Yes, sir.
So you saw him taking pictures of the items in their place once they were found, correct?
Yeah, I believe he was the one taking photographs, sir.
And by definition, Lieutenant, as a search like this is being conducted, unfortunately, moving snow means possibly moving the items themselves, correct?
Potentially, yes, sir.
They might end up in a shovel full of snow, you turn it upside down. That's not what a piece of evidence was to begin with, correct?
Correct. It's been moved at that point.
But in this case, nearly all of the pieces that you did find, including the shoe, were nearly next to each other, meaning within inches of one another, correct?
I don't know the exact distance again, sir, ballpark eye distance, but again, that is why we provided the GPS coordinates of each location, because we did stamp those with a handheld GPS as we found items of evidence, and all those locations were turned over with our report to be measured at the desire of the detectives, sir.
Certainly, using that very impressive memory of yours, your memory back in May of 2022, May 5th of 2022, was that they were within inches of each other.
I believe that's what I stated, yes, sir.
Okay. Ultimately, you indicated that the search, after about 6 or 7 pieces were found, as well as the shoe, the search was suspended just after 6 o'clock, correct?
Approximately 6:15-ish, sir, we stopped. We'd gone, like I stated earlier, we'd gone approximately 8 to 10 feet further south on the road without recovering any other pieces of taillight. We knew we had already located the sneaker, so we decided to suspend the search at that time until possibly a future date.
And you were never called back out to the scene by Lieutenant Tully or anybody else, correct?
No, we were not, sir.
And did you become aware that over the next days and weeks and several weeks, there would be 40 more pieces of taillight claimed to be recovered at the scene? Did you become aware of that or no?
I was aware other pieces were located. I did not know that was the number, and I don't know exactly when I became aware of that. It was probably much later on, possibly at this location when I learned that information, sir.
And you don't know, as you sit here, you don't know whom it was that recovered those additional pieces, correct?
No, I've never seen the evidence log, sir.
And you don't know when those additional pieces were claimed to have been recovered?
I do not know.
Thanks, Jules.
When Lieutenant Tully and you had a conversation about shutting down the scene, was Lieutenant Tully's comment to you after those first few pieces were found that he was, quote, very satisfied that you had recovered everything that you were going to recover from that night, from that search?
Objection.
Sustained.
Mr. Brennan asked you about the conversation that you had with Lieutenant Tully to shut the scene down, to clear the scene, correct?
Yes, so we conducted a debrief, and I gave him, again, as I mentioned earlier, we provide a probability of detection. I tell him what the chances are. I think we found our items we were looking for, and we determined to suspend the search.
Do you remember testifying last year that Lieutenant Tully indicated that he was very satisfied with what was found?
I don't know if he used the word very satisfied, but he was satisfied that evening that we had found everything we were going to find that night, sir.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
You might be done.
Do you remember exactly what you indicated Lieutenant Tully's words were as you sit here?
I believe, yes, he was satisfied with the search. I just don't know if he used the word very satisfied or not, sir.
Would refresh your recollection, take a look at your transcript?
I'm sure it will, sir.
It's the one thing you didn't learn to say. Man. Highlighted portion, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir.
See, this is the difference between a cop who's just honest,
obstinate asshole,
just answering questions, because this guy doesn't have shit to hide. You know,
Just going on the date. Is this from last year, or would this be from the grand jury?
Palatable.
June of last year.
Okay. Yes.
right? The difference between what you said, an honest cop, and someone being an obstinate asshole.
Right. I mean, like the CERT team didn't plant shit. Like the CERT team didn't have a goddamn thing to do with anything other than going in there and collecting it. So, like, I mean, he just gets to go up there and answer honestly. He doesn't have to be evasive. He can answer the questions flat out, which he's done, which is very refreshing. You know, so the jury's going to see the contrast of O'Hara and Gallagher. You know, they're gonna be like, well, why was that Gallagher like with all the absolutely bullshit and just like wouldn't admit that, yeah, that's probably not a good
Gallagher.
way to do things. And it's I don't know. I mean, but you never know what's hitting with the jury,
Yeah, because apparently KKB reported that Sue reported that they were checked out.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean shit. Like you can't read a jury like that.
Right.
It's like it doesn't work like that.
Right. All right.
I'm just going on the date. Is this from last year or would this be from the grand jury, sir?
June of last year.
Okay. Yes, sir. So it does state here that I stated he was very satisfied with the search.
Yeah, refresh your recollection, that was the words that he used, or at least you remembered him using at that time.
Yeah, I believe, to the best of my recollection, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Lieutenant. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now he might be done. Look, she's asking Karen. Karen's who he's got to consult with in this crew. They're all trying to listen. What's Karen saying? Do we agree with what she's saying? He's going to listen to all that. Then he's going to at least have to pretend he asks a question so it doesn't seem like his client just put some stupid shit out there.
Which clients have been known to do.
Right. He's like, I don't think we should do that shit. She's like, wait, come here. Here's why.
100% curious, Liz. 100%. I mean, that's cop or not a cop. It's hard to remember live.
Lieutenant, there was one other
thing my client wanted me to
thing
ask.
that I wanted to ask you about, which is you had indicated to Lieutenant Tully at some point close to 6 p.m. or so, it would be helpful if you and your team had a photograph of what it was you were looking for, correct?
Yeah, I believe after we found the first piece or two, I asked him if he had a photograph that we could look at just to see how large of an area.
Really?
So that
how large of a piece we were looking for, sir. Yes.
Fine. So that would just timing wise, if you found the first piece at 5:45, first piece or two, maybe 2 or 3 or 4 minutes later after that, maybe 5 minutes later. So let's place it at 5:50, close to 6, something like that.
Yeah, probably between 5:45 and 5:50 possibly, sir.
And you said to him at the time, it'd be helpful if we had a photograph of what it is we're looking for, correct?
Yeah, I said that would help. Yes, sir.
And Lieutenant told you that the vehicle did not have a photograph because it was still en route from Dayton being transported to Canada, right?
He did say he did not have a photograph and it was being towed back.
Okay.
Wow.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir.
Wow. That was Karen's addition?
Okay, Mr. Brennan.
Had to have been.
I mean,
Karen
what?
knows the case forwards and backwards. I mean, she's she's on her computer looking at shit. I mean, she's very active, a very active defendant.
And for Mandy, 'cause she's very busy. She missed it. So he talked to Karen, and when he came back, he asked, when you found that first piece of taillight, did you ask Officer did you tell Officer or whatever he is, Tully, that it would be helpful if your team had a photograph of the taillight? So he said, yeah, so that we knew what size pieces we were looking for. We asked for a picture. We said a picture would be helpful. And that Tully responded with, there is no picture because it's still en route being towed.
Which was a bald-faced lie.
Big giant lie.
Huge lie. Matt Little Big Lies. Karen Reed 2.0.
So either he asked before he was holding back those last two questions and then asked so they always had a question to come back for, or that's what Karen threw out there.
Yeah, Larisha, they always talk to Karen. Like especially Alan. Alan will always go to Karen. Like that's why I knew he was getting ready to wrap up when he walked. and wanted to see if she had anything that he wanted to ask or she wanted him to ask. It's a good question. It's a good question. All right, let's see. Let's see what we're gonna call. Oh, he's gonna do a
Brennan's crossing, redirect.
Sir, you mentioned that there were about 5 people not on your CERT team at some point arriving at Fairview Road or the area of it.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
3 of them were Mass State Police. You mentioned
Nope.
Tully and 2 of his colleagues.
Correct, sir.
Did you see anybody taking photographs of the items that you found?
Yes, Lieutenant Tully was taking photographs while we were there, sir.
And did you see somebody putting the items in bags?
Yes, they did, sir.
Was that one of the 2 people that were with Lieutenant Tully?
Yes, correct, sir.
And you mentioned there were 2 Canton police officers. Were they part of the search?
They were not, sir, no.
Were they on the grid?
They were not, sir.
Did you ever see them in the area on the grid?
I did not, no, sir.
They were there. Were they involved in any way in the crowd?
They weren't the only people that ever came on scene other than us, and those local officers were at some point, the media did arrive on scene.
When you say on scene, is on scene different than on the grid?
Correct, just in the general vicinity, sir.
Did you know what the Canton police officers were doing?
I do not know, sir.
Did you ever see either of them ever come on your grid?
They did not know, sir.
Did you ever see anybody place or toss or throw anything onto your grid?
I'll allow it.
Did you ever see anybody place or toss or throw anything onto your grid?
I did not know, sir.
Did you ever see anybody intrude on the grid and leave an item?
Choose a different word.
Did you ever see anybody physically intrude upon your grid?
No, no one did that, sir.
yeah, that kind of defeats the purpose
You
of
asked about-
it. If you're found out doing it,
What
dipshit.
happened?
Tonight.
I don't know. What'd you do?
I didn't do shit.
What'd you do? Oh, Allie.
I didn't do anything.
Was satisfied with the search. I just don't know if you used the word very satisfied.
It just ended. It just ended.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Let's go. I'm on Boston. Hold on. 10.
Ended? Oh, yeah, it's got like an end time there. It's 6. Wait, go to the. What?
I'm going to go to a different. I'm going to see if there's another.
All right, so we were right at the beginning of the redirect. Their stream ended suddenly. How mysterious.
All right, let's try
It's
long
mysterious.
Or is it long crime usually do, or
It's true, Shannon. Even if
Oh.
Allie did it, you do still blame me. That's, I'll take it. I like taking bullets from my woman.
but I
Right,
didn't.
babe? I mean, but something happened. It doesn't matter if it's them. It's still us. See how that works?
Well, it's weird because law and crime is still.
All right, we'll throw it up.
Wait. Wait. What the hell?
What the? Let's see where we're at here.
Okay, there we go.
You and your team had a photograph of what it was you were looking for, correct?
Yeah, I believe after we found the first piece or
So that
was
was later.
Get us right back to the beginning of the redirect.
Mentioned that there were. Sir, you mentioned that there were about 5 people not on your CERT team at some point arriving at Fairview Road or the area of it.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
3 of them were Mass State Police. You mentioned Tully and 2 of his colleagues.
Correct, sir.
Did you see anybody taking photographs of the items that you found?
Yes, Lieutenant Tully was taking photographs while we were there, sir.
And did you see somebody putting the items in bags?
Yes, they did, sir.
Was that one of the 2 people that were with Lieutenant Tully?
Yes, correct, sir.
And you mentioned there were 2 Canton police officers. Were they part of the search?
They were not, sir, no.
Were they on the grid?
They were not, sir.
Did you ever see them in the area on the grid?
I did not, no, sir.
They were there. Were they involved in any way in the crowd?
They weren't the only people that ever came on scene other than us, and those local officers were at some point, the media did arrive on scene.
When you say on scene, is on scene different than on the grid?
Correct, just in the general vicinity, sir.
Did you know what the Canton police officers were doing?
I do not know, sir.
Did you ever see either of them ever come on your grid?
They did not know, sir.
Did you ever see anybody place or toss or throw anything onto your grid?
I'll allow it.
Did you ever see anybody place or toss or throw anything onto your grid?
I did not know, sir.
Did you ever see anybody intrude on the grid and leave an item?
Choose a different word.
Did you ever see anybody physically intrude upon your grid?
No, no one did that, sir.
You were asked about best practices memorializing. The person who was taking photographs.
Hold on for a second.
Slow down a little, Mr. Brown.
You mentioned best practices of memorializing items. And you also mentioned Lieutenant Tully was taking photographs.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Do you know if those photographs were time and date stamped?
I believe they were, sir.
Is time and date stamping with photographs best practices in memorializing things?
Yes, they are, sir.
Now, before you defined the grid and before you began that search, you knew other state police officers, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Did you know a person by the name of Trooper Yuri Buchanan?
Yes.
Wait, I switched it because we're at law and crime and it covers the law and crime. Not because Mandy says if Bob got something, he'd prefer it over pin it on the girl. But
Bob doesn't get it. If he did, would prefer. Yeah, no, I didn't change it.
I changed it because it covered up,
Was Mandy blaming me? Wow. Wow.
Because we had to switch to law and crime, and that's why I used your law and crime
Cover up border.
You knew other state police officers, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Did you know a person by the name of Trooper Yuri Buchanan?
Yes, I do know him, sir.
Did you know somebody at the time known as Trooper Michael Proctor?
Yes, I did know. I do know him, sir.
Were either Michael Proctor or Trooper Yuri Buchanan at Fairview that night?
No, they were not, sir.
Did you see them at any time from the point you got there?
All of you too.
At 4:56 p.m. until when you left?
No, I did not see them there, sir.
You mentioned that somebody came out of a side door at 34 Fairview who had a hoodie on.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
How long were they outside for?
Maybe 10 seconds, sir.
Did they at any time interfere with your search?
No, they did not.
Did they at any time try to discourage or dissuade you from searching?
Objection, Your Honor.
Next question, I'll sustain that.
Did that person do anything to impede your search?
No, he did not.
You were asked about your conversation with Trooper Tully,
Yes, sir.
and he mentioned, or you characterized, he was very satisfied that what you had found, everything you were going to locate at that time.
That's correct, sir.
Did he ever suggest that he expected that you would not find anything else?
No, he did not.
Did he ever suggest that there was no other trace evidence there?
No, he did not.
Was there a discussion that he or you or other people may come back to search further at a different time?
We offered to come back at a later date, and he just accepted our offer, but we were never contacted to come back, sir.
How did this witness change his timeline by 20 minutes? And I think we're just saying that he's like actually answering questions. He's not hemming and hawing and being obtuse.
Yeah, and he's not answering questions in a moronic way. Like, clearly nobody thinks that putting any kind of evidence in red Solo cups is okay. Like, no cop would ever say that. Like, I mean, every answer he gave was completely disingenuous as to the investigation techniques that they used. This guy, he strikes me as super honest.
Well, that's what we put up this comment because she says he's changed the timeline by 20 minutes, but I don't know what that's referring to.
I think it's referring to when he claims he got there.
Oh, I'd have to look back through.
I don't think he's. I like. Despite that, I don't think he's being evasive. You know, I mean, the timeline is what it is in terms of, I mean, the defense has the ability to prove when
Well,
certain.
they didn't ask him anything about the time. They didn't impeach him on that timeline. So I don't know. All right, let's move on. Moving on.
When you offered to come back, was that based on your assessment that it was a difficult area to search?
Correct. Again, as we talked about probability of detection, we'll base it on 10 different categories, give him a baseline percentage chance of it. Would we have found what we were looking for? I told him there was a good chance we did not locate all the evidence. Asked him if he wanted us to come back at a later date, sir.
And when you mentioned that you couldn't finish the search because of the grass, tell us a little bit about what made it difficult because of the grass.
Even using the push brooms, we couldn't properly move the snow off the grass as we were moving it. And with the dark, even the headlamps, I didn't feel like we were clearing it enough to continue searching it. I think our best efforts would be to focus on the street because I was more concerned about eventually the plow coming in, clearing curb to curb and moving any evidence that was on the street. My thought was if with the grass not being able to properly clear it, at least that would be contained to be searched at a later date as the snow melted.
And given those assessments, is that some of those reasons why you offered to come back?
Yes, sir.
I've shown you some photographs you've identified about some of the pieces that you found or the pieces that you found that night. I'd like to show those photographs to the jury.
Okay.
If we could show Exhibit 73, please. Is that one of the photographs you identified earlier?
Yes, it is, sir.
Is there a chance, Ms. Gilman, that we could do a close-up of that? Can you describe what you're seeing?
It's a piece of clear taillight. It's got rigid edges, some indentations on it, distinctive markings.
Did all of the pieces you found have those type of markings on it?
Not sure if they had those exact same markings, so I'd have to compare the photos.
Was there different colors of pieces that you found that night?
Yes, we also found pieces of red taillight as well.
Could we see 73A, please?
Would you forget to do this on direct?
Without blowing it up, if you could go back. Is 73A a picture from further away of the same piece?
Yes, that's what it appears to be, sir.
Was it easier to see these pieces that night in person than it is in photos, or was there any difference in the ability to identify these pieces?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
When you saw the piece from where you were standing, did it look any different than it does in this photo?
No, it doesn't, sir.
Can we see 75, please? In that picture from this perspective, can you see any pieces of taillight?
There's a piece of red taillight in the left-hand side of that photo, sir.
On a little bit of a mound?
Correct, sir.
Is that where that piece was found, on the mound?
No, that's the photo, like we discussed earlier, sir, that came up with one of the shovels. And you can see, when you get closer to that photo, you'll see the actual molding of the overturned shovel.
So it was scooped up and then placed on that mound?
Correct. As the trooper overturned it to start beginning to sift through the different layers of snow, that's where he deposited that snow, sir.
Could we get a close-up of the left side of that picture, please? Can you see the shovel marks near that piece?
Yes, they're directly behind it and off to the left. You can see the molding of the shovel.
You can see a bit of a divot to the left of the red?
Yes, correct, sir.
Is that part of imprint from the shovel?
Yes, it is, sir.
Could we see 75A, please? Is that a closer picture of the same item?
Yes.
The imprint, does that give you a clearer view of the shovel you were speaking about?
Yes, it does, sir.
Could we see 76, please?
What, did he forget to do all of this?
Is that one of the photographs you identified earlier?
Yes, it is, sir.
And that piece, was it found at ground level?
Yes, that photo is where that item was located, sir.
Touching the ground?
Yes, sir.
Could we get a close-up of that, please?
In a footprint? Touching the ground in a footprint.
And if we could have 76A, please.
What? Looks like a footprint
Is
to
that
me. I
a
don't know.
picture of the same item?
Yes, it is. Just zoomed in, sir.
You can close that, please, and turn the lights on? Thank you.
Am I
To be
crazy?
clear on the timeline, your first colleague arrived at what time?
4:54 p.m., sir.
And you arrived at?
4:56.
You mentioned that it looked like fresh snow.
Yes, sir. The area we searched was fresh, undisturbed snow.
And when you got there at 4:56, when you described fresh, undisturbed snow, is that your impression when you first got there at 4:56?
Yes, I had realized that the plow had not cleared curb to curb.
You began your actual search at what time?
Right around 5:20, we wound up again. We moved a couple of our cruisers around just to add extra headlights, extra lighting on the scene itself.
And the first piece of evidence was found at what time?
5:45, sir.
Your area that you searched, did you say it was 8 to 10 feet?
No, sir. The area I marked off was just over approximately 60 feet. We'd gone about 8 to 10 feet towards the end of the search without locating any more items, and that's when we suspended the search.
How much of your focus was near the street area?
Only 99% of it, sir. As soon as we got to the grass and realized we couldn't clear it properly, my main focus was on that street, just again because I was concerned about the plow coming through at a later time.
You were worried that if you didn't finish the street, there could be some impact from plowing?
Yes, sir.
And did you say 99% was the street area?
Yeah, approximately, sir.
Thank you very much.
Anything, Mr. Jackson?
Yes, briefly. So the search went approximately 60 feet.
That's the area I marked off, sir.
And in that 60 feet, you started close to or adjacent to the front door, correct?
Correct, sir.
And in that 60 feet, you were doing the type of search that we described earlier, that you described earlier, about going just a few paces at a time and starting to move material out of the way to try to get down to the surface, correct?
Yes, sir. All working together. Yes, sir.
And you did not find 40 pieces of taillight at or near or on that street or the lawn or any place else, correct?
Yeah, I don't know the overall number, sir, but
And neither did your colleagues.
correct, sir. We've never been notified how much has been located.
The only thing that you found was concentrated in one area, maybe a foot or 2 feet in diameter. You said 6 or 7 pieces and a shoe, correct?
That's what we located. Yes, sir.
You didn't find a black baseball cap, correct?
We did not know, sir.
And in the photographs that we've seen, that's clearly not undisturbed snow,
Right.
correct?
The photographs are us moving after having moved the snow, sir.
Some of it is y'all moving the snow. Some of it is disturbed snow on the street or at the curb, correct?
After we had moved it, yes, sir.
No,
You indicated that
I'm not buying that.
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchnick, you know both of them, correct?
I know who they are, yes, sir.
Or know who they are.
People had on hoods. Did you see their?
When Trooper Tully told you that the vehicle was en route and could not provide you a photograph at, let's call it 5:50 p.m., did he tell you that the vehicle had actually been secured at Canton PD about a mile and a half away at 5:35 p.m.?
No, he did not say that, sir.
Did you know through any other means that that vehicle was just a mile and a half away at 5:35 p.m. before you ever found the first piece of taillight? Did you know that?
I did not know what time it arrived, sir.
Thank you.
Do you know what time Trooper Tully told you he did not have a photograph?
It was sometime after we found the first piece, sir, so sometime after 5:45, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
That's all I have.
All right, Lieutenant, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
That question backfired, Brennan.
I reported it to you as much, but I can tell you now that we are definitely on track, maybe a little ahead of schedule, which may just mean down the road a little bit, we'll be back on track. But because we're on track, a little ahead of schedule right now, we're done for today. So
Or
we'll let
really
you
because
leave
Brennan
for
doesn't
today
have
with those same
anybody's lined up.
cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't receive via social media use.
You can sit.
Jury, that's it. The court, please be seated.
All right, so counsel, since we have ended a little bit early today, I would like you to go through those exhibits that Mr. McDermott brought to your attention at sidebar and make sure all the redactions are appropriate so we can at least square away that issue. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
All right.
I was just trying to see if we'd get a hot mic moment. All right. Well, brings us to the end of another court day. We got a couple new stickers since Christy Carroll, thank you. Happy to support a couple of my favorite people. Thanks for the long days you put in for us. Well, thank you. Thank you, Dawn, gifting 10 Defense Diaries membership, as Bob would say, an always giver. Jules S., member for 8 months. Thanks for your generosity. She says, love you guys. Crankin, member for 13 months. Thanks for your generosity. When is the next members only for the recordings? You're muted, you know.
It's cracking, but
Kraken.
we're
Sorry.
gonna do. I wanted to do either tomorrow night or Thursday night, but it depends on you all. At this point, I think we've only got a couple of voicemails. So again, we put that link in the chat.
Scarlett has a game which nights?
Yeah, but it'll be fine after.
Okay.
They're we're going to watch the high school team play on tomorrow. So let me see. Okay.
Well, while you're doing that, I'll Curious Liz. I know Bob read that off earlier. Thanks for your generosity. Jay Coop, we think there was no cross of Corino just because they decided that it didn't matter. He was putting in the text messages and not really anything separate.
And also Tracy sent me a motion that was filed by the Commonwealth that I'm just going to summarize it. It was Commonwealth's motion to prohibit reference to unrelated death investigation, specifically speaking
Bullshit.
about Sandra Birchmore.
Bullshit.
So, yeah. So it was a one pager. She granted it. She said she's granting it unless the door is opened. So she left some wiggle room.
MB says, can I please vote for @ I bite him for comment of the day, even though it's a screen name, because that's brilliant.
I bit him.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let me see here.
Right,
Okay. I'm going to pull up the wheel.
Wait, one more.
Giveaway.
Tammy Martin, my like was 666. That's scary. Thank you both. Well, thank you.
That is terrifying.
And thank you for doing a thumbs up, liking.
Tammy, hold on. Let me see if Tammy's on the wheel. It's a big wheel. Keep on turning. Proud Mary, keep on burning. All right. Okay. All right. I'm going to pull up the wheel. I tried to run a second thing, but we didn't get enough to fill another wheel. So y'all are getting a huge wheel. It's exciting. I'm excited about the huge wheel. Oh boy. All right. This is exciting.
Wow.
Oh, exciting. All right, hold on. I have to get I gotta get a song. Huh? Hold
Everybody shop at Meyer. Wait.
You know, we need the Price is Right, Come On Down song.
All right, but don't you have to click so it really spins?
Wait, hold on. Hold on, I'm looking for the song.
Better not get a strike.
That's War sings that. That
I
is
know.
definitely not War.
And I actually was like, I think we need the War version, please, not thinking about the strikes.
That would be amazing.
Oh, I hear the difference. It's got like a little extra beat.
Got a little
back
beat.
there.
It's got a little
Yeah.
beat. That boom, boom. All right, hold on. I'm looking for. We have so many sound clips now. It really takes a long time. There should be a search, some kind of search.
That one was fine.
No, I'm not. That's what I'm looking for.
Oh,
there's something else. Who is that? What is that from? Keep trying to place it. and
I
can't.
know I've got it like somewhere, but
Oh my God, I just cannot find the soundbite. All right, somebody find the applause soundbite so that when somebody
Yep,
wins, they can
got
play it.
that.
It's buried.
What about just a
Buried.
clap? Is that what you want?
No, it says applause. It's like,
I've got. I'll play it.
Do you know where it is?
Yes.
Yes. Don't play this. It's not that one. Or this one.
Says a, all right.
It's not that one.
All right, just go.
I don't think you know where it is. Here, prove it to me. Prove to me that you have it.
Well, I'm coming.
No, that's not it.
Actually, it doesn't look like it's where it usually is.
Yes, exactly. Mandy, did you ace it? Did you get rid of the applause somehow? Maybe she feels like we don't need to applause ever. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I guess we'll just have to cheer on our own. All right.
We'll have
Enough
to do
of
a
that.
whistle.
Enough of it.
Oh, no, that's not right.
I mean, that's not right. That is not right.
We can do the hallelujah. No.
Gary. All right. Okay. You guys ready? Let's go for the spin.
It's gone.
For one DD t-shirt of your choice that will be mailed directly to you. All you have to do if you win is send us an email, throw up the email in the chat, please, Tracy or Mandy. Send an email with what shirt you want, the size you want, and your mailing address. And that's all you have to do. And then in a couple of weeks, you'll have a t-shirt from Defense Diaries that you can proudly sport. All right, you ready? Let's go.
Yep.
Exciting. Okay. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Where it stops, nobody knows. Oh, Jason McClellan. That's amazing. That's amazing. Jason is an always giver. He's still here.
Where was that applause?
Oh, so congratulations to Jason. I'm excited that you're getting it. I mean, here's the thing. I think Jason's in Australia. So I'm going to have to figure out if there's like
a way to
they ship over there. Yeah. That's a, I'm going to have to figure that. That could be, I don't know. I think they ship over there. I think that we've had some.
Otherwise, we'll ship it to Mandy and ask her to send it.
Yeah, there we go. There you go. There you go, Mandy.
Because if you leave it to me, I'd be waiting a while.
Be sitting. Well, that's the nice thing through Bonfires that we just let them know where it's getting shipped and then they handle it. So if there's going to be a big shipping, some kind of big shipping charge, then
well, we got that. That's on us.
Yeah, for sure. 100%. Hey!
Just a matter if they do it.
Yeah. Woo! Yeah.
All right. It's wonderful.
I love it. I love it. All right. All right. Enough of that nonsense. All right, you guys. It's been another glorious day. And we love you guys so much. Thank you so much for your generosity today. I'm going to try to do a wheel spin a week because I like them. I like them a lot. I think they're fun. Makes me feel excited. It makes me feel excited. And Mandy's telling me that I know she's been working really, really hard on putting together a bunch of new designs. I've seen some of them. I just need to figure out how to get the image over to me in the format that I can put it on a shirt. So, which is not that hard to do. So we'll figure that out. So I definitely want to get the I Heart Due Process out there. It's I think it's classic Defense Diary stuff. So you guys are amazing. We will be back tomorrow again at 7:50 hours. And that is Central Time. So just make sure.
Wait, what? What'd you say?
What do you mean?
We're going to be back when?
7:50 a.m. tomorrow.
Oh.
Yeah. For our continuing coverage of Karen Reed. Should be another day. I think it'll be another day of testimony is what I predict. It will be another full day of testimony. Beyond that, I make zero predictions. Yeah, I saw that. I think it was lighting. I don't think that they were like, I think people were trying to say one soul was white, one soul was black. I think it was the lighting. I think somebody finally put that thing to bed, but I know what you're talking about, Misty. All right, you guys are amazing. We adore you. We love you because without you, I am just an old man.
Talking about a lot of cases.
Woo!